Everything is on the table for Miami Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel, who said that changes are coming. The 1-3 start is the worst the Dolphins have had so far under McDaniel. The Dolphins scored a touchdown late in the fourth quarter on Monday night to snap a 10-quarter drought without one. They're averaging just 11.3 points per game. I mean, this is bad. And Tua Tagovailoa remains on the injured reserve for at least 2 more games, so the Dolphins are still going to have to scramble for answers without him. A bit of college sports news. The Mountain West is in deep discussions about adding UTEP as a full-time member. Now, the addition of UTEP would give the league 7 full-time members, joining UNLV, San Jose State, Wyoming, Nevada, New Mexico, and Air Force. The Mountain West needs to build to 8 members to become a formal conference. And today is an amazing day because we have postseason baseball. 2:30 p.m., you have the Tigers taking on the Astros. 4 p.m., the Royals will face the Orioles. 5:30 p.m., the Mets and the Brewers will go at it after the Mets had a wild win yesterday to get into the postseason. And the Braves, well, they did the same thing. They won the second half of that doubleheader to get into the postseason. So they're going to face the Padres at 8:30 p.m. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and I opened this morning. I said, Brian, you know what feels really good is a good night's sleep. I feel like a different man than yesterday coming off that red eye.
Totally.
And to celebrate, B. Mitch and Jeff started wrestling a little bit just to get everybody moving. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I went to bed at halftime of the Lions game last night, and I feel like I missed nothing, and I feel good. Obviously, 2 fairly impressive results last night. I think Detroit needed that to kind of get their offense going. Seattle came in 3-0. I thought I wasn't necessarily surprised by that result.
Not at all. I think Detroit, as I said, you asked the question yesterday, and I thought Detroit was a better team.
Yeah.
Point blank.
I think their offense could be really explosive, and they finally got it going last night. Goff finally got it going last night. That other game last night, Titans, Dolphins.
Dolphins are not
Give
good.
me my money back, dude. Like,
do we have to give Tua more credit?
Maybe. That's a fair question.
Yeah.
They don't seem able to get much going right now. And, Scoop Huntley, I thought it was a Scoop or Snoop. We'll call him Tyler for our purposes. Huntley. I always thought looked good playing for those Ravens, and he played a decent amount. Remember, Lamar missed 12 games over 2 years or whatever. Didn't look good last night.
Stuff, just like Pat Mahomes, all the stuff that Tua does in between plays, setting up, faking, all that, you have to be damn good to get all that stuff done.
Sure.
And Huntley couldn't get it all going last night. And the center was all snapping balls when he's not looking. It's weird.
Dude, totally.
Weird, bro.
The Lions-Seahawks game, the Seahawks almost doubled up the Lions with first downs. They had 38 first downs to Detroit's 21. But 2 turnovers.
But I think
too many penalties in that game. The refs sucked in that game.
The refs suck, but the first down thing to me sometimes, if you're getting first down, not getting touchdowns, who cares?
Yeah. I mean, they scored. They almost scored 30.
Yeah, but the thing about it, like you're saying, they got more first down. Detroit scored on big plays. I get 1 first down to get a touchdown. It doesn't make a difference if you get 8 of them.
Sure. And that's kind of always been your point with Jaden.
That's one of those stats that people throw out that I think is a total misnomer. Oh, he had 20 first down. The other team had 10. They had 4 big plays over 40 yards.
And they took advantage on all the turnovers.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Listen, you can tell, you could like see it in the city. I got like, people at my daughter's school asking me about the football team that never really asked. I have seen more Commanders gear. We went to shout out to Wegmans yesterday in Tenleytown. We were there. I took my daughters. It was a show, but I saw more Commanders gear. The number 5 jerseys and T-shirts are starting to pop up everywhere.
Oh yeah,
like Jaden Fever is happening.
This whole thing, all of the narratives and all of the subjects and the conversations stop when they start winning. Point blank. We could sit up here and let these people that have nothing to do with the team, with their political aspirations and mindsets, kind of mess that up. But no, if you win, people support. Point blank.
Dude, nothing trumps winning, period. And I think the way they won in Arizona, absolute beatdown, right? 42-14 speaks for itself.
Yeah.
But
hey, hold on. Let's going back to last night a little bit here.
Okay.
Jared Goff, a guy that don't get as much credit as he deserves.
Agreed.
18 of 18, 2 touchdowns, 292, no interception, and he had a touchdown.
And he caught one.
You know what I'm saying?
Good,
like listen, bro. I understand when Sean McVay went there and got rid of him. That dude could play still.
Sure.
No matter what.
You know who is, and Landfill, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe I'm right, though. You know who is the bus driver of the Jared Goff bandwagon? Who is Jared Goff's number 1 cheerleader?
Who?
You think it's B? Landfill thinks it's you.
Well,
I don't.
Listen, man. I don't
I
care.
think you like him, respect him.
No, this is the thing about it. When I look at football, I could care less what the people tell me about the analytics of it. His results, the dude has been good for a long time. When you go back and look at his stats compared to all the other guys, he's right there with all of them.
So guess who you are in agreement with then? Ryan the Stallion loves Jared Goff.
Ryan heard me talking. He tried to take over my stuff.
Yeah, but seriously, the anti-Goff stuff is bananas. I mean, in his career, including when he arguably struggled with the Rams,
he took him to a Super Bowl.
Bro, he's completed 65% of his passes, 2-1 touchdown to INT. He's got 190 to 86 over his career, 31,000 pass yards in 9 years. That's pretty. He averages 260 a game.
Amen.
When the numbers are going down around the league.
Now,
and in Detroit, the numbers are way better. In Detroit, he's averaged 67%, 83 to 31.
Yeah.
TD to INT.
Also watching him last night and watching their offense, he threw the ball 18 times. They ran the football very effectively. Hell, they didn't run the ball as much as Geno threw it 56 times. Something like that.
Yeah.
How many times did the running backs running for them?
The backs had 26 carries for 118 yards.
So
averaging.
So Geno threw the ball more.
Something.
He threw the ball more times than they had plays.
Yeah.
They had 44, 45 plays offensively.
Something like that. 28 and 19.
47.
Yeah.
And Geno threw it 50-something times.
Yo, here, I got it for you.
That's efficiency right there, isn't it?
The Seahawks had 78 plays. The Lions had 50. Generally, anytime your quarterback is north of 40 pass attempts, you probably lose.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's like an obscure, straight-up shootout. But as a rule of thumb, if you keep it sub 30, you're probably winning. And you can argue the causation versus correlation all you want, but running the ball is a key to winning in the NFL. Brian, I wanted to ask you something. We have a packed show today. There's a lot that happened over the last 24 hours that we're going to do our best to feel relatively compelled to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Rose died. I know that was one of your favorite players, B. Our guy Barstool Nate's going to join us. Mike Silver's going to join us. He has a new book out that talks about some old Redskins stories. Lorenzo Alexander, the one-man gang, how excited he is by this 3-1 start for the Burgundy and Gold. Steve Buckhantz is going to join us to talk about the life and person that was Dikembe Mutombo. And with Buck, we might sneak in a Skins question too. But B, I'm a degenerate. And Tuesday marks the beginning of the next NFL week.
All right.
And week 5 in the NFL gets complicated because it's the first week with buys. So you've got fewer games looking ahead.
They get on the bye last week? Last night they were discussing it. I don't know if
Lions have a bye. Eagles have a bye.
Yeah.
Those are the two I know offhand.
I know who need a bye. The Dolphins.
They don't get one. The 4 teams on a bye
they
this
sure
week.
the hell need one.
Lions, Eagles, Chargers, Titans. Titans could use one too.
Well,
They sure seem committed to Will Levis. Like they must have bought into that mayonnaise campaign.
Well, no, after he got hurt, you notice they didn't go back to him.
Right.
Because they were smart.
Right.
The first touchdown first interception he throws to a 6'2", 335-pound dude, he said, I didn't see him. Well, you shouldn't be on the football field then, because you can see him. He threw it straight in his gut.
The turnovers are problematic.
Then you dive and hurt yourself. Come on, man. You got to know how to hit and roll, man.
So, B, there are, you know me, I'm always trying to figure out betting, right? And we're all, anybody that listens to this program is quite familiar with system picks. And sometimes they present themselves, sometimes they don't. When they do, I try to hammer them, and most of the time they come home. But you never know. Football's a crazy sport. It's week to week. People think they can predict year to year. You can barely predict week to week. But one little piece of a formula that often works is you look for a team that was quite bad the week before, right? So a team that underperformed the week before and a team that overperformed the week before. And generally, if those two teams are playing, flip it, you want to take the team that sucked the week before and fade the team that was really good. So you look around the league. I was able to hit on one this weekend, right? I had it in our weekend parlay. I thought Tampa against the Eagles was a prime example of that because the week before Tampa lost at home to Denver and looked terrible. The week before Philly went to New Orleans, and that was a really ballsy win to go down to the Superdome and get that dub. So based on that formula, flipping it over, I loved the Bucks, right? Now texting with some of these degens that you actually know, B. This week, looking ahead to week 5, there's a super obvious one. The Browns looked terrible against the Raiders in Vegas. The Commanders go on the road to Arizona, back-to-back road games, and kick the ever-living snot out of the Cardinals. So the formula would tell you, take the Browns with the points at Northwest Stadium this weekend. And I have come up with a hashtag. There's no fading Jaden. I don't want any part of any formulas when it comes to how red hot Jaden Daniels is and this offense. Now, I'm not saying lay the points. I'm just saying that's a stay away.
I just say
I'm not touching it.
I say that formula works occasionally, and if it works a couple times and you win, you're good with it. But I watch a lot of teams that play great, that play teams that play bad the next week, and they get their ass whipped again. Like if you ever go against when Kansas City play great and then the other team play awful, they still lose the next week.
B, all I'm telling you is
when we were playing in 1991, we played great one week, and the team that played awful, they played awful when they saw us too. That stuff works sometimes, Jay.
Here's what I know. Until I have reason for doubt, no fading Jaden. Hashtag.
Y'all ever notice he had a
I'm not touching that.
But y'all ever notice that he has a different type of mindset or equation or way to bet every other year?
The system has been the system for years.
And the system pick is always not working, and you talk about it the moment that it hits.
We haven't had a true system pick yet this season, I don't think. I haven't put one in yet.
During basketball season, though.
Basketball's not the same as football. The ball's shaped differently. They play indoors.
It doesn't make a difference. You call it system pick.
No, only on a rare occasion.
Nah, you call it system pick.
Only on a very rare occasion.
Hey, you know what I always tell the people like JP, that the ones that think they know gambling more than everybody else? You go to work every day?
Here's what I know.
Oh, boy.
No fading Jaden, Jeff. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. How's everybody doing?
What up, JP? No fading Jaden. Hey, yo, I'm 3-1 on the weekend parlays.
So am I. J-Dogs forever.
Yeah, so I'm with that.
The moment y'all start bragging about something, y'all mess it up.
Landini, how do you do? Landini gives us a thorough thumbs up. Hair's coming back nicely. Landfill just shaved his head. Lot going on. Good morning to all the folks in the stream. Jeff, anybody fighting or trying to hook up or buying B. Mitch's shirt?
Not yet.
B-Mitch, is your current shirt for sale?
Speaking of the
Nobody
shirt,
want pink.
They might.
Speaking of the shirt situation,
Okay.
the shirt is actually back up because Deborah thought
that was my prediction.
She
that
thought,
I don't know how real these shirt offers were.
She
Well,
thought
everybody else was real. Deborah thought she
Deborah
made the
was the
highest
only
bid
one
and thought we
playing.
were joking.
Yeah.
We were joking.
So now we giving Nate Bethea, he got his chance to put his bid back in. If not, we on to some more bidding for the day, baby.
Okay, there you go. Apparently, now this shirt not for sale. My boy Pat Dunn gave me this. It's Hail Maplewood right here.
It's blue and white.
Oh God, we're not doing this again. I'm not as tired and cranky.
I think you need to just look. I think you need to just look in the mirror before you get dressed.
Am I not allowed to wear blue?
You can wear it, but then the conversation was like over the last 2 weeks. Then you go, hey, this shirt not for sale. People don't want it anyway.
Tay W says $250 and he wants the shirt.
$2.50.
Not. It looks like $250.
$2.50.
Dude. So Chris Canty, I think it was this morning or maybe last night. All these ESPN shows are starting to roll out their power rankings and everything. And we'll get to ours tomorrow. How do you feel about people like the national circus, the national hype is coming for Jaden and Washington? How do you feel
I
about
could care less about the national hype. I think we've had enough people locally already giving him enough credit to, and this is my issue with our area and our fan base. They always are so pissed off at the national circuit for not doing this, that, or the other. When the people here are giving them that love, then all of a sudden, if the national circuit starts coming in, then they get worried about it. Why you want it if you're gonna worry about it? You know what I'm saying?
Like
we will go in a situation and, oh man, they're not talking about us. Then when they start talking about it, oh, they don't need to be talking about us. We gotta seek up on people. What the hell do you really want?
Like, where they don't care about their team being on national TV or primetime games or commercials or Stephen A talking about them.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City, Buffalo, Houston. They're not worried about that because the guy has shown they can play to that ability.
Yeah. So I don't know, man.
I'm with you there.
I think the people that are around your team more often, who are there all the time from the beginning of the OTAs when they report all the way through, you might want to listen to them a little bit more than the people that roll in once things are working. You know what I'm saying? Stephen A. and all those guys don't roll in until stuff is already working. They don't come here and tell you what they're going to be. They tell you how they already are.
I got a stat for you. I mean, just trust the numbers if you don't want to trust anything, and don't necessarily book your flight to New Orleans for the Super Bowl yet, but it's okay to be kind of excited. And I don't think if there's an interview with SVP or Jay Glazer or whoever that it's going to impact what happens on Sunday. Like, we have enough. You have the body of work from college. You have everything he has said since he's been drafted. Like, Jaden has just been so consistent. If the defense can improve, you things really get pretty damn interesting here. But I've talked about the EPA stat a lot, and it's not what I like about. We were just talking to Bickle about it. One of the biggest differences to me in using advanced math or analytics or whatever you want to call it is I don't like the subjective stats where I am relying on an anonymous person's scouting acumen or their opinion of what constitutes a win in a pass rush or whatever. Like, that stuff I don't get down with. But the objective information that the folks that apply kind of advanced mathematics to football, that I appreciate. EPA is one of those.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about EPA a bunch. What Jaden's doing, what the offense, what the run game is doing, what the O-line is doing. It's all in unison. Obviously, Jaden is the headliner, right? There's no debate. He's the headliner. But everything offensively is happening as a group. The Commanders lead the NFL in EPA per drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which shouldn't be a surprise considering how efficient they are.
Yeah, they score damn near every time.
Tress has punted once in 3 games.
Yeah.
I mean,
I told him after the game, I said, hey, by the time you show up to work, he said, people, stop giving me a hard time.
They have more scoring drives than incompletions through 4 games. That's
Jeff
astonishing.
has worked more than Tress in the last 3 weeks.
I don't know. Tress still has to hold. you compared him to Jeff.
I'm saying
Compare him to Landfill
he
or
worked
something.
harder than Jeff.
Yes. All right. Commanders are first in EPA per drive, right?
Yep.
The difference between the gap, how sizable their lead is in EPA per drive from 1 to 2, the Bengals are second, is the same as from 2 to 20.
It's the same?
Yes.
Damn.
That's how far ahead they are.
But the thing
This
of
would be
it-
like if
but-
the four of us had a 50-mile bike race.
But see-
You would win by that wide of a margin over the rest
I
of
don't
us.
think y'all gonna finish. But this is what I'll say about it all that, Jay. This is where I'm at with that whole thing. As I look at this football team, everything that people said they couldn't do, they've been doing. People want to knock the offense and knock what's happening, and you just tell me that they are way ahead of everybody when it comes to scoring. How do you win games normally? You score, right?
You got to score.
So, in other words, a lot of this mumbo jumbo stuff we hear and people making themselves look so smart, it's a bunch of crap. Because if you get on the football field and you end up with a touchdown or a field goal consistently, you're probably going to win. They don't throw it down the field as much as some other teams do. They don't do this, that, or the other, but they win. And they're scoring now. And I'm talking about what's happening today. It's for the last 3-4 weeks, not what happened the last 20 years. This group here seems to have found what works for the group that they have, not the group that Kansas City has, not the group that Jameson Williams and how fast he was. Like, that dude could fly, dog. Not for the group the other teams have, but what they have, they do it very well. So to hell with everybody telling them what they should do. I would say, Cliff, Jaden, y'all keep doing what you are doing and not worry about what the hell these stats, these geeks say.
I totally agree. Right now, though, the geeks love them.
Yeah, they love them now because they're doing great. Before they started, they would talk about how awful it was, how things don't work. Oh, Cliff, don't do this. Now that they're
Landfill
doing
was
great,
trolling them yesterday on
now
Twitter.
that they're doing great, they are all on them.
Hate it or love it, the underdogs on top.
They riding them, bro. They riding the jock right now.
All right. I'm glad you cleared that up. Packed baseball day. Wild card starts today. Tigers, Astros at 2:30. Royals, O's 4 o'clock. Mets, Brewers 5:30. 8:30 out west. Braves, Padres. Obviously a massive loss in the world of baseball yesterday.
Yes.
Pete Rose, one of the most complicated legacies but beloved players. A guy that is going to help try to make some sense of it for me. Rick Snyder joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team. Dan Campbell gave game balls to wide receiver Jameson Williams and safety Kirby Joseph last night. Now, that all sounds well and good if you ignore what Jared Goff did. Jared Goff was perfect last night. That's no exaggeration. He went 18 for 18. By the time Campbell realized the significance of Goff's all-time efficient performance, it was too late. He said that he knew that he played well, but he didn't realize that he had set an NFL record. So Kurt Warner had previously held the NFL record for most passes without an incompletion. That he went 10 for 10 back in 2005, but Jared Goff now holds the record at 18 for 18 with no game ball to show for it. Dan Campbell feels very bad about this. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm going to hustle here because I want to get as much time as we can in. Rick Snyder joins us now. Rick has covered every sport there is. I love his old horse racing stories. Rick, what up, man? How are you?
Good, yeah. I've been around since the dawn of sports. So I kind of laughed when they said, "Hey, can you come on and talk about these?" I said, "Oh, okay, it's old man radio stuff." Okay.
It's not old man radio. I think it's complicated.
We just call it experience, Pete.
Yeah.
Rick is experience.
I think it's a complicated legacy. Yeah. So you can read Rick's stuff on 1067 The Fan. You can just follow him and all the Give Me 2 Minutes content at Snide, SNIDE _remarks. But Rick, so Pete Rose, obviously great hitter, obviously this like incredibly hard charging dude. The Reds were a machine the big red machine. That was B. Mitch's team growing up. Tell everybody about Pete Rose, the baseball player.
Yeah. I mean, he started in 1963, played to 86. So when I was a young kid, Pete Rose was a big deal, and everybody ran to first base. Charlie Hustle was a thing, Didn't have particularly a batting stance we copied, but everybody ran to first base and sometimes stole second. That's his legacy down into the youth leagues on there. And he was just a great player. I mean, he's a 17-time All-Star on this. And, Pete was a very aggressive kind of ball player, including that time he knocked Ray Fosse down and ruined his career in the All-Star game. It's an All-Star game, and he plows into him at home plate and ruins that guy's career because it meant everything to him. In the Big Red Machine, that was the game. You only got to watch baseball, particularly Saturday afternoons. And they were on every Saturday afternoon because they were great. Them and the Dodgers.
That's crazy. So what then happened? He becomes manager, and then he gets busted betting on the games, but apparently he never bet on the Reds?
Well, man, I don't think anybody knows the real truth of that, but it was assumed, Paul Giamatti was a commissioner for a hot minute, literally. And he brings in Rose. There's allegations he's bet up to $20,000 a day. Some said it was $2,000 a day. And he said, okay, I bet on football, basketball, and horse racing, but I haven't bet on baseball. But then, reports come out that say, that he was it. They had at least 52 cases. But they never said that whether he bet for or against the Reds on those games. It never has really come out. And if he did, Pete said later in life, I don't know whether to believe Pete anymore about anything he said. He just whatever. So it got into a big legal hassle, and baseball finally decided, okay, tell you what, we're going to put you on a permanent ineligible list, and if you're a good boy, maybe we'll bring you back in a little while. And 8 days later, Paul Giamatti drops dead of a heart attack, the commissioner. So now the next guy is kind of like, I don't know what deal you have with Giamatti, but as far as I'm concerned, you're out of the ball. So Pete Rose kind of got screwed there in a way. Didn't help Giamatti. Giamatti was the father of the famous actor, Giamatti, that you always hear about.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, though. With all this betting on everything today, okay, and all this stuff, and everybody's involved with betting, and if he had never bet on baseball on his teams directly, do you think he at least deserved a chance to get in?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, things like football has banned guys before, too, about, they gave him a year, like Alex Karras. They gave him a year suspension. Okay, so maybe you should have given Pete Rose a year suspension or something. And the deal was kind of like, if you don't make waves, we'll get you in the Hall of Fame. But you know what? You might have to wait till you die. And Pete Rose lasted till now, 83. Wow. So it went even longer than we thought. And Pete, meanwhile, I think he pretty much had run through his money, was doing any kind of QVC, sell baseball, whatever he could get. Because he didn't make a living. But so he had to still be there in the forefront a little. And baseball hated that. They wanted him to just go away. But in Pete's defense, it was like, I deserve the Hall of Fame. He's the all-time career hit leader and games leader. And to me, if they put him on the ballot in January, it's kind of an insult. I think you have to wait a year, just so it doesn't look like that. Wait a year, and then he gets in the Hall of Fame. I mean, the steroids guys aren't kind of getting in, but what Pete did merited maybe a year suspension, maybe 2. And we've seen guys now in the last year in the NFL that have gotten, short suspensions overall for this kind of thing. Because now it's, that's the irony. It's everywhere now. I'm in Vegas last week. I'm looking at the new A's stadium getting ready to be built across the street from the Raiders stadium. I mean, and they've had the Super Bowl, and it's all changed. So why couldn't the Pete Rose's, thing? But it was like baseball had a grudge and just didn't want to give it in to Pete Rose.
And I think, like right now,
how about the Shohei stuff?
Hey, and they swept that under the rug.
For me to hear about Pete Rose's transgressions and Shohei didn't miss an at bat. What are we talking about?
Because Pete was now retired, and Shohei is a big attraction.
He's a big attraction, but they tell you straight about the money. But like I was in Vegas, and I went to this place. I had an autograph sign, and Pete Rose was there. And I asked the guy, I said, Pete Rose? He said, bro, the biggest selling baseball player we have. So he was making his money. Now everything you turn on TV, everybody is now discussing should he be in the Hall of Fame. So we know in this day and age, when you say something with social media, it's going to be a ton of people. So now they're going to give in, and they won't. I think they'll seem even more hypocritical when they let him in.
Yeah, but I mean, are you going to let Bonds in? You're going to let Clemens in one day?
Hell yeah, you should. Barry Bonds is the best baseball player I've ever seen in my life.
Barry was good before he took a steroid.
It is so stupid. They weren't even testing for steroids. It wasn't even MLB policy.
Right. So if you're not positive, you're not guilty.
I don't know.
That's true too. I think time will get those guys in. But Pete Rose served his time.
Served more than his time.
Yeah.
You wish it happened before he passed. For me, I wish it happened before he passed. I just find it all so hypocritical. Rick, while we have you, I'd be absolutely bananas not to ask you your thoughts on Jaden and what at least this Commanders start 3-1.
All summer when I watched practices, I didn't see the ball on the ground very much. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. This, I could tell he's still learning, but I thought this guy's going to be special. To me, I think he's going to be the best quarterback this team has had since Joe Theismann, and that's 40 years ago. Maybe he's better, but people don't give Joe Theismann credit. He won 85 games as a Redskin. He won a Super Bowl and lost one. I mean, nobody else been to 2. I mean, Joe was a great player, just a notch below the Hall of Fame. And I think that's the standard. I think Jaden, we're going to go back 40 years to the last really, really good quarterback. I mean, there hadn't been much anyway between them, but and once you get past, is he better than Theismann? Then you ask the question, is he better than Sonny? Well, 5-10 years from now, we'll know that answer.
That's great. I mean, that's significant, though. What I
love about his runs is how he finds lanes and cuts. You should always cut to the outside, stay safe, but he's really good in open space at running. I love that about him.
Mm-hmm.
And once he learns he doesn't have to do that as much and finds a little more receivers, but this line has given him the freedom to be able to do things. Who expected that?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the guy that everyone has been waiting for. And I've heard from so many fans this week that say, I don't know how to handle with this happiness thing.
Yeah, yeah.
They're still bitter. I got to be bitter. I don't know how to be happy.
That's
it.
because people don't live in the present. People live in the past all the time. But like the thing about what I like about him is he has improved every quarter that he's been playing football here.
Yeah, I mean, I see things that in the summer he wasn't doing that he's doing now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the progression, and he's got the right coaches. For a quarterback, and B-Mitch knows this better than anybody, any NFL player has to fit into the right system really to succeed. And so many coaches take a guy that maybe isn't quite it, but they'll fix him, and it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Shanahan and RG3 were a classic case of that. But here, everybody's all in on Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
And this kid wants to work. He's got the right attitude.
So, Rick, obviously you saw all the success. I mean, hell, you saw Sonny, you saw George Allen, you saw lots of different periods of success. Brian, you were part of, saw the success of the 80s and 90s. I barely saw it. I saw the tail end of it, and what I've seen by and large is bad. And I think younger guys, I just listened to Jeff and White Mike have a conversation about they don't know how to feel with their team being on TV and getting all this love. And I recognize for you guys, it's like, no, that's what it used to be like here. But for a lot of people, they never came close to experiencing that.
Yeah, but they all have been wanting their team on the TV. Now their team on the TV, they don't know how to feel. Why you was asking for it to be on TV then?
Yeah, it's been being around the team kind of reminds me a lot of the Gibbs days where everybody is on the same page, not backbiting in the back rooms. They're not fighting in there. They're all working together, working hard. They have a goal, and you can see it. Now, this team doesn't have the talent of a lot of those great teams. Because, man, I used to walk in the locker room, there's Dexter, there's Jacoby, there's Monk, there's Riggins. I mean, Butts. They don't have that. But you got to get there. But they do have that focus as an organization. It's not that dark gloom that's hanging over the place like past owner. It's all good. And I think that's going to really move them. Already at 3-1, I like to look ahead, and people are like, "Oh no," but why not? Enjoy what's going on. People just can't appreciate what's going on. The thing with the kicker, man, I watch that and go, "Wow, they've got that right." That's an underappreciated thing. I mean, you were scrambling for a kicker, and suddenly you got a guy made 10 of them for you. That's amazing. That was an Adam Peters find, or Peters found that running back. McStevens, he had one career touchdown. He had 2 on Sunday.
Rick,
that's the great part.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for joining us,
Appreciate
man.
you,
Landfill's
Rick,
going to
man.
kill us if we
Good
keep
stuff,
talking.
man.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, bro. Take care.
Rick Snyder, give him a follow at Snide_remarks. Barstool Nate at 11. 50. All right. You hear the music right there of Thomas Rhett. I like this song a lot. Shout out to Landfill for playing it for me. Jeff also confessed that he was 16 when he realized wrestling was fake. But caller number 10, right now, you win 2 tickets to see Thomas Rhett Better in Boots Tour 20. All right. Friday, August 22nd, 2025 at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Thomas Rhett next August.
When is it again?
Next August. That threw me for a loop.
Say it again.
August, this is a tough day for me.
Trinity?
It's a tough day for me. August 22nd, 2025. Woo.
You have to really think about it.
T-Mobile.com/switch. Landfill, those are some of the things I'm not great at saying.
You're so crazy.
Landini, B-Mitch thinks it's crazy, but a lot of Burgundy and Gold fans feel it. Does it make you nervous how much national attention the Commanders are getting?
A little bit. I think the national guys are by and large stupid. So if they're excited about something, that does make me nervous. There's a lot of dumb stuff that goes on those shows, but I've watched the games, specifically the last 3 weeks. They've just been, this isn't a fluke. This isn't like, when we won a game because the ref tackled the other team's safety. This is just, they're going out there and completely, they're just moving the ball down the field, and it seems like nobody can really stop them. I mean, and here's the thing, realistically, they could take like a pretty decent sized step back and still be a good team.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like, I ask this question. What teams do we have to watch all the time? Teams that are good, right?
Yeah.
So if you've been crying for your team to get good, then when they get good, you don't want them to get the treatment that they're going to get. So do you rather them stay where they were? I want to see them on national TV. I want to hear everybody talking about them. But you know what? Them talking about them don't faze me one way or the other, because I've seen it since they reported here in April. You've seen it. Everybody on that beat have seen it. So I'm not shocked at what they're doing, but I know it was coming, because the national don't talk unless you're doing good already.
Right. There can be like a level of, there's expectations and they're exceeding them. And I think some of that is fair. And I think a lot of the things they needed to break right are doing so, right? Like the Allegretti, for instance. Yesterday, Dan Quinn said Allegretti, the x-rays came back fine. That's what Nick told us in the locker room after the game. But the Allegretti signing was a bit of a dice roll, right? Like, you are counting on your evaluation of a player to be correct. Yeah. That doesn't always happen.
It doesn't, but it happens. It happens for other teams all the time.
Right.
So finally, and listen, man, that's that thing out there. We always talk about karma. Maybe the karma of what we had running this whole thing was working against us for all them years.
Totally.
And now that everything is working, and listen, I don't know how good they're going to be by the end of the year, but I feel that things are much better and moving in a more in a better direction than in what it was.
Coleman is a third rounder that people were concerned might not be a tackle.
Yeah.
Sure looks like a tackle. Big Luke has been helping. Some people are like, why are they moving that around? Well, it's working.
Yeah.
Wiley on the right side was a guy that didn't perform that well at times last season. He's performed significantly better this year. You address the center position.
More confident. I don't know.
You know what helps? When you have undeniably, statistically, through 4 games, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
And we talked a lot about Howell last year holding onto the ball and EB not running it enough. Like, all of those, as much as everything is working right now offensively, Jaden deserves a huge amount of credit, but it's working on multiple levels in multiple situations. Last year, things were broken on multiple levels in multiple situations. The O-line struggled, but the quarterback didn't help them. And then the running backs couldn't. There was no separation for the receivers. There was no play action. Like, all these things, they're They're running play action like crazy because they're gashing people on the ground.
Yeah. I had a conversation with someone, and I'm not going to say the person's name or whatever, affiliated with the team, say it like that, young lady. And she was like, we were having the conversation. She said, well, when you're in a family where everybody thinks the same and work for the same thing, good things happen. And she was like, this is where we're at. And I began to sit there and notice and watch ownership. I watched the coaches. I watched Adam. You watch how the players are with each other. You're starting to see a lot of what used to be around here. It's not about one group gets all the love from the ownership. It's not about, we just got to elevate one guy. And the guy that's a star is not, it walks down like he has to get all the good treatment instead of everybody else can get it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So things have changed up. But I understand human nature. It's hard to get over when you've been burnt. You know what I mean? When you've been burned and stuff like that, it's hard to get over it. But eventually you got to stop thinking about what was
On a scale of
and
one,
go what is.
sure. On a scale of 1 to 10, how fired up do you think Barcel Nate is?
And
75.
All we got to do is say Nate, and he gonna talk for the next 20 minutes.
Nate joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Pete Thamel, ESPN's college reporter, is reporting that Gonzaga is set to join the Pac-12 today. Now, this is not official yet, though an announcement is expected later today. The addition of Gonzaga to the Pac-12 as a basketball school comes amid the conference's widespread football expansion. The Pac-12 has added Utah State, Boise State, Fresno State, Colorado State, and San Diego State in recent weeks. Moving over to Major League Baseball, do you remember all the controversy this past spring training revolving Major League Baseball's new uniforms? Remember the pants were see-through, the names on the back were definitely smaller, and it just was all around a horrible look? Well, there's been some action. MLB announced that new uniforms are on the way, going back to the previous iteration of the uniforms that we saw back in like 2023 and the several seasons preceding it. Now, unfortunately, the league says that there isn't enough time for these changes to be completed for every team for the start of 2025, but by 2026, all the uniforms will look back to normal. And outcry works because players will be wearing their team's jersey during the All-Star game. So no more will we see AL and NL themed jerseys. Everybody will be wearing their own team jersey the way it should be. We also have 4 wild card games on deck today, so baseball fans rejoice. It's going to be an amazing day. This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, go to baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Vision.
I wonder if Nate Dogg was in OC this weekend. I wonder if he's on Cloud 9. Our friend Barstool Nate joins us on the BetQL guest line. Hello, Nate Dogg. How we doing, buddy?
Fellas, what a great day. How are you? I am on Cloud 9 to answer your question. I think this is the best Tuesday, October 1st we've had in my 35 years of life.
Which game did you enjoy more? They go on the road for 2 straight. They beat the Bengals in a dominant offensive performance, and then they go beat the Cardinals in a dominant full team performance.
Enjoy more, I would say the Bengals Monday night game, because it was on prime time. It was Jaden's coming out party. The world got excited. It was just a blast to be a part of. It was one of those that's my quarterback moments where, this is all happening. I can't believe this is happening on prime time on the road. And then to turn around and then go to Arizona without going back to Washington and just put an absolute beat down on the Cardinals. As you said, a full team performance. Jaden, once again, just exceeding all expectations. It's it's pretty crazy, but it has to be the Bengals game that we'll remember. Like, hey, remember that time on Monday Night Football when this team became this team. That was the moment.
How different do you feel now at 3-1, first place in the NFC East? I mean, I can give you some stats. Teams that are in first place at the quarter point of the season since 2016 go on to make the playoffs almost 80% of the time. They go on to win the division almost 70% of the time. How do you feel about this team, big picture, where they are, where they're going?
It so far ahead of where I think we all thought this team would be at the 4-week mark in terms of offensive development. The offensive line is doing everything and more. The defense, I think we've called it bend, don't break defense. Didn't really break at all against Arizona.
They didn't even bend much.
Right. Oh, that's what I meant. Sorry, didn't even bend. Never mind break against Arizona, which was so impressive. And I'm trying to remain level. I think we've said it every week is this season should be, I think we said will be a roller coaster. I'm now changing that will to a should be a roller coaster because It's still a rebuilding team. There's still not a ton of depth here and there. We can talk all about that forever. But that Arizona game changed the way I think we should all view this team. This is a first-place team. This is a team humming on every single cylinder possible. This is an offense that does not slow down. There is no take that foot off the gas with this offense. This offense just goes. And I think we saw it when the offense goes, the defense levels up. Maybe they don't have all the talent on paper that the offense has, but they absolutely step up and they feed off this offensive energy. And when that's happening, it's a scary, scary team. They're clearly extremely well coached. The most, like the best coaching we've seen through a month of football. I couldn't even think of a time where we saw everything coming together like this so quickly, so perfectly. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but on JP, if you recall, on June 12th, I predicted that Jaden would have 3,600 yards, 25 touchdowns, 70% completion percentage, 800 more rushing yards on the ground, offensive rookie of the year, and be a playoff team. And all you said was Nate's going to Nate. Yeah, Nate seems like he was pretty accurate on that one.
It's not over yet, Nate. Let's pump your brakes a little bit, damn it. But you know what? I agree with you on this. I said on Sunday, if this defense begins to play like we expect them to play, this league could be in trouble.
Big trouble.
Because I just don't. I like that. The Sunday, we won the game 42-14. We gave up almost 200 yards rushing. That has to stop.
Right. And all the pieces aren't in place. This team has $100 million in salary cap ready to go for this coming up offseason. Once that money gets spent and another draft class comes through and this current team develops and, the weaker parts of the defense and the offense go somewhere else, this is a legitimate team with very good coaching and a young stud quarterback. There's a lot to be excited for.
There really is. Specific to, you said something there about the defense might not have the talent of the offense. I think offensively, clearly you've got Jaden, right? And then you've got Terry and perhaps B-Rob. But, I mean, you look at Jeremy McNichols and Olamide Zaccheaus, the guys that really kind of paced this team in the win over Arizona. And these aren't dudes that people – they weren't high-profile free agent acquisitions. You know what I mean? Like, offensively, they're spreading it around. 9 dudes caught a pass. McNichols went for almost 70 yards, and he only played because Eckler was hurt. I continue to perhaps be – Jaden's in his own category, frankly. I don't know that I've ever been as impressed with a rookie quarterback as I have been with Jaden, and that includes Robert. The accuracy is just so uncanny. The poise, the calmness, and how quickly he has learned. I mean, even as something that I think was far less important than people made it to be with the sliding and the volume of runs. Jaden is fantastic. But if I had to pick a second category, I think it might be the O-line. There were so many questions. Those dudes are mauling. They're running the ball so well. I think you got to kind of circle back to the front office and the evaluation and the team they put together.
And that is my number one hat tip, hand up. Maybe I was wrong. I was terrified that this offensive line was not going to be able to protect Jaden. I was horrified that this front office did not do enough to give Jaden, a rookie quarterback, the protection that he would need to go through his reads and make the throw. And Jaden gets the ball out extremely fast. And Cliff is just calling perfect games for him, doing everything he can for Jaden. And they are working so perfectly together. It's synergy. It's like this yin and this yang that you can't even explain how well this is working. But yeah, the offensive line are just some dogs up there doing everything and more for this team. And I was terrified that it was not going to look like this. I'm so glad that I was wrong about the offensive line.
Oh, hell, everybody taking. Let me just do my little victory lap too. Then I'm
Go ahead.
No, but I said earlier, if they help to chip on the tackles early on and allow them to grow, they'll be a better team. If the quarterback gets the ball in his hands, the offensive line will look better. I think they look a lot better than what they are because he does not hold on to the ball. I think they played great. But I think if he was a guy who holds it like Sam
100%.
did, it'll still look the same.
And I think Sam held it too long. They didn't run it enough last year. Those two things have also been remedied.
Mhm.
I think that's a huge part of this. And Nate, let us ask you, because I don't know where you land on the analytics versus eye test kind of debate. But a lot of the analytics folks thought Cliff couldn't call plays and that Jaden wasn't going to work in the pros. You don't want to get too – actually, I know you fairly well. You probably want to get directly up in those people's face.
Don't worry, I've been doing it for you already, Nate.
Where do you think this lands now that they have at least started absolutely red hot?
It's a silly conversation. Like, analytics does its job, but Cliff Kingsbury is able to tailor his offensive play calling around Jaden Daniels' talent. And that's what we hoped would happen, is he wouldn't make Jaden change. He would change for Jaden. And together they have put together just the perfect offensive game plan in every game this season, easing him into the NFL game, not making him, look at yesterday's Miami Dolphins game where they have Snoop as the quarterback, but they didn't simplify the offense as far as I could tell. They kept the same, Mike McDaniel weird offense for a quarterback who clearly was not able to run that offense. And I was like, this is just so dumb of Mike McDaniel. I don't know what happened to his brain that he can't coach properly anymore. And Cliff is doing the complete opposite. He allowed Jaden to get comfortable in the NFL game. Everybody was saying, oh, well, he's not throwing downfield. And I sat here and said, good. I don't want him to make throws or attempt throws that he's not comfortable making quite yet. And I didn't think they would open the playbook this much until halfway through the season, maybe a week 8. But Jaden has acclimated so quickly and so well, and Cliff has done such a great job. And then Jaden just has the intangibles to get rid of the ball, to not take sacks, to not force throws into tight windows. And he's able to scramble and pick up first downs when he needs to. And he's just doing that all on instinct and brains and just really good blocking and just a really good offensive scheme that's allowing him to use his talent to the best of his abilities. And we're seeing it, and it's like watching Picasso paint. And honestly, I'm gushing because you really, JP, as you said, you're just so impressed by everything he's doing. So young, so inexperienced NFL, that's jaw-dropping. It truly, truly is.
I watched the game last night, and Detroit, to me, are very similar to what Cliff is running right now. They run the ball effectively, and their quarterback gets the ball in his hand. Hell, Goff was 18 of 18 last night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you run it effectively, you know what you get a lot? One-on-one matchups. Because they got to put somebody in the box. And if you can run it effectively, now your quarterback gets a chance. And as JP would always say, when you have the anticipatory type passes,
you can make those throws.
If you can make those on a consistent basis, and you got one-on-one, you throw it out front, and the guy can keep running, you're going to have success. And Jaden does that terrifically on the move, for that fact.
Yeah, and Brian Robinson, we have to at least say his name.
I love Brian.
200-yard games already this season, averaging 4.7 a carry. He's just such a tank. He's such a beast. He's having such a great season.
One thing that was really cool throughout training camp, speaking about B-Rob, is just how excited he was.
He was
and
smiling like hell, wasn't he?
How much he had to hold back, because he's a nice person and doesn't want to take shots at anybody. But for him to talk about last year and the struggles, he felt very underutilized, and there was just so much going wrong. And I think he is so happy with the way this thing has. Who the hell? How could you not be? Right? Nate Dogg, I think you're uniquely qualified to discuss this. I posted a Twitter poll a little while ago. We might open the phones on this.
Okay.
But Jeff is 30. White Mike is what, 26?
Mike ain't that old, I don't think.
Yeah, he could be 24 for all I know. How old are you, Nate Dogg? You're like 35?
I'm 35, turning 36 on October 10th. That's 9 days from today. Is my birthday. Don't forget.
All right. Happy birthday in advance.
Come out here and take us out to get some drinks.
I will buy beers if you come to town. How about that?
That's because you know you're not coming, Nate.
That's a fair point. But seriously, you have never seen this team have any real success. I got to catch the tail end of it. I saw the Super Bowl Brian won as a kid. But for a lot of people, there's a lot of angst surrounding all the national attention this team is getting.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's like when you have a favorite band and they blow up, and you're like, no, you're not allowed to like them now because
Right.
they have a hit song. I liked them before they had that hit song. But then you have, it's still cool though. Like, it's cool to see them all over the ESPN and everybody tweeting about how awesome Jaden is, because the alternative is what we've dealt with over the last 20 whatever years is the laughingstock, the lawsuits, the stadium dropping poop water on everybody, all that other stuff becoming the news about your team was embarrassing. It became, you wear a Washington hat on vacation and people make fun of you. Oh, that's your team? No, that sucks, dude. Like, it was really, it was brutal sometimes rooting for this team, a lot of the time rooting for this team under the old regime. So now that we have the new one and we have the quarterback and we're getting all this positive attention, it's a little weird, sure, but it's great. We should relish in this. And other teams want to be us. Bears fans are in hell right now wondering if they took the wrong quarterback. I love it. I love watching those Bears fans squirm, wondering if they have to start all over again next year with a new quarterback because Caleb can't stop crying after losing games. So yeah, I'm very much enjoying the ride. It would be sweet if we were America's new team. I wouldn't mind that at all.
All that said, what do you think for Sunday against the Browns?
It cannot be one of those trap games. Cannot be one of those games where everybody expects, us to come out and lay a beat down at home on the Browns and then we go out and lay an egg. That's not what this team should do, and I don't think it's what this team will do. It's very easy to come off these last 2 weeks high and come in underestimating the Browns. This is still the NFL. Any given Sunday, all those cliches are very true. They're cliches for a reason. Any team can beat any team any given day. We just got to stay focused. Jaden has to continue doing exactly what he's doing. And this defense and the special teams unit, if they even get on the field, besides the kick an extra point, just have to keep doing what they're doing. Letdown games stink. They're hard to watch. And good teams don't have, great teams don't have those sort of weeks. Let's be one of those great teams that doesn't have that sort of weeks. I guarantee that's what Dan Quinn has been telling them all week, or will be telling them all week.
Two little nuggets that you're both going to like.
Go ahead.
The Dotson trade to Philly was a third rounder, right?
Yeah.
That was actually Miami's third rounder that Philly had already.
Mm-hmm.
Miami right now, that's a top 5 pick. So you're talking about a top 5 third round pick, which makes that not only it was already a top 100 pick. You're talking top 70, which is pretty interesting.
Yep.
The other thing, Nate Dogg.
Well, JP, we had to lose Jahan Dotson, and he's tearing it up in Philadelphia, right?
The other thing interesting, the Eagles still installed as heavy favorites as the division winner. The Eagles right now are plus 110. The Commanders and the Cowboys plus 240.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been betting on Philly's demise all year.
See, we keep you betting on their demise, but we are overly concerned about what other people think they are.
B.
Let them play it out.
I like the Commanders at plus 900 in July to
Let
win
them play it out.
Play the tape. Nate Dogg, we got to bounce.
All right. See you guys after another win on Sunday. I'll be back with you on Tuesday.
Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Come on down to Northwest Stadium.
Not this Sunday. I will be there this season, though.
All right. See you, buddy.
Yeah.
That is our friend, Mr. Eric Nathan, Little Nate X at Barstool Nate. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You look at the whole NFC. A lot of questions about who's the best. You can make a real case that Washington in the NFC is among the best. Maybe you believe in Minnesota and Sam Darnold. But at 3-1, they're in the conversation. There are interesting theories. They're talking about this thing nationally. Some people are freaked out. Some people are quite cool with it. Some people don't think it matters. I land in the it doesn't matter what Shannon Sharp thinks. It matters what the 53 men in the room think. Phone lines open. Taking your calls. Next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team. A former Jacksonville Jaguars employee who stole more than $22 million from the team is now suing FanDuel in federal court. He's claiming that the sportsbook exploited his gambling addiction and intentionally ignored its responsible gaming and anti-money laundering protocols. So, an attorney for the old employee alleges that FanDuel incentivized him to keep playing daily fantasy sports despite exhibiting signs of a gambling problem. Now, according to the court documents, he had transferred approximately $20 million over to FanDuel during the time he was using the app. In return, the sportsbook gave him $1.1 million in credit, as well as trips to the Super Bowl, college football playoff championship game, the Masters in 2021, and in 2022. Do you want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I'm bummed, man. This band I like's playing the anthem tonight, but it ain't gonna happen for me. Everybody that goes to see Vampire Weekend tonight, enjoy yourselves. Landfield, simple question, buddy. There's a ton of national attention on the Commanders. I posted the Twitter poll. How do you react? That's awesome. They deserve it. Doesn't matter, or it freaks you out. A lot of people have voted. Votes pretty split. How you voting?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I would say that it's awesome. One of the things that totally sucks about being a fan of this team is that for years, anytime you try to watch kind of like national football coverage, they're never talking about your team. If you try to listen to a podcast where we break down all 32 NFL teams, by the time they get to the Commanders, it's like, they suck. Next.
Right.
It's infuriating. So to actually hear him get talked about a little bit is pretty nice.
I remember as a kid, this shouldn't shock people, but I was obsessed with sports. And back then, the only media you got, I read the Post every day. I watched George Michael every night. And every other time there'd be a mention of the Redskins, I got so excited. And it was largely just Sports Illustrated, which I read cover to cover every week. And now, like, the entire notion of national media is kind of flawed. I mean, just look at the people calling on hold right now. There's a dude in Connecticut. There's a dude in Chicago. Like, every media is kind of national at this point. You can access whatever you want, wherever you want it. But the big national platform programs, McAfee, Good Morning Football, you know what I mean? Like the big stuff, Shannon and Stephen A. Of course, they're talking about the Commanders.
What else would they be talking about?
They've been freaking great.
To be honest with you, national media starts talking about them. We already know what's going on. We're into it every day. Now they are talking about it because we have arrived. They're not going to sit there and not talk about it because they lose out. You know what I mean? So it's not for our benefit that they're talking. It's for their benefit. But the ultimate thing is, when you're good, you're talked about. When you're not talked about.
I totally agree. I think folks should be excited, man. This is an exciting time. I think at the worst, you just shouldn't care. I don't know about the folks that are nervous. Let's start with Ryan in Connecticut. Ryan, what up, dude?
How we doing, guys? So
Good, man.
I'm excited for the national media. It's like the last time we got national media coverage and it was cool to be a Commander Washington fan was when RG3 was the quarterback. Because even when we had Kirk Cousins and things were kind of good at that moment, we always had to talk about the contract, the franchise tag, the controversy with Kirk. And this is the first time we're getting just so much love. It's incredible. And JP, I was like you when it was like came down to the media in Connecticut. I got all my Redskins or Commander stuff or Washington stuff from the Washington Post. The only thing I'm waiting to see, like the crowning achievement besides making the playoffs, is there's a famous clip on Twitter that shows during the RG3 days what the stadium looked like when it was packed, crowded, and everyone was going nuts. We're winning. Everyone's talking about us. I don't know if it'll happen this Sunday, but I do believe that we're a win or two away from the stadium being packed to the gills with Washington fans, where it's not like, oh my gosh, 40% of his fans are Dallas or
Dude,
Philly or
I
Cleveland.
think it's a great call, Ryan, and thanks, pal. I think that'll be packed this weekend, and I think it'll be packed this weekend. The Browns have a huge fan base, and I think people kind of sleep on how much Cleveland loves the Brownies, right? But I think this weekend could be that game where it is packed with folks loving the team.
It's very possible. But I'll be honest with you. When I would walk out of a locker room and I look into the stands, if I saw the majority as our fans, all I cared about, because I figured that football fans love football. And if they can get into a game, they're going to get into a game. Once the game started, I didn't care about the stand because I felt our play would dictate who's going to be cheering and who's not going to be cheering. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just think that we are still trying to get back to being regular football, where we talk about our play and not all the outside stuff. We're still talking about other teams. We used to talk about stuff that had nothing to do with football.
A lot.
Other team fans and all that. Our team is good enough to where we should be able to have that discussion about what's going on right now and not worry about all the other crap.
So if you look at the Twitter poll I posted of the national attention, we've got over 1,300 votes. 44% of people say that's awesome that they're on McAfee, right?
Mm-hmm.
About 20% say it doesn't matter. Whether they do or don't talk about him doesn't matter. I mean, I can't imagine those players are paying a ton of attention. They do pay a little bit of attention.
Oh, they pay attention.
36% vote the Jeff Walker way, that it freaks them out.
I'm glad the majority is on the other two.
If you just consider between they're not worried about it and think it's cool, you're talking about 65%. So
I would ask this question to Jeff. When you think the team is good, do you not want the national media talking to them? Like when they're not talking about, do you get upset?
Hold on.
I'm asking the question.
No, like I'm not freaked out. Like I think this word freaked out is being used wrong. Like I'm not freaked out like, oh my gosh, they talking about us, we're gonna do wrong. I'm freaked out like, dude, every time we turn on the TV, we're seeing the Commanders.
So it's
like,
a positive freak out.
Yeah, this is a positive freak out. Like,
okay. So Chris Bryant, Hard Farmer Chris, replied to me on Twitter, it freaks me out. And I don't know
I'll ask Chris then. When they're not talking about the team, or you're pissed off. If you're pissed off when they're not talking about your team, enjoy when they're talking about your team. Because it should tell you that your team is damn good.
I like this from Freem on Twitter. He said, I was a Tim Duncan fan while he was at Wake Forest and followed him to the Spurs. I knew he'd succeed in the NBA, but right off the bat, his incredible play removed the ceiling from his team's possibilities. And it felt great to see it validated by media. This feels like that.
So, in other words,
I kind of like that.
Local media means nothing. That's the question I'm asking.
I think it's more of a thing.
You paid attention.
Like the whole thing
Put your
about
TV
it
on NBC4.
The whole thing about it is this, though. When you have more information, and normally local teams have more information than the national.
100%.
When the national media rolls in once thing is going good, and that's when you say, oh, it validates?
See, you got to look at it like this, B. And it's different coming from a fan perspective. For so many years, we couldn't even talk trash to people. Like we'll be like, oh, they'll be like, oh, you a Redskins fan? And then it'll just be downhill from there, you know?
I understand
that. Then it's like when you see the top 10 plays, or when you hearing, when you're just watching constantly other teams, you have pride for your team. So even if it was just Alfred Morris breaking a run and doing a baseball celebration, we were excited for that. For so many years, we have not seen that. And when we have seen it, it wasn't a thing that we've seen where it's like yo, we're doing this and it could only get better. It could get better from here. You know, it's not like, oh, we got our one. We played hard this game, or that was a tough one we pulled out. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it this weekend. Now it's like, yo, there's no such thing as Ashburn syndrome anymore.
But see, that's what I'm saying.
Ashburn syndrome can mean
People
many
are
things.
losing
Now
their
it can just
mind
be excitement.
because they're getting love for their team. Is what I'm saying. You can't explain that to me to make me ever think that's cool.
See,
No.
Why are we getting love though?
No, you're excited about it. I'm talking about the people that, don't talk about them. They're gonna start messing up.
Oh yeah, nah.
Football players don't think like that. That's not true football fan mindset. You always think your team gonna be good.
This reply from David Bovey: the fan base is used to failure and won't trust success until it's sustained. That's what 3 decades of a team being a punchline does to a fan base.
Okay, understandable. But you know what? They're talking about your team, and your team is good. You ain't gonna keep it hidden under a rock.
If you want a good team, and frankly, you can't hide this team under a rock, I would call John Leahy and the Fine Living team. Nobody knows real estate in this area better than our guy, John.
Just like Erica. Erica had always wanted to move on up to a bigger home, but she had a condo in North Bethesda, which she had to sell first. Connecting with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group immediately put her on her right path. The end result was multiple offers and a sale in only 5 short days for 17% over the asking price. If you think there are no guarantees in life, then you need to check out our friend John Leahy's Guaranteed Sale Program. Get that ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. John offers flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Listen, B-Mitch kind of lays out the personal stories that people working with John have success. We know some of our listeners that have found homes through John. He was able to find them exactly what's in their price range, exactly what they're looking for, the specific neighborhood, specific distance to the metro, all of those kind of things. Whatever your specifics are, reach out to John, because that's what he does, is he finds the specifics. Yep. And if you're looking to sell your house, think about calling John. If you're unsure if it's the right time, he can let you know what your house is worth. And he can let you know if you throw a little money into that thing, it might pay you back 2 or 3x. Those are the kind of reasons I would call John. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Appreciate that, Landfill. Not going to make it tonight, but I hope the folks that do enjoy. I saw them at 930 Club in 2007. That was a show. We're going to the phones right away. Jonesy's there. Jonesy, how you feeling about these Commanders? Seems like the whole world loves them.
Hey, look here, man. I'm feeling real good about them Commanders. What's up, JP? What's up, B. Mitch?
What up, brother?
Hey, listen up. I'm gonna say this about Chris Canty. He was calling this thing way off back here in the springtime when we drafted Jaden Daniels. He said, "Man, this team is now gonna take off. You just watch what I tell you." And he's pretty much downgrading the other teams in our division, which I ain't doing all of that yet because we seen how the things do turn around. But right now, we're on a mission. And D-Mitch, you called it. You said that defense is going to slowly, surely come around. Like you said, we didn't have no real preseason, and the preseason is not the way it used to be when you played. Because believe it or not, y'all came on the field rolling. Whereas though now the defense is outside of preseason coming on real slow these days. It takes them into the regular season to get their legs up underneath them. But we coming along. I ain't mad. And my thing is, I got the faith, man. And believe it or not, thanks for me being able to put that hat on my head, being able to walk around in Ming mug for the last 3 weeks now.
Thanks, buddy.
Hopefully I get to do it again. I'm out.
I think a lot of people are wearing Commanders gear with pride right now.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jalen in Richmond. Jay, what do you think about everybody talking about the Skins?
What's going on, JP, B. Mitch?
What's happening, brother?
I'm excited. I'm not freaked out by the national media attention. It comes with the territory when you're winning. I feel like that, it's definitely a great thing, but I trust that the guys in that locker room understand that they haven't, won anything significant yet. We still have a lot to prove. I hope, that we stay hungry and we continue to play the way that we're playing. And that's all I have to say, fellas. I appreciate you guys taking my call. Hell to the burgundy and gold.
All right, man.
Thanks, buddy. Good call right there. Only Jeff's freaked out, apparently. Nate is in DC. Nate, what up?
Hey, what up, y'all?
What up, bro?
No, I can't complain at all. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things real quick. I'm just here and get out of it. Basically, everybody that's talking about, don't get your hopes up too high. To heck with all of that, man. I'm not about to curb my enthusiasm. This has been a long time waiting. I do want to shout out Mitchell Rails and Josh Hurd. Well, first of all, setting us free from the curse that we was under for so long, and then they brought in a badass guy named Adam Peters, and he assembled this beautiful team together for us. And we haven't been feared like this on the field since we had Sean Taylor. And prior to that, since a guy named Brian Mitchell used to play with Art Monk and Ricky Sanders and Joe. Man, we did that back then. Like, we getting back to the days of glory. So thanks for taking my call, y'all.
Right,
thanks,
bro.
Nate. Appreciate you. I like
That's
the
the
way
right thing you feel.
I like the way he said Ricky Sanders. He said it like it was like Rick E. Sanders, like Chuck E. Cheese. Our boy Sean is in Falls Church. Shawnee, talk to me, dude.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys taking my call. I think it's heavy as the head that wears the crown. I mean, we all talk about the Patriots in their day, and we talk about the Chiefs now, but like they take the questions and then they focus on them. They focus on the 53. I think Jaden is the right guy for that. I mean, he's had all the national media attention when he was at LSU, and so this is cute for him. He's like, all right, what do you got? What's next? I don't think that he's ever bothered by this, and I think that's huge for the team.
There you have it.
Yeah.
You played at LSU at that level. That kid doesn't blink, man. He didn't blink after the pick. He didn't blink after beating Burrow.
That's the thing.
You can't have a letdown when you don't get too high.
I understand. I think more like Jaden thinks than most people that's calling in here think. Because I understand. You watch him and you see he's not concerned about anything. Now, when Robert was here, I was concerned about the national media talking about it. You know why? Because I know he immediately was reacting to all of it. But you got players now that don't react to it. They know that they got to depend on each other in the locker room. And that's all that matters. So if we have reached the pinnacle now where you want to talk about it's cool. I'm not gonna get worried about it. Let's go. Because that's what we wanted anyway. We ultimately wanted them to be good enough to start getting national recognition. Then they get it, and now I'm a freak out? No.
I went to the University of Maryland. I mentioned that a few times. When I was there, they were awesome at basketball. Shout out to Gary Williams, Juan Dixon, Lonnie Baxter. Love you guys. Lots of others too. They were playing Duke on ESPN, playing Carolina. Wake was good then. They'd have non-conference matchups with Arizona and stuff, playing at Madison Square Garden. They were awesome, so everybody knew about them. Like, if you were a college basketball fan, if you were a Kansas fan, a Syracuse fan, a UCLA fan, you knew about Maryland then because they were awesome. How many people know nothing now? What do you think I would prefer?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Take it. Los, last one. How you feeling about the Commanders getting all this love?
Hey, look, man, I'm feeling great. I love it. But I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not as excited as I was back in 2005 when, and I'm 32 years old. I'm excited now, but I think I was more excited as a kid during that 2005 season when we went 5 in a row with Mark Burdell, Todd Collins, Santana Moss. You know, hell, Casey Ravok was our center. You know, or like, you know, Marcus Washington.
Hold on. Los, I love you. You're a friend of the program. You were more excited about that team than this team?
Hey, look, maybe that's just a kid in me.
They won 5 games in a row.
We won 5 games in a row. I was a nostalgic person. That was when Sean Taylor, I think, dove into the end zone versus the Eagles and all. That was when we beat the Cowboys 35-7. Todd Collins came in and won the
Thursday
game
night
for us
against
Mark
the Bears.
Yes. So, yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I'm excited. I don't own anything Commanders, but I will own a Jaden Daniels Commanders jersey. Best believe that. But trust me, I'm excited.
Thank you, buddy.
Hi, bro.
Here's my difference with that team and really a lot of these teams. Jaden seems like something entirely different. And that's what I thought during the draft process. That's why I thought the pick should be Jaden the whole time.
He is something entirely different, Jake. But you know what? Those guys at that point, they cared about winning. They don't care how it is or when it's going to be. They were winning at that moment.
I think Jaden cares too. Mike Silver joins the program next.
The Pac-12 is adding Gonzaga as a member in all sports the school plays starting in July 2026. The conference made it official this morning with an announcement. So Gonzaga is going to bring a rich basketball tradition to the refurbished Pac-12 as the Zags have reached the round of 16 in the NCAA tournament 9 consecutive times. Now, Gonzaga is in the overhauled Pac-12. They're their 8th member, but it does not count as the league's 8th full-time member as the school doesn't have football. So the Pac-12 still needs to add another member to reach the minimum conference thresholds. Now, baseball, today we have postseason action. 2:30 p.m. Tigers take on the Astros. 4 p.m. the Royals face the Orioles. 5:30 p.m. you have the Mets versus the Brewers. And your night game tonight, that'll be the Braves versus the Padres. Bad news for the Braves, though. Chris Sale, who was scratched for his Game 2 start yesterday, is not expected to be available for the wild card round. He's experiencing back spasms. And the Astros, good news and bad news for them. Good news, Jordan Alvarez, he is on the roster for the wild card series. He hasn't played in a game since September 22nd when he sustained a right knee sprain. However, he is in the lineup at DH. Bad news, though, Justin Verlander was left off the Astros wildcard roster. He last pitched on Saturday night. He's won 2 of his last 3 starts after missing 2 months with neck discomfort, but he will not be available for the wild card. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. It's very wet here. I don't know. Oh, damn. Doc just decapitated a bobblehead. I'm not going to say who because people will think it was intentional. Right now, we're getting to the BetQL guest line. Going right to the BetQL guest line. Don't want to waste any time. We get to talk to Mike Silver. Mike, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man.
We're doing great,
How
man.
you been?
Obviously, your career is unparalleled, but you got a new book out today. Why is everything? Story of football, rivalry, and revolution. How excited are you for the book launch day? What's that feel like?
It feels really good. Of course, I'm on my way to an airport because you know how that goes. But you guys, I'm really excited to be talking to you because there is a whole lot of Dan Snyder dysfunction for your reading enjoyment.
I mean, you know what's interesting is we've kind of lived it, and I feel like with your book audience, it'll be really, really eye-opening.
Riveting.
To like kind of a national crowd, right?
Yeah, and you know, I couldn't put all of it in, obviously, but there are some things in there that I don't think have been covered, which you're going to enjoy. Like, for example, apparently Dan Snyder tried to strip Kyle of play calling after the 2011 season, and Mike successfully beat that back. After the 2012
Who did he want
season,
to call plays instead of Kyle? Mike?
Mike.
Okay.
He wanted Mike to do it. And then after the 2012 season, you know, coming off the RG3 injury and the playoff loss, Mike Shanahan goes in and tells Dan Snyder, we need to trade Roberts. The rest of the league doesn't know what we know. It's not going to be as good. His value is incredibly high. We can build it around Kirk Cousins and get a bunch of picks back, and it'll be great. And it was not, as you could imagine, it was not met with a great reception, but that's pretty wild that was already where things were at that point.
Wow. Dude, I mean, all of it just such a disaster back then. And what's really impressive, though, is kind of the amount of people Shanny built out on that staff. I mean, you talk about Matt LaFleur, Raheem Morris, the McVay stuff is so well documented. What is it like for Mike to look back at his legacy? I mean, I know you've covered Mike Shanahan a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool for him. Obviously, as a father, he's heavily invested in Kyle and the 49ers. There's they joke that there's a Shanacam at 49er headquarters, which what that means is they better get video of practice and meetings that day to Mike, wherever he is, so he can watch, because he likes to stay on it. And by the way, because I was spending all this time with Mike Shanahan for this book in 2022, he was all over Brock Purdy early, like after OTA footage on tape. I have receipts in a way that I can't imagine Kyle was even, figuring out. Like Mike Shanahan was calling Brock Purdy unbelievably early. But, I think he's proud of all those guys. And it's funny because there's a quote from Sean McVay in there and talking to all of them. The scars of that experience still resonate because of the way they revered Mike and saw him not only get fired, but just get thrown through the blender. And I know he's not blameless either. But when that was done, Mike Shanahan, who should be a Hall of Fame coach, never got another opportunity and, was so damaged by the experience. I think that was kind of halting for all of them, obviously, especially Kyle. But, I remember at the time, it's funny because usually when you look back at these epic collection of people on the same staff, it's like, and then they won the Super Bowl. But like this one, it's like, and they went on a hot streak and they hosted a playoff game. But in the league, it always felt big. Like years later, people like, man, they took that whole outside zone scheme stuff, drift, one pass play, and nobody ever caught up. And and the crazy game in Cleveland where they went back and ran their normal offense with Cousins. Like, it was a pretty noteworthy thing. And yet, as we see in the book, these guys had to keep coaching for their jobs, for a number of years. Kyle in Cleveland and then Atlanta. Sean obviously stayed. And we also get into Chris Foerster come back.
Let's throw him on hold, Jeff. See if you can kind of lock that down. It's just cutting in and out a little too much, but
I would. The question I'm going to ask you when you come back is basically like, I understand, like he said, Mike is not void of any blame himself. He has some blame, but why do you think he didn't get another chance? Because I think some owners, although Dan was what he was, there are owners out there who say he challenged it. If he stepped up and was just dismissing what I'm saying, then will he do it to us too? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think we got Mike back. Go ahead and ask him. Mike, I don't know.
The question I was asked is like, why you think he didn't get another chance? Because I know people knew how Dan was. People knew that. But they also saw him publicly kind of just dismissing what the owner is saying. And I think a lot of owners kind of feared that as well.
Yeah, it feels to me, it's a great question. It feels to me like it just gets so nasty and toxic that it sullies everybody. And I remember at the time, because I had just gotten NFL Network and I was going on TV on Thursday nights and Sundays with Ian Rappaport and trying to, talk about the breaking news and all that. And I remember laughing, thinking like, Dan Snyder, like he's used to dealing with Jim Zorn or someone. Like he does not know what he's dealing with in terms of Mike and his ability to, manipulate the narrative and get his side out there. So
totally, dude. When things went sideways that 2013 season, Shanny could lob nuclear missiles just as well as Dan could. Probably better, frankly.
Yes, although depending on your view of what happened with the emails and Gruden, it's possible that Dan may have escalated things to another level. Who knows?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're totally right. Mike, I want to lean on the amount of football you've seen, right? And one kind of what Washington's doing now with Jaden Daniels is really impressive. And a lot of people make the comps to RG3, but I look back on that 2012 season, and basically when Kyle unveiled the read option with Robert, the league really hadn't seen that, and it caught people by surprise and kind of took over the league for a little while. Kaepernick started running it with the Niners. They got to the Super Bowl. Jaden, to me, they're not doing anything that is brand new or unfounded or a surprise. And to me, that's why this looks a lot different than 2012. I'm curious if you agree or see that differently?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that was a distinguishing characteristic of this group and that we saw in 2012, somewhat out of necessity, is that instead of the old school, like, hey, we're going to make this guy learn our system and fit into what we do, they were willing to be totally pliable. Like, he's only operated out of the pistol. He's our guy. Fine. We'll transport our entire system into the pistol, which is complicated, but that was a cool way of thinking that wasn't prevailing. I think now it's much more in the NFL geared toward, all right, how can we make this person shine, and even if we have to change our system? And, Dan Quinn obviously is great at this and understands that. But I got to when they show the highlight in New Orleans of RG3 throwing the long touchdown at the beginning to Carson, and I just remember feeling like something is happening, and this is weird and different. But that pass Daniel threw while getting clocked at the end of that game, I mean, I know he's been great anyway, but I just, put that one in a time capsule. That didn't feel like, oh, they're running some cool stuff for the kid. He's catching people off guard. That felt like this guy is a, stone cold killer who was here. And this fan base, as you know, deserves it so much. And I'm just praying that everything stays the way I think it is. And by the way, it's like, I don't watch every game, but every time I look up, he's like, 19 of 21. I'm like, I think that's pretty good. When you complete like at least 85% of your passes as a rookie in the NFL, that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. I can tell you, like, I know through the Shanahan years, and then when you were doing your work here with Ron, it is night and day different over there. It is like how they treat the media, how they treat this, everything has changed significantly. Sticking through the book, though, I know the why is everything today, wherever you buy it, Amazon. Amazon's got to be the powerhouse, right? The powerhouse of everything else.
I mean, listen, however you can get it in your hands and have it count towards the sales, I am all for it. So I would say support your local bookstore for sure, because I am a big fan of those. But if you can click right now and add to the tally, I am 100% supportive of it. I will buy you a drink, whoever you are, wherever you are, in some bar.
Be careful with that, Mike. You've been,
yeah. You buy you one at Harry and
oh man, that was kind of like where you go to regroup in theory, but I don't remember us regrouping a whole lot. I just remember us reloading.
Felt a lot more like hitting the gas than collecting our thoughts. But dude, let me ask you this as it relates to Kyle. What Kyle has put together as a head coach, what they've built in that team with the Niners, they're loaded, and they've now been to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years. But does it start to feel like it's Super Bowl or bust for Kyle?
Yeah, I think it started to feel that way when he was the coordinator in Atlanta, and they were, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I'm told they were up 28-3 in the third quarter of Super Bowl 51.
Mm-hmm.
And, he goes and takes the San Francisco job right after that. So, yeah, look, they've been to 4 conference title games in 5 years. They've had leads in the fourth, or a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of one of the Super Bowls, a 10-point lead earlier in the other one, 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game against McVay and the Rams in 2021. And then there was the one in Philly where they ran out of quarterbacks, and it was a disaster. But, yeah, they've been knocking on the door. It is, these windows in the NFL are fleeting. You got to seize them. The only thing I would say is he believes he's found his guy in Purdy, and I would agree with him, a guy who is elite and ascending. And so when you have a coach who's that skilled in terms of scheming it up and calling it, and a quarterback who is ascending and already that good, I feel like maybe the window stays open a lot longer than we think, even as those guys age out and they can't pay everybody.
All right, as soon as he get paid. Because as good as that team, as good as that roster is, if he gets the bag, they can't pay all those guys. Like they got a hell of a
no.
roster around him right now.
That is 100% true, and that is why this year I have likened to The Last Dance. It's not the same. The Bulls had already won all those championships, but definitely it's going to look a lot different. Like Ayuk and Debo, I can't see them both being back next year. They just paid Ayuk, but now he's acting some kind of way because they made him change his shorts on the practice. I don't know if you saw the video on that for Friday, but
no, what was that?
He just got a $120 million extension, and I guess he showed up to practice wearing red shorts. By the way, during individual, this happened while media were there, and Kyle didn't want him wearing red. He wanted him wearing black, and they had a conversation. And then on the video, you see Ayuk like throwing his gloves, throwing his shoes, kicking his shorts as he takes them off, drops trow on the field, and puts some black shorts on. So I could see if he did that during his hold in, but it just seemed weird. Like, listen, man, if you give me a 4-year, $120 million extension, I'll tell you right now, you can dress me up like a clown. You can put me in a tutu. I'll even wear Stanford clothes every day as a Cal guy. Just as long as the direct deposit goes to the right place.
Sure. Dude, there was plenty of reporting during the Brandon Ayuk stuff. Does it feel like Washington maybe dodged a bullet with this guy? He's obviously a great player, but this whole summer I found his antics to be somewhere between normal contract negotiations where you push the gas on everything to just hyper annoying, please stop. And I imagine the Niners felt that way at some point.
Yeah, in fact, John Lynch was on the phone to trade him to Pittsburgh, and then Ayuk came in and changed his mind for the 79th time this summer and told Kyle he wanted to stay. And Kyle literally had to sprint upstairs to keep Lynch from possibly consummating a deal. So, yeah, I mean, Adam Peters knows about Ayuk, and there's some good things about him, too. And he's come a long way from his junior college days and his rookie days when he was in the doghouse. But, I'm looking at it now, and I'm going like, well, if they had traded for Ayuk, maybe Jaden's completion percentage could get into, like, the high 90s, instead of where it is now. 'Cause he's obviously struggling. No, I like the fact that Washington showed restraint here. I mean, obviously they would have loved to get him, but even their second round pick next year, that's got value. And giving up a player like the 49ers would have tried to get like Sam Cosby or somebody that I don't think Washington would have wanted to give up.
For sure. Last one for me, Mike. You've got to know Peters fairly well. His reputation here in Washington, and I've gotten to know him somewhat, and just total class act. It's very rare to me, and this is one thing that struck me when they were able to hire him, that a guy has a really strong reputation from kind of the front office coaches world and a strong reputation with the agents player representative world as well. Like he's bridging that in a way not everybody pulls off.
Well, I think there are going to be a lot of agents who want to get their clients to Washington in the next few years. After they saw the same tape I saw or the same live feed I saw of the quarterback, and I would liken it to what Nick Caserio's got going in Houston with C.J. Stroud.
I think we lost Mike. There he is.
Oh, hell yeah! Sorry. I would liken it to Nick Caserio and what's going on in Houston. The Texans in-house station or website interviewed me at the Combine. I was probably dragging after Harry and Izzy's, but hey, what's
all right? I'm gonna put it.
And I was like,
Jeff,
anything they want because life is good. And Adam Peters has a chance now to build around this special quarterback, and it's a luxury now. They can just surround him with really cool pieces on both sides of the ball. I think it's going to be great.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
The book is The Why is Everything. Go buy it, out today. Mike, thank you for the time, dude. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, anytime. Sorry about the reception issues. I'm in this little part of the world called Northern California, and I'm hoping that they get some cell towers built here because we're just trying to get on the map. And yesterday was a rough day. There was a nationwide outage, so we would have been doing this on a landline. But you guys, thanks for having me. The book is everywhere. I think especially Commander fans are going to love it. mostly because instead of going like, oh, we had all those guys in the building, you're going to go, there's one guy who's not in the building anymore, and my life is now better.
Yeah, that's well
All right,
said,
man.
man. It's at Mike Silver. Check out Why Is Everything. Thank you, Mike. Take care, dude.
Thanks a lot, you guys.
All right.
That's a play on Know Your Why.
Might be. Might just be. Landfill has to stretch his finger out. I'll explain what that means. Steve Buckhantz joins us at 12:45. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Week 5 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. You build a quick same-game parlay for Thursday night football game. The Buccaneers are taking on the Falcons, and Baker Mayfield, how about the overpassing yards? Drake London, over receiving yards, and the guy, Bijan Robinson, an anytime touchdown. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. I was out of town this week, so it's nice to come home to first place Washington after the win over Arizona. Commanders certainly getting a lot of love these days around the NFL. 3-1 start, all alone atop the NFC East. Commanders have the 6th rated offense overall, 3rd highest scoring offense in the NFL. Man, is it sweet. 30.3 points per game. Back home this weekend in Landover to face the Cleveland Browns. Washington a 3-point favorite. Here's something else I just noticed. Washington right now is the 3rd seed in the NFC. That would mean a playoff opener against the Atlanta Falcons. I know we're a month into it. Can you imagine Kirk in the Atlanta Falcons? You could slay all the Dragons in one season of the new regime. 4 wildcard games get underway to start the baseball playoffs today. Tigers, Astros, 2:30. The O's and Royals, 4 p.m. in Baltimore. This evening, Mets at Milwaukee, 5:30. Braves in San Diego, the nightcap at 8:30. And Gonzaga is being added to the Pac-12 as the 8th member of that conference starting in July 2026. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, so me and Drab are wearing the same clothes. We just realized it. We have the same pants and the same shoes on. And Landfill, perhaps politely, said, look, it's the official uniform of dudes with 2 daughters. To which Jeff said, look, it's the official uniform of old white dudes. Which do you think is more fair, B?
Well, I saw a few more walk out this morning. They didn't have on the same outfit, so I'm going to sit at y'all just like dressing like y'all call each other and dressed up today together. You're kind of weird sometimes, JP, and Drab is very weird. So I just think it's the uniform of the weird dudes at 1067 The Fan.
When I don't have to do another job in the afternoon, I like to dress very low key, kind of.
You dress very low key any damn way.
Nah,
you
just
bring
have
your
a
stuff
collar
with you.
on, and
You bring it with you. You don't wear it.
I have to have my hair combed and all these things. Today I'm chilling, baby. I got to pick the kids up from school at 3. That's it.
Y'all weird.
I guess here's my question. I would prefer. I don't think I'm an old white guy yet. I think an old white guy. I think of like a 6-year-old white guy.
Age don't make you old. The way you act makes you old.
I hung out with you last week.
You tell everybody.
We went out for steaks.
You tell everybody you're old every day.
I got old bones.
You speak it every day. You wake up, you go to work, go home. You basically have an old person life.
I don't think I'm an old white guy. That's all I'm saying. Old white guy
connotates
like.
You've been telling people for 4 years as a radio host that you're an old white guy.
Jeff, when you see me, do you think of me as an old white guy?
That's a very old white guy. You trying to say, but
it's like middle age to me is like Ryan and Landini.
Wait.
Like, you got B. Mitch and Landville, the same age group?
No, I said Ryan.
Ryan who?
Ryan Clary. Like
Ryan Clary's 24.
You got Ryan Clary and Landville as middle aged?
Yeah, because that's like 30. You're on the older.
You're older than Stallion.
Yeah, I'm middle aged. I'm 30. You're like 40 something, JP.
I'm 43.
That's older. That's older.
But you look at me and you see an old white guy.
I look at your clothes and see that.
Old white guy's a dude that like wears white New Balance and tucks his t-shirt into his gym shorts in public.
That's old grandpa. Yeah, I was gonna say that's grandpa. You Unc, JP. Like you're Unc. Like Unc is uncle.
I'll take Unc. I don't want to be old white guy.
But Unc is old. Like
yeah,
that's what it is.
Listen, I'm not here to fight my age. My age is a number. Like it exists.
45.
Right? 43. But the connotation of old white guy versus I'll take Unc all day. No problem. And who's older, me or Drab? Do we know that?
Well, Drab got that haircut. Until Drab let his hair go bald, he will always be a senior citizen.
I think
Even
Drab's
though he-
40.
Even though he's about your age. Until he let that little bowl cut go, bro, and join the Ball Brother Association, I will always think Drab is 50.
Okay. So the hair's important. Landfill, I don't even think actually thinks this, but is just saying it to bother me. You think I'm an old white.
And the coolest
Absolutely.
SOB in the whole building is me, and I'm 56.
Yeah,
So yeah,
earlier
with all y'all.
I keep
when
thinking
you
you're
said
younger.
when you said you were hanging out with B-Mitch and that was supposedly evidence that you're young. B-Mitch is old as hell. So
He didn't hang out with me. He went to sleep at 11. I would sleep around 2:33.
I was happy to go to but hold on. We went to dinner one night. We played golf one day. I didn't hang out with you. We were together the whole weekend.
Nah, man. No, we weren't. No, we weren't.
And hold on, let me
We
call
played
golf is a
golf.
very old white guy sport.
I'm not saying
No,
40
no.
is old.
Let
It's
it-
just older
If
than
you
middle
can't
age.
play golf, don't say that. Golf is not. Golf is a cool boy sport now.
Yeah,
He just thinks whatever he does is cool, no matter what.
JP,
Man, I went to
what-
the dentist. Coolest freaking dentist in
Whatever
town,
I do,
baby.
whatever I do normally is very cool.
Levin, what do you
I
have
wish I
here?
could get you for 24 hours. I probably would put you under.
I don't want. I am past. I have done that with you. I have ended up dead asleep in a taxi cab going to Atlantic City. I'm done with that. I'm done trying to keep up. Part of perhaps being an old white guy is knowing your limits. And I know when I hang with B, I could go till a certain time, and then I got to call an Uber.
No,
because if I
when
keep going,
what he do, he says, "I'm about to run to the bathroom." I
Yes.
say, "Dude, you leave it, aren't you?"
yes,
A band that you really like is playing a concert tonight and you're not going
correct.
because you're very old.
That's all.
I haven't been home. I want to be home for a couple nights with the kids.
Like old guys.
Yes, honestly. There was a concert I wanted to go to last night. No chance. I need to hang out at the house and see my family.
You got to pace yourself like an old guy.
Jimmy, just stop talking.
I don't care if you want to call me old. I don't like the connotation of old white guy.
What color are you?
Nah, JP,
We gotta call you old black guy.
Yo, these are old white guys. I'm gonna show the stream. I just Googled old white guy, and it's bald dudes with beards wearing dress shirts with a pocket tucked into some khakis. Like that. That is not me.
That's grandpa.
You do wear khakis.
That's Grant.
I'm not an old white guy. I'm old, and I'm a white guy,
Yeah,
but I'm
you're
not an
old
old white
I
guy.
get you, JP. It's just I can't stop laughing when you said the white New Balance joke. That is
That's you know exactly what I'm describing.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it yesterday.
Like, here's what I don't want to be. You go to King's Dominion, the old white guy is the dude that stands there and holds everybody's stuff while the younger people go on the roller coaster. I'm still going on the freaking roller coaster. All right? I'm not holding the stuff. Landfill, is there any situation on the planet you trust me to watch your stuff?
No.
No. I mean, no. Because you're very forgetful.
Once you're
like an old person.
an old white guy, you're dependable to hold the stuff. I'm just not there yet.
No, I just think everybody just know you're not the one to trust.
Even when I'm old.
Yeah.
You call me old, you call me a white guy, don't call me an old white guy. That's where I draw the line. Damn it.
Old Scottish guy.
We talked about this earlier, and in the NFC East, hell, let's all plant a flag. Commanders are 3-1, Eagles are 2-2, Cowboys are 2-2, Giants are 1-3. Vegas says the Eagles are going to win this thing. Vegas has the Commanders and the Cowboys tied. Giants are far behind. Who's winning the NFC East, Brian? And I'll give you two teams.
I'm gonna take the Eagles and Commanders.
Of course, B. Mitch would take both teams he played for.
Well, I played for the Giants too. I'm not taking him.
But you never claimed them, so I already told y'all who I got winning the division, and I said it with my chest earlier before the season started.
Ooh,
the Washington Commanders.
All right.
I'd also take the Commanders, and if you're giving me another team, I'm taking the Cowboys. The Eagles have been awful since halfway
You don't think the
through
Cowboys
last
awful?
year.
Yo,
the Cowboys aren't good either.
Landfill's wearing a blue shirt. We're doing this.
Yeah, you might be a damn Cowboy fan. Messing with JP.
I'm just saying
I
the
don't
Eagles
want him
suck.
to storm out like I did yesterday.
The
So I
Eagles
won't
suck.
throw those stones.
Yeah, that was a little soft, JP.
It was. I was very tired.
Like an old guy.
Yo, I don't think through 4 games if I get to pick 2 out of the 4, there's no chance I'm taking the Eagles and the Cowboys. You could take which side you want with the Commanders, but hell yeah, the Commanders are part of that.
Mhm.
I think it's the Eagles because I think the injuries are so significant. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, like, I think just if they had A.J. Brown back, it's a different team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think, dude, you don't want to get too deep into the math. Lord knows I shouldn't. But they're at 3-1. They've already got a division win. It doesn't get that complicated. You play 500 ball the rest of the way out. You're at 9. Easy. That's sub 500 ball.
But this is what you like to do. And it's what I don't like to do.
I'm not saying anything.
You said it yesterday already. You got early with it yesterday.
The only thing I'm saying is I'm not an old white guy.
I'm just say this movie. You play 500 ball the rest of the way. Sounds good. If nothing happens.
Sure.
So you don't know what's going to go down. So
ifs and buts were
let them
candy
play
and
it out.
nuts.
Once it gets to week 9, I'm ready to talk about anything you want to talk about.
Lorenzo Alexander at 1 o'clock. Steve Buckhantz joins us next. Fired up to get to the BetQL guest line, talk to our guy, Mr. Steve Buckhantz. Dagger! What up, Buck?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing great, man, and I appreciate you coming on, and I do want to sneak some Commanders talk in here. But when I texted you last night, I remember as a kid on Channel 5, they'd have these promos for the Twin Towers, and it was when Dikembe and Alonzo Mourning were playing for the Hoyas. And I remember you working those Georgetown games, and then obviously the Wiz forever. I'm sure you knew Dikembe. Seeing him pass yesterday is just sad and just a reminder how precious life is. He's only 58, I think. What were your thoughts when you heard that news?
Well, I was sad, and I guess it was announced a couple of years ago that he had a brain tumor, but you never really heard about his progress or any intimate details. So it was a bit of a shock and surprising for me, and sad, like you said, because I was fortunate to cover him when I was at Channel 5, and he was at Georgetown with Alonzo, and they won the championship in '84. But he was, with Alonzo later on. The championship obviously wasn't theirs, but just a nice guy, just an affable dude. You don't meet many people like that who make an impression upon you. But by covering him not only at Channel 5, but also doing the Georgetown games, because we were the Big East Network at the time, I got to know him pretty well. And then obviously in the NBA with Denver and Atlanta and the other teams he played for. So we got to be friendly, and he's one of those guys that you just liked because he was engaging. He had that big smile. He had that deep voice that was so recognizable. I mean, you knew instantly where you were and who he was and that kind of thing. And I love the guy. Everybody did. I don't know anybody that didn't like him. And he was just a fun guy to be around, and it was very sad to see him passing at, like you say, such an early age.
Did you know of any of that? I hadn't heard that anywhere about him having brain cancer or anything.
Well, that's the thing, Mitch. I guess it was announced in 2022, a couple of years ago, but I didn't really hear much about it. And then since then, you heard virtually nothing. Like you said, I didn't know anybody down in Atlanta where he passed that could give me any kind of an update or anything. I'm sure the family kept it pretty close to the vest. So I hadn't heard anything. And that's, I think, another reason why it was such a stunner to everybody. And then to find out that he was only 58, like you said, JP, life is precious. You don't know. It's the older you get, the more you realize it, and it becomes very fleeting, or can be. Listen, I tell my friends, you don't think about mortality when you're young. You just don't think about it. But the older you get and you start losing your grandparents, then your parents, and then your friends, then you start thinking about it. So to go at 58 really was very sad. And Mitch, I didn't know anything about the fact that, the progression of this tumor that obviously developed cancer.
Buck, when you think about Dikembe and you knew him as a really young man who had made just a tremendous transition from, living in Africa to being a basketball player at Georgetown. When you knew him as a young man, did you think he would go on to become not just the hoops player? I think he was a 4-time defensive player of the year, but that he would go on to have the kind of global impact of developing basketball in developing nations, kind of what he accomplished far beyond just the hardwood.
As a young man, JP, no, I did not, because obviously when he came to Georgetown, first of all, he didn't play a lot at first. And he really wasn't, John Thompson recruited him to play basketball, and he didn't speak much English at all. And he learned it. But so you knew, obviously he seemed like a pretty bright kid, but you had no idea what he was going to go on to be. And I think that what he did in his latter years is equally, if not more important than what he did on the basketball court. I mean, as a basketball player, we all know what he was, and a great shot blocker and waving the finger and having fun and all of that stuff. But to do what he did, to go back to his native country and develop all this medical importance and hospitals and things of that name, that's who he was, really. And that's why his legacy and his name will just never be forgotten and will live forever. And he was that kind of a guy. He wanted to help people, it seemed like. I mean, even just being around him, you could tell how friendly and affable he was. I remember having a conversation with him because so many people not necessarily mispronounce his name, but they knew his name was Dikembe Mutombo, but a lot of people call him Mutombo and all of that stuff. And it was really John Thompson was one of the only people that knew how to accurately say it. And I asked him about it, and he said, not only is it Mutombo, but he said, actually, where I grew up, they called me Mutombo. They didn't even call me Dikembe. They just called me Mutombo. And those kinds of things, you don't hear about. And just the fact that he took the time to explain those things to me, he was just such an affable guy. And I love being around him. I think everybody did.
Oh, yeah.
I bet,
Like you said earlier, you can hear him when you walked in the room.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that voice.
And he had that laugh, man. Whew.
Oh, man. It was unbelievable. You just knew who he was, and you knew where you were, and just unmistakable dude.
Buck, I really wanted to just let you kind of educate folks on who Dikembe was. The lasting image for me, I remember when the Nuggets knocked off, was it the Sonics were the 1 seed and the Nuggets were the 8 seed, and he was clenching the basketball, laying on the ground. I think they beat him in 5. That's kind of the lasting image I have of Dikembe, but I remember him at Georgetown and then various other places. What a life, what an impact, man.
Yeah, one of a kind guy. There's obviously, we all know there's a lot of them in sports, and whether it's MJ or Muhammad Ali or LeBron or whoever you want to talk about, Jim Brown, he'll be on that list as people that you'll remember forever. But for me, not just for what he did as a basketball player, because he was a great player, but even more so for just the way he helped people and the way he helped his native people and the people of his country. That's, I think, more impressionable than anything else for me.
Totally.
A lot of people donate money, and the man built the whole hospital.
Yeah, man, and he went back there.
Right.
Yes, yes.
He didn't just give them money. He went back there. He was involved. So kudos to him for what a great life he had.
Absolutely. I love your unique perspective on all that, Buck. I'm going to ask, though, anyway. I'm going to try to segue this thing.
You're going to ask me about my undefeated James Madison Dukes football team?
I am not, but I was impressed when they hung 70 in Chapel Hill. I'll tell you that.
70 in Chapel Hill was just unbelievable, and then 63 the next week against a lesser team. But yeah, the game in Chapel Hill was pretty stunning.
Landfill, remind me to bet the over in the next JMU Dukes game.
Really?
But Buck, you've watched football in this town a long time. What do you think of Jaden Daniels?
He's remarkable. And I have this conversation, as you guys do, with all of my friends and everybody that wants to talk about it. I just hope he stays healthy. And maybe he's got a little something different than RG3 did. Maybe he knows better how to keep himself healthy.
He has a lot more different. He has a lot different than him, Buck. I can tell you that right off the bat.
Yeah. He seems to, Mitch. I agree. And but I'm so impressed by his poise, and he seems to know when to get out of the pocket, even though he wants to be a pocket passer, and his accuracy is outrageous. I mean, this completion rate thing, where he's better than anybody in the history of the game after 4 games, is phenomenal. And he's got an arm, and he seems to be smart. And I'm watching him throw the other night, and he's every one of his passes, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2, seemed to be pinpoint. Don't you agree, Mitch?
Oh yeah, totally. And I think he's playing so good. He got those other quarterbacks trying to catch up. Jared Goff had to go 18 of 18 last night.
right. Yeah,
Buck, we got a boogeyman, but
I think he's great, guys. I'm excited about the season, and if he can stay healthy, I think that they could be a good team for once for a long time.
I love it. Hey, Steve, thank you for making time for us.
Appreciate you, brother.
Okay, guys, take care.
That's Steve Buckhantz, the one and only Dagger. Lorenzo Alexander joins us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. The football team is the talk of the NFL. Washington 3-1, coming off the big win in Arizona, all alone. First place in the NFC East, Jaden Daniels and company return home this weekend in Landover to face the 1-3 Cleveland Browns. Washington a 3-point favorite on Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. kickoff, of course. I'm back in town, so I'll get things started with countdown to kickoff. A lot to say after the last couple of weeks, starting at 9 a.m. Sunday morning here on The Fan. Commanders are up to 10th in the latest ESPN NFL Power Rankings. That's up 19 spots. What a difference a couple of weeks makes. Washington 7th in the NFL.com's version of the Power Rankings. Commanders with the third highest scoring offense in the NFL, averaging 30.3 points per game. Other NFL news, Cowboys star linebacker Micah Parsons, high ankle sprain, unlikely to play Sunday night in Pittsburgh. Titans say Will Levis will remain their starting QB after the bye week, assuming he's healthy. Levis injured his throwing shoulder in last night's win over Miami. 4 wildcard series get underway for the baseball playoffs today. Tigers and Astros started off at 2:30 p.m. O's and Royals this afternoon, 4 p.m. in Baltimore. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Oh, no.
That's how Rough Riders roll. Listen, we are obviously aware there's real world news, and our thoughts and prayers are going on out to everybody, hoping they stay safe. We're also aware that some reports are starting to emerge. Devontae Adams wants a trade. Brian and I will address that at 1:30. Right now, we are fired up to get to the BetQL guest line and welcome in our friend Lorenzo Alexander.
What's up, brother?
What's up, dude?
What's going on, family? Everybody good that way?
Yeah, man. We all good over here.
I want to start with something important because I don't remember the facts here. Were you the first person that got B-Mitch into bicycling?
Yep.
I don't know if I was the first person.
You
I used
were?
to have my ride to Revive back in the day, and he caught the bug, just like a lot of people get out there and start swinging them sticks and catch that golf bug. And so now he's probably almost a professional. His bike probably like $15,000 out there riding, rolling. Boy, slim, trim, just looking good. I know his wife is enjoying it.
Yeah, he said, "Get out the house, go ride."
Yeah, I hear you.
Lorenzo, a Pro Bowler here in Washington, a Pro Bowler with the Bills, a lot of great years, a guy that wore a lot of different hats. Lorenzo, are you enjoying watching this team right now, at least early on in the season, getting off to a hot start?
Yeah, it's been fun. I don't watch the Commanders as much as I like to, just because of just being busy with the kids. But I had a really good chance last week because I covered the Cardinals out here in Phoenix, where I reside now post my career, and was able to watch the first 3 games leading up to this game last weekend, where they pretty much did whatever they wanted to the Cardinals, and really being able to watch Jaden Daniels, his development. I think the offense has evolved and really built on itself. Very different, right? Cliff, I think, has grown. I think they have Anthony Lynn, Dan Quinn, some other guys that are really helping him see the game differently when you think about the run game and the balance and what they're doing there, as well as in the pass game. It's been really cool to see. And to have a young guy like Jaden Daniels step in, take advantage of what he's been given, and then also make some big boy throws at such a young age and early in his career, having seen him play it out here at ASU and then see him win the Heisman, it's fun. It kind of reminds me of what RG3 did in D.C. when he first got there. So obviously we know, me and B. Mitch, playing the game. Now it's about longevity and consistency, and how do you grow as people change and try to figure out where your weaknesses are, because now you have those 4 weeks. And now what do you do? How do you finish your season? How do you continue to build moving forward? But so far it's been really fun to see.
What when you watch this game though, and like you said, you've known him since ASU, what is it that makes him so effective? Because like most people say, oh, he's skinny, don't get hurt, but Dude
Yeah.
slides, dude get out of bounds, and he has an
Right.
uncanny way of avoiding direct hits.
Yeah, and I mean, and some guys are built for it, man. And you may look slim, but are tough-minded, gritty dudes. Obviously, NFL, and you can't take a ton of hits, but he took one versus the Bengals, popped, got right back up, and went about it. But I think his greatest attribute that he's doing really well right now, obviously, he's playing with confidence. I think that's the main thing.
Mhm.
But when you think about C.J. Stroud last year, right, very decisive in his decision-making, where he's going with the ball. And if it's not there, I'm taking off. I'm out. I'm going to give you my 10 yards. I'm going to get down, get back up. And that is really deflating to a defense. And when you're able to do that, convert on third downs, he's been doing it with a lot of, staying ahead of the sticks on first and second and then having these manageable third downs and just kind of grinding these drives out has been really good for his confidence. I think the offense and his ability to be so efficient early on. And so I think if he just continues to do that, continue to trust what he sees, he's going to be fine because, that's what it's all about, and continue to be a professional. When you hear him speak, he's very mature, and you know that he is a professional by the way he's working.
Yeah. Dan Quinn came out and said, this success isn't by accident. He works his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking with Lorenzo Alexander here on the BetQL guest line. Lives out in Phoenix, obviously was a Pro Bowl player here in Washington. I am curious, Zoe, because you mentioned it. Cliff Kingsbury, when he was there were some real highs. He worked hard on developing Kyler Murray. Obviously, it ended poorly, but what have you seen so far from Cliff? How much evolving did his offense need, and where do you think it is?
I think the biggest thing is the run game impact and being able to be balanced and run the ball the way they have. When he was here, he would get away from it. He wouldn't do it as much. I think really for me, the only similarity that I remember between both offenses is that the quarterback is never under center, right? And I think they've done a really good job of using the pistol and the run game, which I really want to say has been heavily impacted by Anthony Lynn. And the reason why I say that, because I was with Anthony Lynn, Greg Roman in Buffalo, and a lot of these runs that they are doing, they implemented when I was with the Bills, and they had Shady McCoy for those couple of years, and they were in the Buffalo Bills were one of the top tier rushing teams in the league. And I see a lot of that influence. And so I just think, when you have failure, right, it's only failure if you don't learn from your mistakes. And I think Cliff has probably, went to SC for a year, learned there, has been around some of these other men that have been head coaches that have had success, especially with the run game, and has implemented these things within the context of what he likes to do as a play caller. And it's done really well for, obviously, Jaden Daniels, but more importantly, his offense and being able to be consistent in scoring, right? What do they have, like 9 out of the last 12 drives have been touchdowns or something like that?
Yeah, it's more than that, man. It's crazy.
It's crazy. But it's because they're balanced, right? If I just sit back there, I know you're going to throw the ball 50 times. I can scheme that up all day. But when you knocking people off the ball, then you have play action, then you throw Jaden Daniels in the run game, and then you taking shots with Scary Terry. As a defense, you keep me off balance. I don't even know what to look like. And then his offense, right, from a formation standpoint, he's making things look the same, but they're different, which he really didn't do a lot of here. So I think he's grown and has had a lot of input and has allowed that to help him become a better play caller. And plus, he's not a head coach, so you don't have to worry about all that other stuff, right, that's non-football, and that really allows him that additional time to get into the dark room, watch film, break down, and be creative and really self-scout himself and other teams that he's playing against.
Yeah, in one of his press conferences earlier this year, he admitted just that. He said, when I first got to Arizona, I just had the red of his off. It was a red.
Yeah, he said he came straight from the college air raid.
And that's all I had was an air raid. And he said, I didn't really have much to go on other than that. He said, now I'm with this staff with all these different coaches, and we're implementing our offense. I don't think we've all seen what it is just yet.
No, we haven't, because it's been building on itself. Each week, there's been a little different variation or variable that they throw in that, the defense may have saw on film. And it's like, oh, well, it ain't that play. It's something different, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're just one step ahead right now. They're doing a very good job of keeping defenses, I think, off schedule. And by doing that, by scoring these points, I think they've been able to save their defense to a certain extent, right? Because now other teams like the Cardinals
had to become one-dimensional because the Cardinals were running the ball pretty effectively, but had to get out of that and become one-dimensional once they started getting behind in the scoreboard. And so at that point now, a defense can kind of pin their ears back a little bit, take advantage of a injured offensive line, and you started getting 4 sacks and play really well when in other games they haven't really been able to do that defensively, based on the score.
Speaking of defense, the group you saw in Arizona for Washington looked pretty impressive. That was the first time Washington had really been impressive this year defensively. What's it like right now for defenders in the era of not being able to really touch the quarterback, not really being able to touch,
can't touch anybody, really?
What do you make of kind of where we are in pro football?
Yeah, it's frustrating. I understand the intentionality behind a lot of it, right? Player health and safety, but I'm still cut from that old school cloth. That's what I came up in. That's what I watched growing up. And so there's a blend of, hey, we got to be safe, but hey, remember, we're not playing a contact game. We're playing a collision game. And so you only can be so safe doing that, right? And so, yeah, you want to put rules in that make sure that players aren't being egregiously out of control and chaotic and trying to hurt guys, like the horse collar where my man from Dallas used to let guys run by him, Roy Williams, and then jump on their back and pull them down. But, hey, man, if I'm straining, trying to grab a guy, I'm trying to grab whatever I can grab and get a guy down. And you can see that. Now you're going to penalize him, so now I got to slow down. Now you want me to tackle Derrick Henry as a DB, and I got to wrap him, but I can't drop my weight. I got to figure out how to take him down nice and smooth, and he's 280 pounds, right? I'm a DB. I got this 315-pounder running at me. I can't cut him. What? What are we doing? How's that safe for me as a DB?
Yeah, exactly.
What I mean? So it's just been crazy how, and I get it, they want offense, they want points and all that, but hey, I gotta have some tools in my belt to get a guy down, to inflict some pain, because it's really hard to stop these guys. They're so athletic in space, and so I get it what the NFL is going for, but from a defender standpoint, it's really hard and frustrating. Let me do what I'm good for, right? I'm big, I'm fast, and I'm mean, and I want to be able to utilize that. Now you got me kind of tippy-toeing and being cautious when that's not what the intention of this game and the foundation and the principles that you grew up playing. Let's go out here, let's play fast, let's run through guys, let's physically dominate them and move guys around. And I think they've kind of put some guardrails up against that.
So you basically say exactly what I say on a daily basis. You can't get ready for football without playing football. And if you're out there on the football field wondering about, how am I supposed to do this? You end up hurt anyway.
Yeah, right. Tear ACL, man. You get mossed or something look funny on you. I mean, it's just really hard, man. So I understand why, but everybody that plays the game knows what they're signing up for. So I wish they would pull some of the stuff back because it's just too hard. The targeting stuff, they're getting hit. I mean, like things are moving at, it's microseconds of somebody shifting, and I got to figure out, do I drop? Do I let him hit me in my chest? All that stuff. And so it's really hard and frustrating, but, you got to go out there and do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
When you look around the leagues, though, right now, are you surprised Kansas City is 4-0? Obviously, they've won all their games. Right now, Mahomes is on track to throw 20 interceptions, which would obviously be a career high. How hard is it to figure out that Chiefs team? Because they've won back-to-back titles, prohibitive favorite to win the next one, and yet their games come down to the wire. It's just bizarre.
Right. I mean, but that's what good teams do, right? They figure out how to win those close ones and win games that maybe they shouldn't win. And that's going to be ultimately the difference. But most teams, when you look at the games, right, most teams, if you say, if we would have won that one-score game, we would be in the playoffs. The Chiefs are just a really good team. They're really coached. They still got one of the top quarterbacks, even though it may not look like it. He's making the plays that matter when they need it, right? A 3rd and 15 in the fourth quarter, right? He's figuring out a way to convert those type of plays where some of that stuff that happens early in the game, it means something, but not as much as clutch time. And that's where he's showing up. And also their defense is playing, right? They're playing well too, right? Even when you think about the Super Bowls they've won, especially last year, I mean, their defense was playing on another level. And so football is the ultimate team sport. Yeah, we love offense and we want to see Pat Mahomes do what he does, but you can win other ways outside of great defense or outside of great offense, and that's what they're doing right now, and that's what good teams do. They find a way. And then hopefully by the end of the year, you get healthy, you get guys going, and you end up, firing on all cylinders so you can win another championship.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, football today is so offensive promoted that people don't think about anything else. But what you got over there happening in Kansas City right now, their defense keeps them in all the games, and then Pat makes a play down the stretch. And if you let them get in the playoffs, and then Pat starts to click, you got a problem because you got a good defense with Chris Jones. Then on top of it, he already has the experience of doing all the other stuff.
Exactly, and that's what it comes down to. It takes all 11 men, offense, defense, and special teams, to go out there and win the way they have been over the last 6-7 years. And so that's what they're going to continue to do. Great coach, and they're going to weather the storm. And great quarterbacks, they find ways because they have Rasheed Rice got hurt, Hollywood Brown is hurt, right? They're going to plug somebody in. Hey, just do your job, and Pat's going to get you the ball. All you got to do is catch it, and they're going to move the sticks. And so that's kind of what they're going through right now, I think, offensively, as guys have gotten hurt. Pacheco, right? Another guy that's gotten hurt. Everybody always focuses on the quarterback, but you got to understand they're the most dependent person on the field. And so he has to wait for these other guys now to kind of feel, get up to snuff so that then they can go out and play well. So I'm not worried about them just because they're well coached, got great leadership at the top, and they're going to be just fine.
Talking with former Redskins Pro Bowler Lorenzo Alexander, played here in Washington for 6 years. So last one from me. Do you have, and everybody should check him out at One Man Gang 97 if you want to follow Lorenzo's content, a fan favorite, truly, then and now. You were obviously part of that 2012 team that got hot late and went on that playoff run. Do you have like a favorite memory from your time in Washington?
Man, I mean, it's so much on the field, off the field stuff. I got married in Washington. I mean, I had big brothers like Pete Mitch, Chris Samuels, London Fletcher, guys that really helped me grow as a football player. And man, I don't even know if I can pick one thing on the football field. I would say, and this was, I was there when Sean Taylor passed, the way that team galvanized around that, and a lot of guys grew as men and as in football players around that time. Obviously, the RG3 year was very fun. Going to the Pro Bowl as a special teamer, playing under Danny Smith. So there's a ton, in Washington. I was actually there 7 years. I was on practice squad 1 year. And so those, just that whole time, I got my career started, became who I was in the league, and as a person, the foundation of everything really was birthed in DC. I think about guys like James Thrash, Ronaldo Wynn, Rock Cartwright. There's just so much. I can't pick one thing. CP, Tanner, a lot of guys that people know that really helped me become the professional, the man that I needed to be in order to continue to have the impact I'm having after I retired. So the whole experience was great. Getting to see, organizational structure, good, bad, and now that I'm implementing some of that stuff and me running my own football team, coaching my young son who's in the 8th grade. So the whole time, all 7 years was great.
I mean, we talk about ups and downs. Just that 07 team, to have the low of Sean passing, and then you guys get hot and get on that late run. Yeah. What was it like? I can only imagine that charter flight back from Miami. Silent?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think all of us was in shock. I mean, it was an instrumental time in my life because me and Sean were the same age, right? And you have, at that point, most kids you have, especially playing in the NFL, you have this Superman complex, like I'm untouchable. And so for me, it was a great self-reflecting moment. It shifted my lifestyle, shifted my mindset. And so that was a blessing in my life out of that tragedy, that I think his life and what he was doing and who he was as a person and how it impacted, I think, a lot of men on that team. And then obviously, like you said, you saw how guys came together around that because of who he was, how he approached life every single day, how he was trying to grow as a man and a father. Was really inspiring and impactful to a lot of guys in that locker room, beyond the game of football.
Lorenzo,
stuff,
well
brother.
said there,
Good
man.
stuff.
Thank you for making time for us, dude. We really
Appreciate your love.
Yeah, always. I'll see you guys in a couple of weeks.
All right, man.
All right. Lorenzo Alexander, give him a follow at One Man Gang 97. tremendous perspective, smart guy, and a good person. I don't know that we can say all that. I don't know that we can't. Devontae Adams, this thing hasn't felt right with the Raiders kind of throughout. And now there's reports that he could be on the move. Should Washington make a play for Devontae? We'll discuss. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Good week to be a Commanders fan. The team is headed back to Washington, obviously back in Washington now after 2 big road wins. Commanders have a home game this week against the struggling 1-3 Cleveland Browns. It's 1 p.m. on Sunday in Landover. Washington is a 3-point favorite. Some other news concerning the Commanders. Offensive lineman Max Sharping has been signed by the Pittsburgh Steelers off the Commanders practice squad, so he's headed toward Pittsburgh. They have a Sunday night game against the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas star linebacker Micah Parsons unlikely to play in that game due to a high ankle sprain. And the Las Vegas Review-Journal, something B. Mitch and J.P. Finley are going to talk about. Vinny Bonsignore there, longtime NFL writer for the Raiders, reports that they are, quote, growing open to the idea of trading star wide receiver Davante Adams. 4 wildcard series get underway in the baseball playoffs today. 2 American League series, including the O's and Royals this afternoon. Tonight, National League Series, both of them get underway as well. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. Astute listeners of the program know that Brian and I are big fans of Wendy. Wendy has a lot of jobs here at the station. I'm not, frankly, particularly sure exactly what her job is.
She's kind of a mini cluster buster.
Right. Okay. Cluster Buster Jr. But one of the things Wendy does is occasionally provide us with a van to go get $6 calzone Tuesdays. She did not do that. But one thing Wendy always does is bust Jeff's balls.
Yes.
And that has our full support.
100%.
I will say I was a little surprised that Wendy just asked us who Ron Rivera was. that one threw me for a loop.
Hey, Wendy, tell her, hey, you remember what's good.
She works for the whole cluster, not just the damn sports station. And now we know. Now we know that to be true. Wendy, we could easily make this up next Tuesday, $6 calzone.
As we could just get a Wednesday calzone too. Make no difference.
That's true.
Just got to call Jeff Moore since he goes have to go pick him up.
I know that Jeff will go pick them up. I know that Jeff won't pay for them. So, all right. The question is relatively simple. I'll start with young Jeffrey.
Okay, let's go.
Davante Adams might be available. I feel like Davante Adams
I believe
will
if
be available.
Davante Adams get traded, I think he's going to New York.
Well, that was the let's start with Jeff and then finish with Brian
Yeah,
because everybody wants to hear from
Jeff
you.
like to stand up and start stretching and all. I ain't got time for all that.
No, I was standing up because I am hyped.
Standing up doing all this.
I'm standing up because I'm hyped. If we got an opportunity to get him, let's go get him. Why not?
Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback in New York, and he's making all the decisions. Where do you think he's going?
Hey, I got faith in Adam Peters.
Okay, let's pause because Brian's correct, but let's let Jeff talk.
Yeah, I know B is. We know that. We know he's going to try to get back with his quarterback.
All right, but let's ignore what he wants. I want
Perfect
to know
scenario.
what
I want him.
You
I
want
want
him.
Yes, let's
Why?
go get him.
Why?
That's a big receiver. We could keep him. We have Terry. Why not go and get him? Give Jaden some more weapons. And I mean, we've seen Terry been coming around, but we need somebody else that's another level of receiver right there.
Got point there, Jeff.
He's a great player. I get that.
But the thing is, what would it cost us? What would we lose?
See, that's where you got.
And what does it
that's
do?
Where you got to go first.
What does it do to all the salary cap flexibility you've built for next offseason? When you can address a lot of things.
Suck it up.
Yeah.
But you want him.
Yeah, I mean, now that you put it like that, and once you look, I mean,
well, that's our job is to explain.
I'll tell
That's
you
why we get 4 hours
I
a day.
mean, the offense seemed to be spectacular at this point, getting there already, and you need to have some help on the other side. I believe you might want to be trying to get somebody over there.
All right. Jeff wants Davante, and his mic got turned off, or
The
he's talking
defensive back?
B's ear. Landini. How do you vote on this Devontae Adams Bruins situation?
I would take a pass, although it's tough. I don't really think that the offense has been the weak point of this team so far. Plus, I really think that they have a legitimate shot to push all the chips in the offseason and be contenders next year based on how good they've looked. And I want them to keep everything that they can. I want them to keep their picks. I want them to keep the cap space so they can use all of it to in the offseason to try to really try to make a run at it in 2025.
And so I agree with landfill, but I would extend that. I want them to build this thing for the long haul. Like, if you look at what the Niners are doing right now, they've been to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years. They haven't won one, but look at the Chiefs. They've won 3 of the last 4. You want to get greedy and you want to build for continued success, that the playoffs are a given and that it's how going on deep runs year after year. And I think the path to that is not trading. He's a stud. I'm not doubting Devontae Adams in any
How old is
capacity.
Devontae?
I'm looking it up as we speak. I just think whatever you have to give up for a dude that's going to turn 32 at Christmas and carries probably at least a $28, $30 million cap hit, that ain't building for me. That's not how I would go about it. I don't think they will. I don't think they should.
I'm just like, I don't know what they're going to do. My whole thing is if you feel that dude could be in this offense for 4 to 5 years and be legitimate, it's worth a chance. But if you don't think that, then you try to go and get somebody else younger that can carry it on. Because what's going to happen as this thing moves forward, you have to start thinking about how to structure this thing properly. You know what I mean? And Devontae is going to have, if he comes in, he come in with a mega salary.
I like this tweet from Blessed in DMV. Said, Devontae Adams went to a team with no quarterback for the cash and now is mad they don't have a quarterback. Like, some of it is decision making.
Yeah,
now, I think when he went was Derek Carr.
When he went, the quarterback that was supposed to be there is 3 quarterbacks removed.
It's bizarre that he went there to play with Derek Carr because those two were tight. They were college teammates, and then they just bounced on Carr.
Bounced on Carr, and they what was the other guy that you never believed in him? Starts with an S, I think. The backup quarterback. They started going to him over Carr. They didn't want to pay Carr.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that I haven't believed in much. Who was it? I think you're right. It was, I think. Now that's going to drive me crazy. I'm going to look him up. It's an interesting time for the Raiders because they just seem to be spinning their wheels. Like, they just don't seem to be a team that makes a lot of sense. And they win some games when they're not supposed to and then lose some. They had Aiden O'Connell for a period. I think that first year.
Before Aiden.
I think Carr had some injury trouble, but they had Stidham.
There you go.
Stidham, not very good. I don't know. I find it hard to fathom Devontae Adams goes anywhere but the Jets.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Dude, even if you listen to some of the discourse coming out of the Jets, it is very clear Aaron Rodgers is in charge. Every time Robert Saleh tries to say something.
If I went to dap up my guy and he pushed me away, I probably would have swung on him. Seriously. Well, and they could explain it how they want. He totally disrespected that man that day.
Totally. I mean, that's after the.
If you read the lips, he kind of told him, get the blank out of my face.
Right. How about this one? This is some seriously meta, perhaps nonsense. Apparently, Antonio Pierce. Have you heard this one yet, B? When Antonio Pierce the other 2 weeks ago, after the Raiders got their ass kicked, he said some people clearly made business decisions.
We're going to be doing the same.
It's not that hard to figure out who he's talking about.
Hmm?
Apparently, Antonio Pierce. Jeff, sit down and look something up for me, please. Apparently, Antonio Pierce on Instagram liked a post that was insinuating Devontae Adams will be traded. Can you search people's likes on Instagram? I know
All you gotta do is pull up the name, and then you can look at the post of what
Nah,
people
you can't search them, but usually, like if it's a post and you follow someone, it will say like so. Like
It'll
for
say who
instance,
liked it.
yeah, if we all on Sports Center and we
Yeah.
liked it, we'll see it.
Yeah, it'll show me like B-Mitch 30 liked it. See if you can find the post, Jeff. That's your very brief assignment as we're about to go to break. But apparently, Antonio Pierce liked an Instagram post insinuating that Devontae Adams could be traded. Devontae Adams was asked about this in the locker room and says he hasn't heard from Pierce yet. Does that sound like a healthy, functioning?
It may not be healthy and functioning, but I will say this: those players understand, those former players that are coaches and linebackers for sure. You're not going to just talk to them any kind of way and get away with it.
Some people are saying it's on Devontae Adams' Instagram. I don't know.
If Devontae Adams posted that he was going to probably get traded, so if he posted it or reposted it, the coach is like, "Yeah, okay, you probably will be."
Tailgate Ted just tweeted me, he said, no on Devontae Adams. Remember the sugar high analogy that Governor Moore has talked about? Peters is building something sustainable. Let it take some time. I agree with that. I don't think Devontae coming in at this stage in the middle of the season. Oh, by the way, their offense is killing it. Like,
yeah, I mean, I'm with all that stuff.
You always want better players. You
I'm
want
with
great
everything
players.
that y'all saying, but I will tell you this. There are discussions that were going on about people on this team now and other discussions. So if they happen to start talking and they figure it out and make the move, I'm not going to be mad at it. But I'm not saying, I would say I think that they're doing good and you can move forward. But if they were to go out there and try to make a move, I'm not going to be pissed because you better pay attention. Everything is not what it always seems.
Sure. Michael Rubin is, I think, the boss of Fanatics. Says, shout out to Jaden Daniels for being the #1 selling jersey for the past week.
Uh-oh.
I get it. In a world of fantasy and highlights all over the
Are
country.
people buying the Commander stuff, JP?
Yeah. This name might be
is
sticking.
it more people caring about the name now and not, caring about the winning and not
Fewer
necessarily
people caring about the name.
Wow.
Full show.
And I know they're not buying LSU jerseys.
The LSU jersey is dope, though. Jeff, what has your investigation revealed? Are you now just looking at big-butted women?
Big-butted.
It's not showing the actual post. It's just articles talking about it.
All right. That's our top investigative reporter, Jeff Walker, on the case. B-Mitch and I say thanks, but no thanks on Devontae Adams. Besides, he's going to the Jets. Nobody go
That's what I
anywhere.
believe.
We got to make some bets. Hell yeah. Is it ever going to stop raining?
I'm not complaining because I was asking for rain while I was in damn Arizona.
I tell you what, I wouldn't have minded a little cooling off rain in Arizona. That place is hot.
Woo! What did Billy say? What Bill said? Bill said, yeah, people talking about it's dry heat. He said, stick your head in the damn oven and tell me it's not hot.
It isn't. I think you sweat less out there, though.
No,
than
you
like
sweat
in Tampa.
exactly the same. What it does, since it's so hot and it's not humid, it just evaporates. So that's why so many people have heat stroke out there because they don't think they're sweating. They don't drink enough water, and boom, they gone.
You get that layer of like salt on you.
Yeah.
Greenberg's going at the people. Landfill, let's get Neil locked in for tomorrow. Greenberg talking about power rankings. These rankings are worthless. This is just a regurgitation of the standings. And he's saying, listen to B. Mitch and Finley tomorrow, and I'll explain. All right, Neil.
Go for it, Neil.
Neil ringing the bell. Loves fighting people.
Hey,
on,
Neil, you know they like
social media.
people like to jump on the bandwagon. I don't care if they got a national show or not. They jump on the bandwagon.
Greenberg joins us tomorrow. Wendy's hanging out, even though she doesn't know who Ron Rivera is. Heavy Metal Chris hanging out, even though he hasn't gotten me tickets to go see Goose at the Anthem. And we're going to make some bets.
Sippy, you have 18 jobs. Just buy you some damn tickets. Get around.
Jeffrey.
Okay, before we get into her to here first, hey JP, you always talking about me asking for tickets. You ask for tickets like every other day.
Yeah, JP.
Yeah, all right.
I do need a new dishwasher though.
I never ask for tickets.
Hey,
Landfill, you got a dishwasher?
Not for you.
I will buy the dishwasher if you will install it.
AHS.
If you bring your dishes over to my house,
you were
can
just
use
fighting
them.
with them. You told me.
I fight with them all the time. But guess what? They replace some stuff too.
Yeah.
American Home Shield.
My wife's out here signing me up for the turkey trot. Do I look like I'm in turkey trotting capabilities? Seriously, though, hit me up about a dishwasher. Jeffrey, what up?
That's OWG activities. Okay, so sitting in last place, unfortunately, is myself. I did not hit my bet last
What'd
night.
you have last night?
I took the Seahawks plus 4.5. I thought it would be a close game. They got blown out. Sitting tied for second is Landfill and JP. They're both sitting at 1-0. Landfill hit the over.
B stays parlaying.
B parlay hit.
What did I have? I just took the Lions, right?
Yeah.
The Lions basically hit the over by themselves.
Yeah, they did. And
Them boys
tonight, my Yankees not playing. I'm gonna take the Baltimore Orioles. To beat the
Wait.
Kansas City Royals.
You gonna take an enemy of your team?
No.
Come on, Jeff.
I am.
You know, he's
John,
the
I do
cooler.
not want you to take the Orioles.
That's his second team when the
He
Yankees
is
aren't
the
playing.
cooler.
You cannot have your second team be in the same division.
No, the thing is, bro, I'm just taking this for the bet because I don't want to bet. I just think this is the easiest game to bet on. I think the Orioles are going to blow the Royals out.
I couldn't be less happy that that's what you are doing. I want to be clear that I really wish you would do anything else.
Just go with it, bro. Like, come on
Hey,
now.
go with it, bro.
We even got Cowboys fans saying the Commanders got it this year. So like,
Jeff, you know there's WNBA tonight. You always bet on the WNBA.
Hey, don't listen to them, Jeff. They are never gonna get on our bandwagon. We don't want them.
Oh,
Hell
I
no.
got a question.
Oh, I just laughed when that happened.
Can anybody answer this? Does the WNBA not have East and West conferences?
No, it's only like 12 teams.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Because I don't understand why the Aces are playing the Liberty in the semifinals. I thought that was the finals. But
Nah.
I'm glad we cleared that up. What do you got, B?
Okay, so let me get the Astros.
Y'all are haters.
That was
Top-notch haters.
What are you taking, Landini?
I'm taking the Padres.
Yep, and I'm
money
doing them.
line.
I'm going Astros and Padres. There we go. That was my next pick, Landy. I was trying to wait till the end, but you know.
Parlay. I'm
going-
taking Arsenal over Paris Saint-Germain.
That's not how you say it.
Yes, it is, bro. How much you want to bet? I'm gonna bring FIFA in here for you. I'm gonna bring it in for you just so you can hear him say Paris Saint
So
Germain.
you're gonna bring a whole like PlayStation in here, connected to one of these TVs.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up on YouTube.
Well,
That'd
I know
be so
sound
much
on
more
these TVs.
efficient. I believe you'll actually do that. I'm taking the Brewers. Give me the Brew Crew, and also go Orioles. Can we get baseball guests tomorrow or Thursday? We'll be in
The
Ashburn.
Orioles mean you're not taking them, you're just cheering for them.
I'm cheering for them. I'm
Okay.
betting on the Brewers.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
would have bet on the Orioles till Jeff did.
Because if the Orioles win and the Brewers would,
I thought J-Dog stick together forever, man.
Until you called me an old white guy. I'm old and I'm a white
it's
guy.
OWG.
I'm old and I'm a white guy, but I'm not an old white guy.
That's just an honest statement of facts from Jeff, though.
OWG.
I'm old and I'm a white guy, but I'm not an old white guy.
So you just put it together and take the "and" out of it.
Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us today. Thank you to Rick Snyder for joining us today. Thank you to Mike Silver. Thank you to Steve Buckhands. And thank you to Lorenzo Alexander. Thank you to everybody that called. Grant and Danny coming. Is Danny here? I feel like he wasn't there yesterday.
He's here.
I did see Danny.
All right. Shout out to Danny Rouye. You can listen to him next. You made it this far. Jeff, we'll call you an old white guy.
I'm Earl Forcing, and here's what's happening. Commanders come to a different DC than they left a couple of weeks ago. 2 big road wins. They were in Arizona all week last week. So Dan Quinn hoping they can carry the vibe, the momentum into this week's home return when they take on the Cleveland Browns.
Being on the road for 8 days, that is sacrifice. And that sacrifice also leads to a lot of connection on the team. That was, kind of what I'd hope we'd see when we're playing team football all the way through. And so we're jacked to be back home and get in front of the fans. And I think the environment at the stadium is going to be absolute wild. And we're looking forward to that.
This keeps going. I don't think we all realize what that environment is going to be throughout the season. 3-1, Washington first in the NFC East. They're the 3rd seed projected overall right now. I know we're only a month into the season. The projected playoff opener, though, would be against the Atlanta Falcons if the playoffs were to start today. Can you imagine taking on Kirk in D.C. in the opening round? That would be special. Pittsburgh Steelers have signed a player from the Commanders. Offensive lineman Max Sharping has been signed off the Commanders practice squad by Pittsburgh. Cowboy star receiver Micah Parsons unlikely to play against the Steelers Sunday Night Football in Pittsburgh. He'll be out with a high ankle sprain likely. Defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence, the Cowboys put on the injured list with a foot injury. He'll be out at least 4 weeks. Reports out of Vegas say the Raiders are growing open to the possibility of trading star wide receiver Devontae Adams, and the baseball playoffs start with 4 games today, including one coming up in about a half an hour. Tigers and Astros in Houston. O's and Royals play 4 p.m. up in Baltimore. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan on October 1st, 2024. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight. We're giving away Caps tickets at 4, tickets to see the Deftones at 6. Make sure you're listening. That's the Caps home opener, by the way, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That we have tickets to 11 days from now on October 12th. Got to be listening to the show at 4 for those. Austin Eckler's on the program at 5 today. We got a great show planned for you. How are you, man?
I am good, my friend. I think this is the last day of this tail end of the stormy, rainy nonsense. It's dreary, it's miserable, but I think we're going to turn a corner here this week. And everybody, the whole league, the sporting world, dare I say, is abuzz for the local 53. It's not because of a scandal, no investigation, no new lawsuit, no new development in the story. None of that crap. It's because the foosball team is putting up some points.
Shades of 2012.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about the Commanders because of the young quarterback. Everybody's fallen in love with the prospect under center. It is a good time to be a Commanders fan. We'll get to football in just a moment, but we got to start because it's Tuesday with Commanders Survivor. You can go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote a player off the island, to vote a player immune on Commander Survivor. Go vote, facebook.com/Grant and Daniel will give you an update in just a few minutes as to who is left on the island.
How you going to vote someone off this week? How do you do that? How do you vote somebody off this week after they put up 42 points and beat the brakes off of Arizona? Every unit played well. Offense, defense, special teams, coaching staff. Like, this is one of those hard ones. Usually the hard ones are where we're down towards the end and it's John Allen or Terry McLaurin or somebody that we all like. Everybody played well. This is a hard week to vote someone off, dude.
So what's particularly stunning, I'd say, is that, as you said, you would normally just pick the 1 or 2 good players, put them on a short list, find out who's got immunity. But you got to fight over immunity 7 or 8 ways this week if you're competing in Commander Survivor. Jaden Daniels can't get immunity, though, because he got it last week for the unbelievable performance against the Bengals.
I bet Joe'll be fine.
Someone else is going to get immunity, but I'm going to just make a bet that he's still on the island next week. John Allen got sent home 1 week before he broke out with a sack this past week. That's unfortunate for him, so we'll see who gets sent home on Commander Survivor. How'd you like the double dip on Monday Night Football last night?
I love it so much.
In or out on that?
I'm so in. This is perfect. I love it so much. I love that there's an earlier game when there's lulls or downtime or halftime. You can flip over to the other game. You can watch both at once. However you feel like doing it. I love the doubleheader. Love it.
I'm a big fan. I don't understand why people don't like it, by the way. I see a lot of complaining about having 2 Monday night games. It doesn't make sense to me. Number one, I think most people have the opportunity when watching games to have multiple screens at this point, whether that's via the phone, the computer, and your TV, or just a setup where you've got multiple TVs in the man cave or something. I'd say there's a lot of people who have the propensity to watch 2 games at once. That's number one. Even if you don't, if you're kicking it old school, you got one TV and you can only watch one thing at a time. Just going back and forth between 2 games with the previous channel button doesn't have to be a lost art, friends. And the beauty of 2 games is if one stinks, like Titans-Dolphins did last night, a 31-12 final, Tennessee pulled away with 22 points in the second half. By the way, the Dolphins are in big, big trouble.
They are having problems.
1-3 right now. Then you just watch the other game, the NFC matchup, which was, as advertised, a shootout, great offensive displays for both teams. Geno Smith was cooking. He threw for 395 yards last night. Jared Goff has not thrown an incompletion since the game started. 18 of 18 passing for 292 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Jared Goff caught a touchdown last night.
Have a night.
Have a night, Ryan Clary, your boy, was being celebrated around the NFL last
praying
week.
mantis wandering down that left side with a lineman chasing him. God, it was great.
He made a catch.
He caught it.
I couldn't believe it.
Best throw of the night was when he threw it into the stands after catching a tutty.
That's true. Deep shot. That was definitely his longest throw of the night.
Oh, yeah.
But he hit Jamison Williams for a catch and run touchdown of 70 yards. I was asking Clary, because we were talking about the Lions a couple days ago, what is wrong with them? Why are they not right? The first few weeks of this season, they just weren't the same team as last year. Last night was the breakout.
That's who they are. They're that. I think now, for whatever reason, when these 2 teams get together, nobody stops anybody, and it's great theater. I don't know why. Seattle has whatever Detroit's defensive kryptonite is, but they do. That's fun. Kenneth Walker had a million everythings.
Last night was the lowest scoring game between these 2 teams in the last 3 years. Think about that.
Which is great. 71 points combined. Sign me up. I hope they play every month. But for Detroit, that's what that offense looks like. When they're right, when it's everything that you do, you have to cover something. You're going to get hit in the gut with the David Montgomery downhill. Jahmyr Gibbs comes in as the best change of pace back in the NFL, probably. The way that he bursts through the line of scrimmage or goes around the edge, he's incredible. You want to cover Amon-Ra St. Brown? Fine. Jameson Williams is going to hit you through the seam. If you want to cover both of those guys and Sam Laporte, you got to worry about that with probably the best offensive line in the sport. That offense, when they're right, is poetry.
It's so pretty because they can just run the ball better than most teams and it sets everything else up. But Ben Johnson also is good for about 1 or 2 trick plays a week. Last week, they scored on a hook and ladder. And then yesterday, Jared Goff catches a touchdown from Amon-Ra St. Brown on 7 yards from just outside the 5. But the Lions looked great. I think the Seahawks are for real, too. Weirdly enough, in a loss, I know their defense got mauled. I think I feel better about Seattle today than I did 24 hours ago. Because you and I were both saying they're 3-0, but they haven't played anybody.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an authentic 3-0 team by any means. Their best opponent on their schedule so far was a Dolphins team with Skylar Thompson at quarterback. But they went toe-to-toe with Detroit for the most part. That was a 28-20 game in the third quarter, a 35-27 game in the fourth quarter, and then the Lions pulled away. But I think Seattle's going to be a wild card type team under Mike McDonald in his first year as a head coach.
Yeah, I think their ceiling is lower than Detroit's ceiling. I think, we got a little evidence of that last night, but Seattle ain't bad, right? I mean, usually you play 3 teams that are inferior to you. You stumble in one of those and you win 2 out of 3, or you kind of look shaky. They were much better, I think, than all 3 of the teams that they played. I know it was a little bit closer with Denver, but week 1 of the season. I like their offensive diversity. When Walker's healthy, he can do a little bit of everything. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a great kind of intermediate threat. We know what DK Metcalf can do, and if all else fails, Tyler Lockett is helpful as well, kind of a sticks-moving kind of guy. To me, defensively, I don't know about them, but they're plenty good enough to win 9 games, especially with the start they're off to.
Geno Smith is also sneaky better than he gets credit for.
Mhm.
I think he's a victim of his early career. He was a second-round pick out of West Virginia. He failed in New York with the Jets, but who hasn't? I mean, Aaron Rodgers is trying to reverse a Commanders and Bears-like run for quarterbacks, basically, in that city. But late career Geno Smith in Seattle has been mostly really, really good. And watching him last night, he was slicing and dicing the Lions. Frankly, this is why I can't trust Detroit to get to a Super Bowl. I think they're good enough offensively to win a title. I think they could beat anybody in the NFC. I think they could beat Kansas City or the Bills or the Ravens or whoever comes out of the AFC. I don't trust that defense. When Washington was interviewing Aaron Glenn, it didn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm sure he's a leader of men type and he's very popular in a building, but his defenses are never that good. Like, the one thing you could say about Dan Quinn, even if you were a detractor from the standpoint of him being similar to Rivera or having had a chance already or not wanting a defensive-minded head coach or whatever, his defenses are always excellent. This year, clearly they're not yet, but it's early. They got to continue to work at it, and we'll see where it goes. But the Lions defense, how do you win a Super Bowl with that group? They give up too many big plays. I don't know what they hang their hat on. They gave up 516 yards last night.
Yeah, it's hard for me to advocate for them the morning after. I'll do my best here, though, right? But I tend to agree with you, just for the record. Devil's advocate. They're built like those Colts teams back in the day with Peyton Manning and company, where the resources, rightly so, were on the offense. What they want is to get a lead, and make you one-dimensional, drop back and pass, to let Aiden Hutchinson eat, to maybe have guys like Carlton Davis or Brian Branch or otherwise, maybe break on a football, get you a turnover. Maybe those New Orleans Saints teams that could never really stop anybody, but the one year they got turnover luck, they won the Super Bowl with Breeze and company. I think that's the design, but I'm with you. Down in and down out, there are 15, 16, 20 defenses I'd probably rather have than the Detroit Lions. They're vulnerable. Hutchinson's a badass. I mean, he's got 6.5 sacks here through 4 weeks. Other than that, I'm not sure what it is that you do here.
Enough talking about the 3-1 Lions who scored 42 points.
Thank you.
This weekend.
Give me a 3-1 team that scored 42 points this week. Can you think of another?
Let's talk about the Commanders.
Here we go.
How about this news item today from Brian Wacker of the Baltimore Sun? He reported today that the Commanders-Ravens game 2 weeks out, Sunday, a week from this weekend, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels. Everyone's been saying NBC's got to pick that up. They got to flex this game. Remember, this is the first year where you can actually start flexing games this early so that we get better primetime games. He's reporting NBC was interested in flexing the Commanders and the Ravens into Sunday Night Football, went to CBS to get it done, and CBS, according to his reporting, protected the game. They have the right, I guess, a couple of times a year or whatever, to basically say, we're keeping this one. And they did that with Washington and Baltimore. I say this to tell you, Danny, in 2024, the year of our Lord, October 1st, as we sit here today with the Commanders, a first-place 3-1 team, where are we at in this recalibration, this rebuild? Where are we in the Commanders season when normally you're not looking at draft portfolios yet, but you're at least trying to figure out what teams are going to be picking where? You're beginning your prep, right?
Yeah, usually I'm looking at quarterbacks in the way too early draft rankings early October.
You're 3 weeks away on October 1st, generally, from your first deep dive into the NFL draft board, okay? We are in networks are squabbling over the Commanders territory.
Man.
CBS and NBC are going, no, we want them. No, we want them. Yeah, but we have the right to them. We get to say no. They're fighting over the Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury-led Washington Commanders.
We don't have unlimited no cards or black balls, whatever you want to call it. We're going to use one on Washington. I mean, Baltimore's there too, but we're using it on Washington. If Baltimore was playing, I don't know, Tennessee, Cleveland, a lot of teams, I don't think they'd use that card. They're using it because they want that Washington juice, and I like it.
Well, what's funny is the game it would replace is a very similar AFC North, NFC East, Super Bowl caliber AFC North, projected to be not very good team in the NFC East game. The current Week 6 Sunday Night Football game is the Bengals and the Giants. Cincinnati is the Baltimore in this example, right? Where when you book that game, you go, Bengals are probably going to be front runners in the North. Joe Burrow's back. They got a chance to win a Super Bowl. They've gotten off to a slow start. Now, so have the Ravens at 2-2, but the Ravens are a much better looking team right now than the 1-3 Bengals, whose only win has come against Andy Dalton-led Carolina. The Giants and the Commanders were the two teams. You and I were trying to figure this out with every guest we had on all offseason. We know the Eagles and the Cowboys are the top teams in the division on paper. Who's third? Well, clearly, NBC and a lot of the other networks thought the Giants had the better chance to be the interesting team a month into the season, that they were the team that might be upsetting the apple cart in the NFC East. They guessed wrong on the Bengals. They guessed wrong on the Giants. And now, like everybody else seemingly, they want to get their little mitts on the Washington Commanders.
Please form an orderly queue and line up. You want a piece of Washington. You can't have it. I love it.
I'm just enjoying it.
Yep.
I don't need to fully invest yet.
This is it precisely.
Right? Like, to me, whatever happens doesn't even really matter to me that much for the rest of this season. Now, that will change for me this offseason when they've got money to spend and they need to go get some assets and add some really good players, and they'll have a chance on a rookie quarterback contract to put some hay in the barn. Because the beauty of what they've got is if Jaden Daniels is the dude and you're not paying him a lot of money yet, then that is the biggest gift you can have in team building. There's no waiting anymore. Urgency, aggressiveness. Let's make it happen. You got 3 to 4 seasons to really do this before he gets all of the money.
You do the Houston blueprint, for example, right? It hasn't clicked yet just down there, but that on paper, that's the idea, right? You add, you supplement instead of just saying, hey, that was nice. Let's keep growing. No. Let's go spend.
But for right now, it's just enjoyable to see the coverage, to turn on NFL Network on Good Morning Football and see the next new daily Jaden Daniels segment, to build. I've got a folder now in my bookmarks just for good offensive stats on the Commanders that I'm seeing all over social media. Number 1 in this, number 2 in that, first team since this year to do this. Jaden Daniels is number 1 in EPA. Jaden Daniels has been the most efficient. Just got a whole folder for all those things just so I can click on them and look at them. We don't really get this around here. I'm soaking it up. I'm enjoying it. And while this is kind of coach speak, I'm kind of going day to day with it. There's a game on Sunday. I think they're going to beat the Browns. I'm going to pick them to beat the Browns. Thought they'd beat the Cardinals. Think they'll beat the Browns. I'm starting to buy in pretty heavily on this offense and this group. But in the meantime, not overly concerned. I have not seen this team at 3-1 since 2011. And I have not seen a 3-1 Commanders team that actually had a chance to do something in many, many, many years. So the path is there for them. The division's not very good. You've got a great offense. It seems like you've got a quarterback that is scaring everybody and gives you a chance to move the ball every time you're on the field. This is what it looks like when teams come together and go on the magical carpet ride regular season run. Don't need it to happen, but they're putting the pieces together in order to start making moves.
Yeah, you go 6-7 the rest of the way, you're probably a playoff team. You know what I mean? Like they've done enough to put themselves in a good spot to play meaningful football.
Isn't it funny, by the way, this is all it took? No, I don't mean having Jaden Daniels. Because that's
win
obvious.
2 games in a week and you did it.
Right.
Ta-da.
Like, one time in 13 years, they're 3-1.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all it took for the town to be excited and for us to start having these stupid conversations.
Yeah, and it's far more routine in so many other places, right? They're not singing every song in Buffalo. They're not tap dancing in pick your city. Maybe Minnesota, they're excited because the expectations were so low. But in places where this is normal, these kinds of conversations, they would laugh at us. It's not normal here. And that's my only point. I had the same conversation with a couple different people via text over the last 48 hours or so. And what does this mean? Or how good are they at the division? I go, I have no idea, honestly. I will tell you this first month, we're now in October, month 2, but the first month, way better than I ever thought. It's so enjoyable. I'm going to continue to do that because if this is now we're all in, we spent every salary cap dollar, we moved all the chips into the middle, because that's not what this offseason was. Had they done that, I'd have different expectations and sort of different ways of judging them. This to me is can Jaden Daniels play in the league? I think the answer is yes. But that's the whole point here of this season to me is his development, is how good is he? Okay, now let's figure out what we need after that. We're still doing that, but we happen to be kicking people's ass at the same time. That's cool.
It's been a blast.
Yeah.
Are you ready, though, to really drink the Commanders' Kool-Aid and to define what that means, to start thinking about this team as a playoff team? Are you already ready to do that 4 games in? Are you ready to write in Sharpie not only that Daniels is the long-term answer, that he is actually this good, that this is not some desert mirage coming back from Arizona, right? But that this is authentic and that this team is going to be this good this season for the rest of the year. That's what drinking the Kool-Aid means, as opposed to passing the cup for now and playing the waiting game. Pick one of those two sides. Are you taking a sip, or are you going to pass the cup on Commander's Kool-Aid? Let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on that right now. 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. We'll get to those calls next. 3 o'clock today, fastest 16 minutes in football, recapping every game from the weekend. 5 o'clock, Austin Eckler's on the show. We're giving away tickets to the Caps home opener at 4 right here on The Fan. We've got a cup of Commander's Kool-Aid in the studio. Are we prepared to drink it with the boys 3-1, elite offensively, and to top the NFC East? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. In fact, if you look at, among other categories, even how they're doing up front with their offensive line, Danny, they are passing every test with flying colors. They are way better than anyone could have anticipated in almost every regard. Lowest pressure rates allowed in week 4. Washington was top 5 in the NFL with that weak link, I'm using air quotes here, of an offensive line that everybody was worried about just 19% of the time. Kingsbury has been better than advertised. Daniels has surpassed all expectations, is having a historic first month as a rookie. Through 4 games, their offense ranks 3rd in pass yards per attempt, 1st in third down percentage. By the way, they've been in the mid-30s in third down percentage for like 4 straight years, almost identically. They're at 54% conversion rate on third down right now, best in the NFL. They're number 1 in points per drive at 3.56. They've punted 3 times all year. In fact, they have the fewest punts in the NFL by like 6. I mean, the next best offense has punted 3 times as much as them at this point. So I ask you, Danny Huhe, Commander's Kool-Aid is in that cup in front of you. Will you be taking a sip, or are you passing the cup?
I'm going to pass the cup. It's not time yet. Nobody has to do anything at this stage. It is fun. You can let your imagination run wild. There are a million things that are not sustainable. We talked about it already going into this past week. It's not sustainable to have 0 turnovers. It's not sustainable to win games where you've only turned your opponents over twice. It's not sustainable to have no penalties. It's not sustainable to have the kind of success they've had on third downs. Again, stuff happens. The false start, the illegal motion, the drop pass. Nothing bad has happened. Something bad will happen. And again, that's okay. You can hear my voice. I don't sound very upset about it. They're not this good. Nobody's this good, quite frankly, to score 40 a game over the past couple of weeks and just destroy teams. And then all of a sudden a defense that has been terrible shows up and plays great. I haven't seen enough sample to make me believe that that's real. So I'm going to withhold judgment. I'm going to keep that cup of Kool-Aid in the fridge. I'll come right back to it. If we're here in 2 or 3 weeks having a similar conversation, even if they drop one of these games coming up, they lose to Baltimore on the road or something, as long as they're kind of continuing on this track, we could talk about some Kool-Aid for me.
There's a line in The Departed. No ticky, no laundry. Okay? Daddy don't do 2-week referendums. Grandpa didn't do it. Dennis Paulson didn't do it. I'm not going to do it. Week 1, I didn't love what I saw offensively. I thought it was fine. And with Daniels, I didn't like it either because he just ran all the time. Week 2 in the first half, I didn't really like what I saw. In the second half, I thought he was marvelous. Week 3 was the best young quarterback performance I've ever seen in my life. Blown away. Week 4 was really, really good. I thought it was schemed up and kind of came easily to him, but he was outstanding and he made all the right decisions. The 4-week sample here with the player, with the offense, with the entire group, really other than the defense, is to say that they've been excellent mostly. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid just yet. But if you bring that Kool-Aid back next week, and they are 4-1 after a win against the Browns, bring me a straw, because I'm going to have some. If they beat Cleveland at home and they get to 4-1, I mean, let's find some of the numbers on that, Dad, if you can, Darius. I don't want my dad, if he's listening at home, to start looking for the numbers.
Like Dad's just poking around. Like, what numbers,
like,
Grant?
What do you have to get, Grant? I meant Dad Darius.
Oh, love you, Dad.
Yeah. Love you, Dad. But I'm curious. If you're 4-1, what is the chance that you make the playoffs? It's a massively high number. And that's before they changed the playoff settings, right? Where we now have an extra team. They expanded the field. So you get to 4-1. Just do the math. You've got to go 500 the rest of the way with a pretty easy schedule. Oh, by the way, just to win 10 games. Like now we're talking about the possibility of the first 11-win season potentially since 1991. I'm not ready to have that conversation yet. I want 4 more quarters of intel. I want 1 more game. I want another weekend of this season, and then we'll reassess next week. But I think I'll sip that Kool-Aid. If the Kool-Aid is like double-digit wins, playoff football, team that's good enough that it can win every single week, the shoe's not going to drop, there's not some major regression coming. As I sit right now, And I guess I could change my mind on Sunday, but I think I'd be prepared to take that sip next week if they handle the Browns. Now, if they beat the Browns 17-13 and they turn the ball over 4 times or whatever, I'll feel differently. But if they go out and score 30 again and they move up and down the field and Tressway punts 2 times and they beat Cleveland by 17 or something, it's go time. This team at that point is just really, really good. This is something different than we've seen since your boy was a toddler.
I think that's fair. I mean, remember, this group was 6-3 before Alex Smith got hurt. In that game, they moved to 6-4. And we knew at the time it wasn't sustainable, right? We knew this was fluky. We knew this was a low ceiling offense that was, they were tough and they were playing hard, but come on, we all kind of knew where the truth lied. And that's not the same feeling I've got now, right? Like that was as close to the top of their ceiling, to overuse that word, as they could be. That group that was 6-3 moving to 6-4 when Houston injured Smith. I don't know that that's true with this group. The arrow's trending up, right? As guys like Luke McCaffrey are still rookies, getting their feet wet. Jaden Daniels is continuing to grow and play better. There's an ascension that's even still possible here.
Luke McCaffrey, who was on our show yesterday. If you missed the interview, make sure you podcast it at thefandc.com when we're done today. I also tweeted out a link to the interview if you want to check it out. He was fantastic. Darius, what'd you find on 4-1 starts?
So I haven't found any numbers particularly on 4-1 starts. As it stands right now, the Commanders at 3-1, they have a 68% chance to make the playoffs. If you look ahead to a couple of the other teams who are 4-0, those teams have a 89% chance of making round 1 of the playoffs.
So we'll split the difference and say it's in the 70s.
That sounds good. Yeah.
70-some% chance of making the postseason at that point. And it's not like their schedule is overly arduous either. But yeah, let's chat again next week. So you and I are both kicking the can down the road a little bit here.
Yes.
Question for you guys, 800-636-1067. We got a cup of Commanders Kool-Aid. Are you taking a swig or not? Sean's in Falls Church. What's up, Sean?
I appreciate you guys taking my call. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
I think that in terms of sipping the Kool-Aid of a playoff team, I'm still sitting on the bench. But at the same time, in terms of a 3-4 plus win from what we had, yes, I'm totally about that. I think that Cleveland is a team to beat. The Giants are a team that beat them, and that should tell you a lot. One question for you, Danny, specifically. I understand you're not a huge fan of the name.
Correct.
But once this team starts winning and winning and winning, what are you going to do? I mean, are you on the same team? Are you believing? Are you going to stick with that? Or are you just going to say, that's cute and change the name?
I love that question. I appreciate you asking it. I hate the name. It reminds me of Dan Snyder. Nothing could ever change that. But I do think the plan, by the way, and I said this months ago, and I think so, is they're taking the air out of the football, talking about the Hog ownership group. And if they have success, for example, Jaden Daniels was the #1 selling jersey for Fanatics this past month. So that's Commanders jerseys.
In fact, I saw somewhere that the top 2 selling jerseys were 2 different variations of Jaden Daniels.
There you go. Right. And I am mad at myself that I just said the stupid name just now. I can't stand saying it. I hate it. Everything reminds me of Snyder. It's like being smacked in the face. That will never change for me because I'm weird. But this is the plan, I think, is to have some success and then not have to make a change.
Yeah. If it becomes cool to be a Commanders fan, if they become cool, the name will absolutely catch on nationally because nobody nationally hates it. The people that hate the name Commanders are local people who liked the name Redskins. And even if they were okay with something new, don't like the new arcade version of this name. But as it becomes more and more the norm, the Commanders are on Monday Night Football. The Commanders are on Thursday Night Football.
100%.
It will get harder and harder to change. So I think it is irrefutable and unequivocal. If they are good and they go win 10, 11 games, it becomes a lot harder to change the name.
Yep.
No doubt.
Or less necessary. Yeah. I mean, like, there's no point in doing it for them.
Possibly true. I mean, I think the name popularity won't change a lot in terms of it being liked. I just think, to your point, maybe less of a priority because they're going to be selling tickets. Like, people that don't like the name are still going to be going to see them play the Browns because they're excited, right? People that don't like the name might start tuning back in and watching them. Doesn't mean they're endorsing the name. But if you're selling the tickets and you're moving the merch, I'll give you a good example. And this was before the last 2 weeks for the record. So don't tell me I'm some Johnny-come-lately. My wife took my kid to Target. This was back about a month ago. I think they had just won their first game against the Giants or whatever. And he wanted a Jaden Daniels jersey. I always talk about Jaden Daniels at home. He hears me, he watches the games with me a little bit, whatever. He's 3. They got a Jaden Daniels Commanders jersey. That was the first true Commanders gear that we have purchased. It was kind of funny because my wife brings it home. My kid runs downstairs to show it to me. He's so excited. And I go up and I'm like, I'm shocked you bought that. Like, she's had this stance. We're not doing anything Commanders. She's like, oh, he wanted it. He asked. So what do you want me? He's cute. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Your son wants a football jersey. You're going
That's
to
how
tell
it
him no?
happens.
But little by little, as time passes, Mitch Rails, Josh Harris might have a plan here. My kid just wants the Jaden Daniels thing. Where if it was a nubby quarterback in a bad football team and they were 1-3, Commanders just isn't resonating still. I definitely think that is part of the whole equation.
Without a doubt.
Are you sipping the Kool-Aid is the question. Lance in Annapolis, you're on G&D.
I'm drinking it. And I tell you why. I think the fact that we lost all those games that we did last year to get lucky to get the number 2 pick, to get obviously to get Jaden Daniels. And I also think the coaching staff that they put into place is, I think everything just seems to mesh very well. And I keep hearing this team talking about brotherhood, and you can obviously tell they want to play for one another. You look at the offensive line, beginning of the year, they weren't supposed to be any good, and now they're playing great. I think if you look at the defense, they just haven't figured out their identity yet, and that's going to come. You got obviously Quinn, who's a great coordinator, and Bobby Wagner, and I think the cornerbacks will figure it out. So they got some talent on defense. They once they get their identity, I think we'll be off and rolling.
They were better
Thank you,
on
buddy.
defense in this game. I think game script had something to do with that, though. The Cardinals weren't able to run the ball when they fell behind by a bunch, which was just after halftime, after the long pass interference. And so you were able to kind of dictate terms on the back end, knowing they were going to throw it a ton. They still didn't stop the run. I'm still worried about that. And they really, when teams have had everything at their disposal, have not played at a high level. But hopefully they're coming on. I thought Jeremy Chin played his best game.
Yeah.
He's brand new 4 games in. I thought Frankie Louvu had his best game in his 4th game. Dorrance Armstrong had his best game in his 4th game. Allen and Payne had their most disruptive pass rushing game. So that's not all nothing. I mean, clearly something was working defensively that hadn't been previously. 800-636-1067 is the number. The Commanders are 3-1 for the first time since 2011. They are in first place. They've got a winnable home game where they are favored against the Browns by 3.5 points coming up on Sunday. Do you already feel like this is a team that you are ready to say is going to be playoff caliber? Because what has happened over the last calendar week is for real. It's authentic and it's not going away. That's the question. You drinking the Kool-Aid or not? We're Grant and Danny. The Pro Football Talk Power Rankings dropped this morning. They've got the Commanders 9th in the NFL. It has been a long time.
9th? Not just in the NFC.
Right.
The whole damn league?
They've got the Chiefs 1, the Lions 2, and the Vikings 3 from the NFC North. The Bucs, who beat Washington 4. Bills, coming off a loss to the Ravens, round out the top 5. And then they've got 6 through 10, the Texans, Steelers, 49ers, Commanders, and Packers. So Washington above Baltimore, Philly, Atlanta, New Orleans, Seattle, the Commanders 9th. As I tweeted, I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. The last week has changed the world as far as football goes in this city. 8 days ago, right now, prior to the kickoff last Monday, you and I were in Cincinnati. They were a 1-1 team that had lost in embarrassing fashion to Tampa. They got ran out the building. And they had won unimpressively against the Giants team, basically because the Giants didn't have a kicker for the whole game.
Like, you're not even exaggerating, by the way. They moved the football. There are a lot of good things out of that game. No one's saying it was a total loss. But if Graham Gano doesn't, whatever it was, his groin or quad, I can't remember.
And if the groin going in, he pulled a hamstring while he was chasing down Eckler on a touchdown return that got called back.
I would even argue if Daboll and his administration were competent and they actually had a plan, instead of just saying, let's see what happens with the kicker with the pulled leg muscle, then they might have had they probably would have lost that game. So again, you're not feeling rosy after you barely beat the Giants at home.
1-1, and we think they're going to Cincinnati to be cannon fodder for the Bengals as they get their season back on track. And in the 8 days since, they have put on a couple of throwing against air, 7-on-7 offensive clinics in the spring. They are 3-1, and they are the talk of the NFL. Are you sipping the Kool-Aid is the question, and we're defining that as, are you ready to say this is a double-digit win team, a playoff-type team, that their offense is this good, that this is not a fleeting run, but really what they are? Let's go to Dan in Leesburg on the Fan. Hey, Dan.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to tell you I love listening to your show. It really makes my evening and driving home.
Appreciate you, dude.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. But, yeah, he's the real deal. I think I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Why not? Stars are born every day. We deserve one.
That, by the way, is 100% correct. It's absolutely our time. It's been our time for decades, but, we had to wait even longer and longer and longer and longer than almost everybody else. It's basically like us, the Bears, Cleveland to a degree. Everyone else has had a turn to have a superstar. It's now ours. And all the hope is that he stays healthy and keeps his progression going.
There was that slogan growing up, I remember, that every team used, like, why not us? And it was just, teams accidentally get good all the time. Teams always say, why can't it be us this year? But put that on the superstar quarterback category.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't Washington have one? Everyone else seems to get theirs. The one time it seemed like the stars were aligning, it was ripped away in the most emotionally awful and terrible fracturing fashion ever. It's the Commanders' time. This was Jay Gruden yesterday. We asked him on G&D on his weekly appointment, is he ready to write with Sharpie that Jaden Daniels is the guy?
I think you're right at Sharpie, man. This guy in 4 games has been pretty impressive. He sees the field well. He escapes. He can run. He can throw. I mean, he does it all right. He's got great poise, too, is what I like the best about him. He doesn't get rattled. I can tell. Sometimes you can see quarterbacks' eyeballs through their face masks. They're so big and scared. But this guy is he's a surgeon back there. He's got confidence and plays a lot of poise, and he's accurate and fun to watch, man. He's fun to watch.
Let's go to Charles, who's in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. Charles, are you buying that the Commanders will play at this level for the rest of the season?
Y'all late. I'm the kid that sneaks in the refrigerator late at night and take a sip.
You don't want anyone to know you're
That's
taking
funny.
a sip? Why
That's
not?
funny.
No, but see, the reason, that's my optimism with my Kool-Aid drinking. And I'm gonna bring up this one thing nobody's paying attention to. We got coaches and a general manager now.
Well, it's not just coaches and a general manager. Thank you for the call.
Thank you, dude.
A new owner, a new GM, a new head coach, and a new quarterback. The 4 most important pillars of any football organization that hold the whole thing up: owner, GM, head coach, and quarterback. The owner here for 25 years gave you no chance. They have never had a GM, so they really had 3 pillars where you need 4. There was just a hole where the 4th pillar was supposed to be. The head coach, they swung and missed on with Ron Rivera. I thought they had a chance just because of his offensive acumen with Jay, but he had his own issues from the leadership standpoint at times, and just players buying in, because he was just a very normal guy who was pretty unassuming. Maybe a better coordinator than a coach, but they were closer under Gruden than they've been.
Yeah, the 2 best seasons they've had back to back.
Because he's so good at drawing up offense, and they had a quarterback at that time. And the QB, as we've been talking about, has been the ultimate, Eleanor. That is the Shelby GT that you can't steal. You can't find it. Maybe you've got all 4. But when you have all 4, you're a Super Bowl contender. If you have 3, you're going to be in the playoffs every year. If you have 2, you have a chance to occasionally sneak in. If you only have 1, you got no chance. If you have 0, you're a laughingstock. And they've been in that 0 to 1 bucket for a long, long time.
That's the best way to put it. I mean, that's perfect. The every action we talked about it because that's the job, but we could have come in and gone, they got no chance. Bruce Allen's in charge and Dan Snyder still owns the thing. So see you guys tomorrow at 2. That's not a great show, to be honest with you.
Dare us fire up our favorite music for the next 4+ hours. That's how the show would have gone, essentially.
Yeah.
Luckily, we came up with some other things to talk about, and hopefully it worked out for everybody. Let's push fastest 16 minutes to 3:30. That is our normal 3 o'clock staple each and every week, but we don't normally get to talk to people about the Commanders being 3-1. There's a couple lines open, MGM National Harbor listener lines. Let's redirect this way. Here will be the question for you going ahead. How will the Browns game impact how you feel about this team and its legitimacy? Sunday, how big a deal is it for you and your buy-in, your opt-in, or have you already seen enough? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are the home of the Nats and the Caps, and more talk than anybody about the team that everybody in football can't get enough of, the Washington Commanders. Question for you guys on the table right now. We started the show. Are you buying in on this team? Is this authentic? Is this 3-1 record the truth? And are they going to continue to play at this level offensively? And I don't mean not punting, right? I don't mean scoring every time they touch the ball, but can they continue to be a juggernaut? Are they a top 5 type offense from now until the end of the year? 800-636-1067. We're pivoting a bit to this Browns game now, Sunday. They're favored. They're coming home. They're excited to be back, according to Luke McCaffrey joining us yesterday. They think they're going to be a raucous atmosphere. They're really giddy to see what the fan turnout is after all of the fans that were in Arizona, Danny. And as they come home to take on the Browns, they got a chance to get to 4-1. For me, this is the pendulum swinger. If you let down a little bit, you look like you did in week 1 against Tampa, then there's going to be some ebbs and flows, and I just kind of got to bake in the highs and the lows of the season, probably a 9-ish type win team. But if they whoop up on Cleveland and they play like they did the last 2 weeks, I'm going to be sipping the Kool-Aid. They'll be 4-1, and I'll be looking toward double-digit wins, and I'll be talking about the playoffs on this show next week.
Interesting. So I was thinking about what my perspective is and is going to be. I think here's what's on the line for me is the ceiling, but not the floor. In other words, I've seen one game that was pretty rotten. I've seen one that was solid. Now that we have the viewpoint of the next 2 games, it looks better in retrospect, talking about the Giants game. If they struggle and win or lose against Cleveland, it's kind of a rock fight, and Cleveland has their way with them offensively, and Washington can't really do as much on their when they have the football. Win or lose, I'll go, okay, just a reminder that we're in for a roller coaster, like we kind of thought, right? Rookie quarterback, first year, everything. You probably can't count on this group to be that much of a juggernaut. But if they do what you're talking about, and they are 4-1, I'll go, all right, let's all dream together. Let's all high five and buy our T-shirts and get excited. I think that's what's on the line for me. So if they lose, Grant, I'm not going to be bummed or down and out and same old skins. I'm not going to do that at all. Knowing that, hey, here's what we're doing. Our highs are higher than they've been in some time, and we're going to have some lows too as we kind of go through this process for the rookie QB.
No, I'm
that's
just
where I'm at.
waiting for cold water. That would be the cold water.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't come again, then it really doesn't matter when it does come. The damage, so to speak, has been done. They're already really good.
In years past, cold water looks like losing 13 of your last 15 games when they started 2-0 with Sam Howell and company. The cold water was, they're actually not very good at all. And the bottom fell out. I don't think that's the case at this point. So the cold water to me is, they're just fine.
Nice to talk about the football team's bright future. Time for you to plan your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's, the law firm, Condori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a consultation with our buddies Condori and Murad right now. Visit kmlawyers.com. If you tell them that we sent you, you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. By the way, people should come hang out with us this week. We're going to be out and about on Friday for a live broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Celebrating another weekend of Commanders football in the NFL. We will be at Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria over on Mandeville Lane. Stop by. Atlas's 15 taps are there. Dozens of TVs, great pizza, awesome wings. Friday we'll be there from 2 to 6:30. It's the new Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria. For more information, visit thefandc.com. We'll see you out there. Let's go to the phones. We start with Jeff in Gaithersburg. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, buddy.
I'm coming in sounding like Bernie Mac on this stand up on Def Jam. What he said, I'm not scared of y'all. I'm not going to finish the rest because it's not appropriate for radio.
All-time set, by the way.
Yes.
So funny.
Yes, that's how I'm feeling right now. I no longer call Jaden Daniels. His name is now him. Timothy Daniels III. Listen, from game 1 to now, like this been constant improvement. And I'm willing to bet if we replay that Tampa Bay game today, we're winning that game. If we had Siebert in that game, we might be singing a different tune. And we still got pieces in development that's making their strides right now. Sarasville, Sennett, McCaffrey, Coleman. This is not a finished product of the team.
So, Jupe, this is a great point. And I think I want to hammer something on these rookies. I appreciate the call. You got me thinking about this. The best is yet to come this season for Mike Sanders still in the secondary. We're just now seeing Brandon Coleman get to a point where he's playing half of the snaps at left tackle. He played almost 50%. 37 snaps for Lucas at left tackle on Sunday, 35 for the rookie Brandon Coleman, who, by the way, didn't allow a single pressure on, I believe it was 19 dropbacks where he was blocking in the passing game. He was awesome. So Coleman getting implemented and really locked in at left tackle. Sandra still continuing to come into his own in the secondary. They've had to move him around, by the way, from the slot to the outside, right? Both of those things, I think, are arrow up areas for the rookie class. McCaffrey's been good, is only going to get better. Daniels has probably been so good that you can't expect more than he's given you.
Mhm.
But if a lot of what we're seeing is legitimate, he'll continue to play at a high level. Jordan McGee got hurt, or else he'd be playing a bunch on defense in that linebacking core. We haven't seen Ben Sinnott catch a pass yet.
Yeah.
He's been open a bunch. I mean, Troy Aikman showed a few clips from the Bengals game and previous games where he was just running free down the field, and he hasn't been targeted yet. That's coming.
Exactly. So to your point, remember, we get the data after the fact from PFF. Hey, Luke McCaffrey's open an awful lot. Look at the separation scores. Look at how open he is. He hadn't had a ton of targets, she said. It's not as if he's, gotten 10 or 15 since then. But that was something you file away because they've got access to stuff too. They're going to know, hey, you guys, Ben Sinnott's working open, or hey, this is something we can come back to. Because what you're doing now is you're showing a type. You're showing tendencies. The good offensive coordinators, I'm not talking about the guys that, hey, I designed a good play this week or whatever. The really good ones anticipate what the other team, aka the defense, is thinking about you. So now's the time we break tendency. Now's the time we break type. We do something, a look that we've shown. Now we do that throwback pass to Ben Sinnott, or now we leak him down the seam, or now we work that Chris Cooley style short screen to him and let him work in the middle of the field. You have those assets and abilities, and that's only going to get better from here.
There are 3 it's happening gifts that I always have to choose from, but it is happening all around us right now. What I mean by that is I'm getting tweets as we talk today, this segment from people. I'll be at the game Sunday for the first time since 2010. Coming out of the woodwork.
2010.
Going back to home games. We saw a lot of this at the beginning of last year, if you remember, after Dan Snyder was gone, just to celebrate his exit. And frankly, the exodus of a lot of the bad guys at the top of the organization, as we can refer to them. They were gone, and people came out to celebrate. But that was fleeting. It was a game. It was 2 games. And then the season continued. The team was terrible. And nobody had said, I'm going to be at every game. It was just, I'm going to come celebrate.
I just want to go be with fellow fans.
Exactly. But what you're getting now is an opt-in based on the product, which is a very, very different thing. My 3 it's happening gifts that I always choose from. You probably know all of them. So one is Ron Paul for some reason. I don't know why him or what this is from. But he lifts his hands over his head, and there's these flashing lights behind him, and it says it's happening. And at this point in 2024, I think we're past him being a political figure enough. And it's just some old guy with his hands over his head. It's kind of funny. It says it's happening. I love that one.
I guarantee you one is Jonah Hill doing the scream where he's waving his hands right in front of his face.
So
is that one of the 3?
I've never used that one.
What?
The other one is Michael Scott in The Office.
Oh, I know that one. Yeah.
Where he says, oh my God, it's happening. And he doesn't know what to do. And he's backing into a wall.
So when Pam goes into labor. Yep.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one is Michael Cera, who just kind of smirking at someone who's giving him news. And he's like, it's happening, isn't it? But I've just been rotating those one by one on social media the last couple of days with all of these announcements people are making, telling me they're going to their first game in a long time. Let's go to Drew in Graysonville. What's up, Drew?
Hey guys, so I've been on the bandwagon. I drank the Kool-Aid when the team was owned by Dan Jim Jones Snyder. So this feels like much safer Kool-Aid to drink. And I thought at the beginning of the season they were going to either win 6 games or 10 games, but I think they can easily win 12 now. And so I'm feeling good. I will be at the game. Have a great tailgate starting early in the red zone lot. If you want some Polish boys, it's Cleveland, so we do the kielbasa and fries and pierogies, and it's all good in the world right now.
Sounds like fun.
Appreciate you, dude.
Hopefully it's a sunny day. What's the weather going to be this weekend?
I think the nonsense is over today. The gross, cold, rainy crap.
It's just been awful.
Yeah.
10-day forecast, Landover, Maryland. Let me pull this up.
Sunny in between 55 and 76 on the day.
Come on. Are you kidding me?
That's what I got for you.
Perfect. Football weather. A little chilly, sunny. Let's do this thing. Let's get to 4-1. Let's do it together. Bracken in Arlington. What's up?
Hey guys. So as much as I want to be excited, I'm still a cynic and will probably still be one after this week. I grew up in Arizona, and so the Cardinals are my first team. And Cliff Kingsbury, love the guy. I think he's super dedicated, smart guy. But every year after year, our problem with him was always about week 10 to 12, everything would just collapse. You'd have Kyler Murray looking like he's still an MVP season. We all thought we had all the reasons to hope in the world. Every season something would collapse. And so I think until I see a full season of him here, I'm going to be really struggling to maintain that enthusiasm until I see it.
That is so true.
I totally get that, by the way. And I brought this up a couple times, that was the pathology. Multiple times on multiple seasons in Arizona, they'd get off to these gangbuster starts. They were, I think, 11-1 at one point, undefeated late into the season, and then finished by losing 5 out of 6 or whatever it was, because all of a sudden the offense couldn't go anymore. As adjustments got made, maybe guys wore down, I don't know. The hope is, and you heard a little bit of that in, I think, on the telecast, and some of the stories of the years off that Kingsbury's had since he was in the NFL. And you're hoping that, kind of like a la Mike Shanahan did it during his sabbatical, you study the league, you figure out what's going on. You do some self-scouting too, where you figure out, okay, why? Why did that happen to me? And can I prevent it? That's why it's a huge year for him, right? Because right now he's the hottest thing since sliced bread. And if this kind of continues or something close to it, that's a head coach. He wants that. He needs to get to the finish line. So hopefully he's aware that when you get to that point that has been a bugaboo for him and his teams over the last couple of seasons, last time he's been in charge of an offense, that doesn't happen now, and you finish strong, and now you got yourself your head coaching gig again.
The first year he was in Arizona in 2019, they were really bad. He was taking over an awful team.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of dismiss that. The pandemic year of 2020, they started 5-2, if you remember. They're actually 6-3 as well. And then they finished 8-8, completely collapsed. The year you're talking about is 2021, when they were 10-1 and finished 11-6, 1-5 down the stretch. And then 2022, they went 4-13, but even that year, they were 2-2, and they'd won 3 times as of early October. And the rest of the football season, they won 1 football game to go 4-13. And then there was the year where, that was the year he got fired. So that is the book, very obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that's him as a head coach and the team record. But a big part of the problem were the offenses. The offenses would come out, light people up, not to the extent they are now. But it is not lost on me, for the record, and this is pro-Cliff, not anti-Cliff. When you see the stat that's being shown everywhere, this graphic we're all seeing, completion percentage at the quarterback position, and Jaden Daniels with the record right now through 4 games. Tom Brady's second on that chart. You've seen it?
Yes.
Kyler Murray, under Cliff Kingsbury, is, I think, 4th in that top 5. 2 of the 5 guys are Cliff Kingsbury quarterbacks in the horizontal raid. That's not nothing. Like, this is him designing very easy, safe things. Now, Jaden, on top of that, has been unbelievable and sensational as a passer. That's not taking away. But part of what's going to happen, Danny, is teams are going to start playing you to expecting the quick game, getting up and jamming and playing the line of scrimmage and muddying things up short and intermediate, and maybe giving you the over-the-top stuff. And then we've got to see, those are lower percentage plays, obviously.
Right.
Can you hit on enough of those? Can you hit the home run to McLaurin? Can you hit on something down the field to De'Ami Brown? But that's coming.
Listen to these just running through it. Listen to these point totals in 2021 to start the season, kind of to your point. 38-13 win, 34-33 win, 31-19 win, 37-20 win, 17-10 win over San Francisco, 37-14 win, 31-5. You're going, oh my God,
So
this
that's
is
the
a juggernaut.
Commanders this year.
Yeah, this is a bleeping juggernaut. Then, it started to get inconsistent. Then it started to fall off, and then it got bad.
Yeah. So true. I also would point out, and I'm not going to pretend like I called what's happening, because the opposite probably
I certainly didn't.
is the case, where I didn't expect any of this early. But the one thing I did say is, and I think you agreed with me on this, you'll have to remind me, but we both had them like 6-7-ish wins, right? My point was always, there's a better chance they win 10 games, and Daniels has that Griffin year, than they win 4. Because I think the running quarterback, the quarterback that runs, is a ceiling lifter. It is a ceiling elevator. You see it with Caleb Williams, who doesn't really run that much, or Bo Nix, who's athletic and does scramble, but it's hard as a rookie quarterback. The cheat code and the answer key is the ability to run. And for guys like Robert Griffin and Lamar Jackson or whoever else, they've all hit the ground sprinting, literally and figuratively. because they can run. And then the adjustments get made, and what happens after that? Sometimes you continue to play at a high level, sometimes you don't. But I always kind of felt like there was a possibility that at least in year one or early on, they did something crazy where no one could stop them because their quarterback just presents that many problems. That is different than assuming that would always be the case, which I didn't expect and still kind of don't, honestly. But the fast start thing was always a possibility because we've seen it with a dual threat quarterback. In fact, it happens, I don't want to say more often than not, but when Heisman Trophy winning dual threats are picked second around here, we're 2 for 2 with the offense taking the league by
You're
storm.
familiar with the higher floor right away. I'm with you.
Totally.
Yep.
Different situation in terms of the team. That Redskins team was 3-6. They weren't that good. Then they won 7 in a row. This is a 3-1 team that is way, way, way better. Let's go to Kendall and Crofton. How are you?
Hey, what's up, brothers?
Hey, man.
Man, you guys make some great points. You can't refute any of that. The only thing I would say is different. I think you mentioned this, Grant, is number one, he's operating as an OC versus a HC. I think that's a big difference. And then I think Jaden, man, Jaden is different, bro. He is so accurate. He processes so fast. I've been watching the game over and over, and I've seen all 22s and different people breaking down, so forth. It's amazing what he's doing to these defenses right now. So I am all in, but I do want to see what he does because Cleveland has a real defense. He had Arizona. They didn't know what they were doing.
They did not know what to do.
They were confused. So we're going to see a real defense this week. And if he can dime up and make plays and keep the sticks moving, man, sky is the limit, man. Sky is the limit because this kid, he has everything.
It's fun to dream on. I mean, there has not really been a flaw exposed yet. Like right now, this moment, come up with something that you would say Jaden Daniels can't do or that you're scared about long-term in his development. I would still bring up his size, which was one of my big concerns in terms of it's not his height. He's 6'3" and change. It's his slenderness and taking hits. First 2 games, everyone forgets. He missed a play in his second game of his career because he took a big shot. First game, he got hit helmet to helmet. Luckily, the Red Hat didn't pull him off the field. But he could have easily missed time in both of his first 2 games based on hits he took. So that would be my answer. But if you separate that, and it's just football related, where are your concerns?
That's always been my list, is the hits because of the frame and because of his propensity to take them. Right, you're going to be hit. I mean, think of the Cincinnati play, the one we're all heralding because it was awesome. The throw to Terry McLaurin with a 10% completion percentage. He got smacked right up under his chin, upper chest. That's inevitable just playing quarterback. You play quarterback in this league, you're going to have moments where you step into an oncoming freight train that's going to knock you on your ass. That's always coming. It's the extra ones where you go, being hit is bad, so we should try to avoid the hits as much as possible. I'm worried about it because he had a propensity to take them. That's always been my concern.
What happens if they look different and worse against the Browns? How will you be viewing everything? Let's say they win or they don't. Doesn't really matter the outcome. Even if they're 4-1, but it looks very, very different. And the offense looks like for a week it was solved by a smart defensive coordinator. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play comes your way at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And we will blitz at 4 o'clock. Remember, in a half hour, we're giving away tickets to the Caps home opener. You better be listening to Grant and Danny right here on the Fan. 6 o'clock, speaking of tickets we're giving away, we got tickets to see the Deftones coming to D.C. Austin Eckler's on the show at 5. We talked to him on Friday before the game. I want to ask him about Jeremy McNichols' performance and what he said to McNichols after the game. He said he'd been texting him throughout the week, helping him to get ready. McNichols could have been better, man. He looked like Austin Eckler.
So much burst, quick as hell. A couple big blocks and pass pro that are huge. It's kind of like, this is what it is. This is the pass catching back.
We'll also get to the bottom of Eckler's chances to play at home on Sunday against the Browns. So before we get back to the phones, the question we're posing to people is, let's say they have a game where they take a step back against Cleveland. We'll call it the cold water performance here, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think everyone will respond? We're starting to hear the P word, playoffs, and thinking about 10 wins. Will that still be happening and it'll be just viewed as a step backwards? Or will it be an opportunity where we all kind of just snap out of it a little bit and we go, that was an incredible week. Let's lock back in on recalibration, finding north, rebuild, and watch Jaden Daniels and care less about the result.
3 pieces of pie here in your pie graph. I think one will be same old, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's too good to be true. Of course they aren't good. And here comes the other shoe dropping and this will never work out and blah, blah, blah. I think there's going to be a portion that thinks that way. That's not where I am, to be honest with you, but I think a lot of people will feel that way. Portion number 2 is just kind of like you're saying, hey, that was a great run for a couple of weeks where they were awesome. This is probably more normal. Let's see what happens. And then 3 is kind of like somewhere in between where it's like, this is just one setback. They're still winning 10, 11, 12 games because they had that high ceiling.
I think if they play well against Cleveland, regardless of result, I'm going to come in here feeling like they're going to win the vast majority of the rest of their games. Because the way I view football is, do you have a good offense? Do you have a good quarterback? If the answer to those questions is yes, then you're going to win half the time or more, pretty much. That's how it works. You're going to go up against better offenses. You might lose those. You're going to go up against better quarterbacks. You might lose those. And occasionally, you'll even lose a game you're not supposed to a bad offense or to a bad quarterback. But for the most part, you're going to be a 500-ish team. That's the floor I'm looking for. That's what I care about. So if they play okay and the offense hums again against the Browns, even in a loss, I'm still going to feel better on the other side. But I guess the one thing that would lead to me feeling like it was a wake-up call is if they come out flat, they look unprepared. It seems like they were buying into how good they were all week. And the offense scuffles in the sense that, like, we see a lot of, not alarming, but maybe regressions from Daniels in the passing game. Like, guys aren't open. It's covered. He's making bad decisions, forcing the ball where it shouldn't be, not taking what's given to him. All the stuff he hasn't done at all. Then I'd rethink a little bit because it just stands to reason. Like, we've seen no real struggles. It just seems like it's coming very easily to him. If something else happens on Sunday, it enters into the equation. But I don't really foresee that. Let's go to the phones, though. B's in Haymarket. B, how much is on the line for you in this Browns game as far as how you'll feel moving forward?
Gentlemen, for me and my fandom, there are 4 steps. The first step for my team, which is the Redskins, Commanders. Number 1, don't embarrass yourself. Okay, we got that. Number 2, be competitive. Seems like we got that. Number 3, expect to win. And number 4, be shocked if you don't win. I don't think we're there yet, but I think we're getting close. So for me, the better gift that you were talking about earlier, the better one, would be Philip Seymour Hoffman in the first Twister movie when he said, "It's coming. It's headed right for us." I think we got to wait just a second before we get the other half of that. It's already here.
I love it.
Love
so are you in expect to win mode in the third group or not yet?
I want to be competitive. As long as we're not making stupid pre-snap errors and we're competitive, I can wait for the progressions to go.
Okay, but I guess what I'm wondering then, for the way you're describing it, which I love these
Because that's
tiers.
a really good way to express it.
I love these tiers. So when do you get into expect to win mode? I expected to win against the Cardinals. I expect to win against the Browns. I don't know that I'm in that tier yet, though, because I won't expect to win against the Ravens, if that makes sense.
Well, see, my frame of reference is, because I'm old, my frame of reference is when we were really good in the 80s and the 90s. And when we lost against the Cowboys, I was shocked that we lost that game. But when we played everybody else, we were ultra competitive. I expected to win almost every game except when you go against the reigning Super Bowl champions.
So even when they're playing the Ravens or the Chiefs, you expect to win. I like that. Then I won't be there at any point this season, probably, in fairness to those tiers, which I really like. Never in my life have I been in.
You've never seen it.
I've never been in that last group. I'm shocked we lost. That doesn't exist. I don't even know what that is.
For those of us that are old enough to remember, what B was talking about quantifies it perfectly. You all remember it. Like if they lost a game, you went, oh well, they'll win next week, because they would, and they did enough times where your faith was always rewarded. When they lost in the NFC Championship game to the Giants, I think it was the 86 season, so beginning of 87. They lost this defensive struggle, tug of war where the Giants were great. You go, we'll be back next year. Won the Super Bowl next year. Like they validated every irrational fan's belief that it'll be fine down the road, because it would be.
Well, and I get it, because I've had it with the Caps and the Nats at varying points. The Capitals for the better part of a decade and change. I have had the expect to win. I would even say shocked when they lost. Against bad teams, most of the time you just go in. You go to a home Caps game during the peak Rock the Red era,
President's Cup time,
and they didn't win, you were stunned. So I've had that for sure. Playoffs are a different story in hockey. It's puck luck and it's bounces, and I don't know that you expect anything really, but you always felt good about their chances to win. The Nationals, similarly, in the regular season, when they went in every year as a 95 to 100 win team, when they would lose a series to a bad Mets team or the Marlins or something, or the Diamondbacks when they were down or whatever, that was shocking. So I've definitely had it with my teams, but for the Wizards and the Redskins, Commanders football team, whatever they've been along the way, I've never experienced that. But I think that's a good way to view it. Right now, this moment, competitive is a good baseline. That's easy. They're going to be competing, but this is 2 straight weeks where I've been confident they were going to win the football game going in. I haven't felt like that in a long time either. And that speaks to how dominant they were against the Bengals.
That's right.
Because the Bengals game, I didn't think they would win. Let's go to Gibb in Connecticut on G&D.
What up, guys? Just started listening. And listen, I'm 18 years old, and when the best season we've had is 7-9 in a COVID year, it's impossible to think that we can be that bad when we are right now. Like, we have a chance to be 4-1 for the first time in, I think, my whole life.
Yeah, before you were born, dude.
Well, yeah, 2011 was the last time they were. So who's the first quarterback that you remember rooting for Washington?
I faintly remember the Griffin years.
Oh, my God.
Was probably the first guy I really
Kirko?
remember. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wow. So what year were you born?
2006.
Oh, my
God. I was a senior in high school.
Like, good for you and stuff, but oh, my God.
So you live in Connecticut?
Yeah. I went to the Tampa and Giant game.
How many times have you called us before?
This is my first time.
Oh, first time. Bruce.
Yeah.
Do you have anything, or not Bruce, who's the other guy that stunk? Jim Zorn. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
So, Gib, do you know who Jim Zorn is? Do you remember that?
He coach, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but you don't remember
you
him
don't remember
coaching here.
No, I remember Shanahan and then Gruden.
That is amazing.
Oh, my God, dude.
I hate doing the bit where it's just like, wow, you're so young, but I just can't wrap my head around this. So
my thing about the Cleveland game.
Yep.
He's
like, can I get on topic, please, you idiots?
Age, please.
You goons.
I have one more question, though. One more question.
Did you just say okay, boomer to me, Gib?
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I have one more question. So you live in Connecticut?
Yeah.
And you always have?
Yeah.
Why do you like this team?
So my grandpa was a Redskin fan. He made my dad be a fan, and then my dad names me Gibbs.
That was my follow-up question.
That is coach ever. Silly. Named after Joe Jackson. Okay, so but it's got to have been brutal because you're like are you in Patriots country?
Giants, really, and I mean they haven't been great, but it's still better than we have.
Well, that's just because they woke up in the morning and got out of bed.
Managed to put their underpants and socks on, yeah.
But you're just going to school, wearing your gear, and people are wearing you out.
Yep, it's been a rough ride.
All right, well, anyway, so the Browns, we apologize.
So my thing is, we've been so bad. So I don't care if we win 3-0. Of course, you want to win 35-3, but if we win 3-0 and we're 4-1, we got to be start turning into a winning organization. The Chiefs, they haven't had a blowout once this year, but they're still the best team in football because they find out how to win games. We have to turn into that team. So if we're 4-1, I'm ecstatic.
I think there's something to that.
I do actually. There's a good point. I mean, big picture for me, I'm less concerned about an individual win or loss for this year. Eventually, if their goal is, hey, we think we're a Super Bowl caliber team, then you can live and die with a given play or points. But there is something to be said to his point about they're actually trying to learn how to do something that none of these guys have really done consistently since a lot of these vets have been here.
The Chiefs, though, are in a completely different situation where they just got to get to the playoffs. And then when they get to the playoffs, they're going to try to do the thing they've done the last couple of years with a bad offense comparative to the years before that, where they flip the switch and old Travis Kelce balls out for like the 1 month that he can give you 100% and be in shape and doing all the stuff he's got to do. And Patrick Mahomes puts the team on his back and they try to go win a title. But it is a survive and advance thing for them. Like they've already arrived. They're the veteran team that's trying to keep the window open at a point where no one has ever been able to before for a third straight year. So it's just like every 1 point win they get, you're one step closer to back to the playoffs to continue the journey. Whereas with Washington, to your point, the wins and the losses right now and the making the playoffs in year one with Quinn and this crew, less significant to me than just the foundational building. The Chiefs are several years past that, but I certainly get the point. He's saying, I don't need style points, dude. I've been waiting 18 years to win football games, and now I got a chance to. So go kick a field goal at the horn and beat the Browns, because now you got a chance to actually be decent. Joe, what's up? You're on Grant and Danny.
Joe from Triangle?
This is you.
Yeah.
I don't know what
okay.
Triangle is, so I avoided it. Tim from Square, Steve in Circle. You're Joe, so go for it.
We're just south of Dumfries and just north of Quantico Marine Corps Base.
Got it.
So, anyway, I wanted to make a point, but I've been on hold for a while, so I actually had a minute to do some research that would actually help my point. So if you'll indulge me for 1 second.
Silly.
I love that. I wanted to go back to the Giants game. You guys had mentioned that we won because they didn't have a kicker.
Yep.
I was looking at the drive chart, okay? So they would have scored the 2 touchdowns and kicked the point after to make it 14-12 instead of 12-12, right?
Yes.
Okay, then we kick a field goal and make it 15-14, and then they would have had their first fourth down in field goal territory, which would have been the 4th and 3 at the 31, down 15-14 with 6 minutes in the fourth quarter. So I assume they kick a field goal there to make it 17-15. Instead, they got the first down and the touchdown. So then we kicked the field goal, which would have made it 18-17. And
your
then they
point
had
is that you don't think they would have won with a kicker.
Well, yeah, they would have had 20 points.
No, but you're playing
18,
the game out
so
exactly as it played out, which is not my point. My point is the entire game would have been different. How you coach, how you call plays, everything Brian Daboll would have done for 4 quarters would have been different.
I understand that, but I'm just saying we wouldn't have automatically lost if they had.
It's not automatic.
Right,
Let's get to your other point, because frankly, going
okay.
through the drive chart against the Giants ain't putting Triscuit crackers in my stomach.
No, okay. But what it gets me to is with the Cleveland game is that I've kind of always been of the impression that if you're a good team, you beat all the teams no matter how it happens. You find a way to win against all the teams you're better than. You win at least 50% against the teams you're equal to, and you steal 1 or 2 from the teams that are better than you. And I think that if we beat the Browns, it definitely shows that we have at least reached the stage where we can pretty reliably beat the teams we're better than, and that's way better than we've been for years and years and years.
Totally.
And then I wanted to ask you a piece of advice real quick, Grant, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
I am like you. I'm a gentleman, as Chad Dukes used to say, is a little long of waist, long of belt.
Right.
Former college football player myself. And I'm thinking maybe this Christmas I might break down, even though I don't want to. But if we do really well, I'm thinking the name's going to stick around. So I'm thinking about breaking down and getting my first Commander jersey.
Oof.
I like you, Grant. I'm a Jersey hipster.
Yeah, you get it.
So being long of waist, I can't have a single digit or teens number or probably even a number with a 1 in it, but I might be able to go there for like 61 or 71 or something like that. So what's my best jersey choice of the players we have right now in your thought process? My boys want me to go, because they're dirty teenagers, they want me to go 69 aught. The long snapper.
You could do better than
'cause
that,
of the number.
I think. Yeah.
But well, they want it because of the number and their teenage boys. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So I'm looking for you guys' advice on the good hipster jersey pick.
I love it. So
guys,
my one question is that do you need it to be a lineman? Could it be a double-digit number of a skill guy, or would you prefer to represent the trenches?
I mean, I don't really care. I was a linebacker personally, so
Okay.
so I'd be fine with a linebacker number. For a while, I wore 78, and I think Lucas has 78 now. I was a long snapper, so I like the long snappers a little
Tyler
bit.
Otts
But again,
back in the mix.
All
right, appreciate the call. Danny, do you have a suggestion for him?
So for me, I'm so cheap that I hate buying jerseys for a million reasons. But one, a lot of the contracts are short. I'm not going to buy a 1-year deal guy, right? Who's probably not going to be here after a while. So if I'm buying one, thinking linebacker or something else, maybe Luvu is a good jersey for it. The number
Single-digit 4.
Yeah.
No, that's the problem. He said he's a portly fellow.
Yep.
He can't go single-digit
I
number.
think any number's fine.
No, that's the first rule
Also?
of being a fat guy. You cannot wear a single-digit number. The answer is 76 Cosme. That is the answer. Sam Cosme just signed an extension. He will be here. He's the best lineman on the team. He is one of the leaders of the team, and he's going to be a Pro Bowler either this year or next year. Probably this year, the way things are trending offensively. So I think you go 76 Cosme. If you really want a deeper cut as a hipster, like if I was buying a jersey right now, I would get a Ben Sinnott 82. I like the tight end purchase, Sinnott. That's Sinnott, number 82, would probably be my purchase. The rookie will take over for Ertz as the go-to guy at the position in the passing game next year. Great question, though. Good call. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Remember, Friday, we will be broadcasting live from Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria. It's the new Atlas spot over on Mandeville Lane. Check us out. They have taps, 15 of them available to you, dozens of TVs, great pizza and wings. We're there all day Friday, broadcasting from 2 to 6:30, going into a nice weekend in college football and a great weekend in the NFL. Time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Two things I want to do. One is super quick. The other a little bit more serious. 41 seconds left in the Cleveland Browns Las Vegas Raiders game. Deshaun Watson drops back to pass, scrambles left, sacked by Charles Snowden, St. Albans School alumnus. You sleep, and you sleep. That is a St. Albans Bulldog making plays in the pros, filling in for Max Crosby, and winning a football game.
No way.
On Sunday. St. Albans Bulldog. The other thing I wanted to tell you is got hit by a car on Sunday. My two sons and I, we were driving to my oldest soccer game, 8:30 in the morning, and a kind of going around a gentle curve, and a car was completely 100% out of control, outrageously fast on a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit road, just slid all the way into our lane, side swipes our back left, so the driver's side rear part of the car. We fishtail for, a second or two, and, I don't know if you guys have ever been in an accident, but it happens. My first reaction is, okay, let's make sure nobody else is about to hit me, right? Because I didn't want to slam on the brakes and have a car that was following me. And it's, single file cars going between 30 and 37, I didn't want to have a pileup caused by it. And then it's to make sure that both my kids are okay, right? So as I'm starting to slow down, realizing, hey, you boys okay? Everyone's fine. The answer is yes. We start to pull over to the side of the road. And I'm then going to, exchange information or figure out what the hell's going on with this guy that just left his lane and hit us at 8:40 in the morning, whatever, on a Sunday. And I glanced in the rearview mirror as I'm slowing down. He had spun off the road and was already reversing K-turnstile and then sped off in the opposite direction.
No way.
Oh, yeah. Long gone. So, all right, I guess we'll just keep going to my oldest soccer game.
Did you follow him?
No, because it wouldn't have been possible, just traffic-wise. The cars are coming. People are kind of like...
Did you get a look at him?
No. Just it's a white sedan that'll have some damage on the left
Guys,
front.
Be on the lookout. Wait, I have a white sedan.
I don't think it was your car. I don't think.
Okay.
Unless you were in the greater South Lakes area at 8:30 in the morning on Sunday.
Not as far as you know.
Were you? Anyway, this guy's a horse's ass, and I hope he gets crotch rot and athlete's foot.
There's some guy listening right now that goes, oh, no, that was Danny.
Yeah. Well, maybe he says, oh, yes, that was Danny. Maybe he hates my guts. And that's why I did it. But so, and we end up.
How much damage to the car?
Not a ton, but some, to the point that it's still drivable. I realize I'm not going to be able to catch this guy or catch up with him, whatever. I'm not going to go on some high-speed chase with my kids in the car or whatever, or et cetera. So I get to the field, make sure my oldest is taken care of. He's, warming up for his game now. I've got my youngest with me. I call the non-emergency line and tell really nice officer of Fairfax County, here's what happened. They dispatch somebody. Poor guy has to deal with my thing. It's like
he tells you, this will never go anywhere.
Yeah, he's like, good luck to you, loser.
It was a white car. All right, thanks. We'll get our investigation.
How many wheels
started.
did it have? 4. So the reason I did that, not to hey, if somebody, this guy's driving recklessly, hopefully it doesn't happen to somebody else.
If there's a crash up the road, you can add that to the
Yeah,
list.
that's number 1. But number 2, so for the insurance report, I need to have like a police case number, file number, or whatever. So I'm in the middle of doing that, and it sucks. As nice as all these people are that happen to be, everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. It's still, I hate this part. Like,
it's the pitch.
Getting hit stunk, obviously. It was scary. My kids are fine. Everybody's okay. But it's like one of these, like, you got to call this thing for this thing. Then once you get the estimate approved, you got to take pictures in this really weird app that doesn't work right. It converts the pictures sideways, and everything about it's just so dumb. And I got to get a rental car, and I'll drop it off at the service station tomorrow, and blah, 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 blah.
If I could say this too, if I could piggyback on your story, you'll remember that several months ago now, you could tell me it was 5 months ago or a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. But I was driving home from here and right out on 395 in traffic. So we weren't going that fast. But a car rammed into the back of me. Now, I am the kind of guy, I always say this. You want to get into a fender bender with me. You just do. Because I don't care about objects. I am not I don't care about having nice things. I don't wear watches. I don't collect things. If you're at my house and you break my light, you want to be at my house when you do the stupid thing. Because I'll be like, oh, don't worry, you spilled wine on my carpet. It's fine. I just don't care about
It's
things.
fine.
You know that about me.
I do know that.
So I was ready to be the nice guy anyway, assuming nothing crazy had happened. And as I get out, like after this guy rams into the back of me, probably at 15, 20 miles an hour or whatever, I like see there's like 7 dudes in the car, like little car, like lots of guys.
Ugh.
They just haul ass away.
Yeah.
They just back up and drive away. We don't get to have a conversation. I don't get to talk to them and see what's what. That is a terrible feeling. I don't know how to describe it, but you now can.
Mm-hmm.
That feeling of you've wronged me. And oh, by the way, you have not allowed us to discuss it is just the hit and run's too strong. That's obviously by definition
That's what it is. Yeah.
But like, it's not like my car is totaled or I probably would have just said, no worries, get back in your car. Who knows what you would have done if there's any damage or whatever, maybe exchange insurance. But my point is, Danny, I think you understand if you've been in the situation, there is just a violation. I was violated feeling of them taking off and you having no recourse now.
Well, it goes to something that I felt in general, and I think you and I experienced this, and I think a lot of people do, where I go, okay, I'm here. I'd love to follow the rules. We've got a whole society, a whole fabric where you follow the rules and that's good. And when someone doesn't follow the rules, hey, isn't there something that's going to happen to them? Oh, nothing. All right. Take care.
Well, see you later.
I guess I just will file the report then. Like that's the part that I hate.
Just getting kicked in the teeth.
It's less violated. It's like, well, I'm the sucker now. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing all the stuff. I get nothing. Like, what do I get? Inconvenience. You know what I mean? That's the part that sucks.
We got tickets to the Caps home opener. We will give those away as soon as we come back on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals open their season Saturday, October 12th. That is a week from Saturday at Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to 1067thefan.com. As we welcome you back on G&D, good time to remind you that it is time for you to plan your future. Do the tough stuff. It's made easier by Kandori and Murad. That's our buddies who are attorneys. They are the exclusive sponsor for this show, and they will help you get your last will and testament squared away. People think you got to be old to do that. You just got to want to get your ducks in a row.
Yeah, now is the time to do it, by the way.
Set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. Get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. It's football heavy today. Let's get it started right now. Benjamin Brown spins us around the NFL. Ben, I want to start with Monday Night Football last night. The Lions beat the Seahawks. Is Seattle legit good?
I actually think they are in a lot of ways legit good. We saw it a little bit last night. Obviously, the big plays to DK Metcalf are going to be kind of a staple of how they move the ball offensively. But I think anytime they can kind of create mismatches with Metcalf, either along the sidelines or deep, they're going to be an offense that at least relies on explosive plays and can very much generate those. I do think, Kenneth Walker as well returned into the fold. Like, they are a team that can move the football. I think defensively, things are still kind of coming into their own a little bit. But I think if you expect a bump from Mike McDonald, being the head coach in Seattle, we would expect it from the defensive side of the football. So I think as the season progresses, they're going to get stronger on that side of the ball. If they can kind of generate enough explosive plays to some of those key guys, I think they can at least, be contenders against the 49ers in the NFC West and very much kind of control their own destiny from a, wild card playoff berth. And when they get there, I think they're going to be a dangerous out in the NFC playoff picture when it's all said and done.
So, Ben, forget about the tough talk guys or the dudes that do the power rankings who will always say cliche things like, until you dethrone the defending champs, they're number one in my rankings. And it may be Kansas City for the answer to this question. But right now, this minute, through 4 weeks, who's the best team in the NFL?
Yeah, to me, I know it's cliche. I know it's everything else, but I do think with Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, obviously there's been a lot of injuries in the building. It does sound like the Rashee Rice injury, maybe not as, as it's not going to be as long term as what was, initially indicated on Sunday. So to me, I think, if they can get Travis Kelce going once again, the Chiefs are very much probably going to be fine. They can weather the storm from an injury standpoint. And they very much still, I think, are the team to beat. So I would have them number one overall, offensive ratings, power ratings, batting ratings, and everything else. And I do think it would take a little bit of a dramatic, multi-game slide to really see them move from that top spot, in my opinion, right now.
What's the deal with Travis Kelce? His numbers were finally better this past week. But anybody who's watched them, he's slower. I don't know if, we had Jay Gruden on yesterday. He suggested maybe he's not quite in game shape yet. I'm not really sure. But he does not look the same. He's in his mid-30s. Are we sure Travis Kelce is still like a top of the league tight end?
Yeah, I think it's a very valid question. To your point, Grant, I think in a lot of ways, obviously we can't really measure without NGS stats, but he does seem to be moving a little bit slower, in and out of breaks a little bit slower. Even some things, a couple weeks ago, he was targeted on a crucial third down situation. The ball kind of got knocked out of his hands. It just seemed like he maybe wasn't prepared to make an offensive play once catching the football. So there are definitely some concerns there. You obviously wanted to see, this most recent performance, them kind of rely on him. It does seem in some ways like they were probably trying to, conserve his snaps, maybe not have him as involved if they didn't have to until the playoffs really came in. And a lot of things kind of had to be sussed out then. But to me, given the injury situation, they're going to need to lean on him and lean on him heavily. And without him kind of returning to form, there will probably be a lot more struggles for the Kansas City Chiefs offense. And I do think, that is probably the most pertinent question to the Chiefs being, the top dog in the NFL right now is if Kelce can kind of return to form and be the real crutch that they need offensively for them going forward.
But I thought this past weekend was a really important game for the Ravens. They'd gotten off to that weird, fluky start, giving away a game against the Raiders. Very easily could be 3-1 right now. We wouldn't be viewing them as a disappointment, but they did, so we kind of are. I still think this team has a really high ceiling just because that program is so good. They're in the process of replacing a lot of the names that they lost that will become household names here over the next season or two. I still think of them as a legit threat in the AFC. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's, obviously them or the Bills is kind of that next tier team along with maybe the Houston Texans. And I think very much on Sunday night, not only did they dominate the team that was kind of supposed to be on the same tier as them, but it was kind of over before the game even started, right? Like they looked like the Bills were literally, scared of tackling Derrick Henry on Sunday Night Football. And when that's happening in September, it's a pretty easy progression to see that potentially playing out come late January as well, right? And the fact that they do have, maybe the most explosive two people in the backfield that we've ever seen. I think in a lot of ways it's going to open up things offensively. Zay Flowers has been quiet, but did have a pretty strong week one. And they do have, at least a couple options at the wide receiver position. So although they missed with Rashad Bateman, I would say it does seem like offensively they can very much arrive. Now, defensively, the Mike McDonald moving on, where have the pieces kind of been? I think that was maybe the part that was the most promising for where the direction that they can actually head come playoff time was the fact that they completely shut down what the Bills wanted to do offensively. And I think continuing to kind of see that defense progress is really going to be what probably closes the gap with them and the Kansas City Chiefs and might be the thing that finally puts them over the edge come playoff time. Because I do think, for all intents and purposes, the Chiefs are very vulnerable. And it does seem like the Ravens coming out of last week are kind of that next best team and could be very much the team to potentially unseat them come playoff time.
Benjamin Brown on the Blitz. Real quick here. Pick one of these two teams to hang on to their division lead. Washington or Minnesota?
I mean, it's got to be Washington. You had me on before the season. I unfortunately mentioned the Carolina Panthers and the Commanders. I thought two teams that could make the playoffs and potentially win their division. I think the NFC East has just set up so well through the first 4 weeks of the season that I got to ride with that prediction here and continue on because I do very much believe the hype in the Washington Commanders this season for sure.
Benjamin, thank you as always, bud. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, you too.
We will see you, my friend. Hit that sounder for the Local 53. Our pal Earl forced you to discuss the local team. Earl, how much fun is this and how much are you allowing yourself to dream?
Well, Danny, I don't have to dream. I mean, a lot of us went through this 30 years ago. I know a lot of you guys haven't, a lot of listeners haven't, but it's okay. No, it's not a dream. This is for real. I was talking about the quarterback all summer when you had me on. We talk about different things, and is the offensive line good enough? The secondary, ownership, GM, whatever. It's about the quarterback. Ron was right about one thing only, quarterback, right? And they have one. And they have not only a quarterback. Guys, we're 4 weeks into it. Sample size is starting to get, I'm not saying large, but it's not one game fluke, or it's a couple good games and, against two teams that whatever. It's for real. Everybody around the NFL knows it's for real. These are historic numbers, the first 4 weeks. And I know it doesn't make an entire season, but he is not only Rookie of the Year candidate, he is a legit MVP candidate the way he has played for this team. They are 3-1 and in front in the division. And I know a month into it doesn't win titles, but you talked about, I think, Grant, earlier today, what a 3-1 start means. Football is interesting because, if you start off nice in April in baseball, a lot of times it doesn't mean anything, right? But you can start this way in September and it carries through the whole year. And this is a conference that's in chaos with San Francisco. You saw the Christian McCaffrey thing now. It's not just Achilles tendonitis in one leg. He's got it in both legs now. So they're a mess. Philly's a mess. Cowboys, they've got injuries. Two of the best defensive players aren't going to play against Pittsburgh. This is for real. And I don't think it's going to stop. So dreaming, I don't think it's a dream. It's going to be a nightmare for everyone else is what it is with that quarterback.
Yeah, and this offense is humming. What do you make of Cliff Kingsbury so far?
It's been better than advertised. Look, I expect it's hard not to be an upgrade from what they had last year, Grant, and we all know that, right? Any competent football coach could be better on both sides of the football, in fact. from what we've seen last year and the past few years. Kingsbury, though, the great hope, and I think I brought this up to you guys at one point when we've been talking over the last weeks and months, that you hope maybe he learned something from a previous stint in the NFL and get back to college. You get out of it sometimes. You think, okay, well, like Dan Quinn as a coach, maybe you try something different. What he's done, though, is he's taken what he did, and he did some good things with Kyler Murray, early years in Arizona. We've talked about that, but he has a much better version of a player like that. And what this offense, and there's a lot of quick stuff, and I know a lot of throws to the right, and what it is, though, it's a rhythm offense. It always is that way. And he's got a quarterback that has got a lot of rhythm as far as the passing, and he can get rid of the ball quickly, which helped the offensive line, which has been a great surprise, especially the way the rookie left tackle third rounder has played. I mean, it's one of those things where so much is going right that people aren't buying it. I think, Grant, some people, especially I think more locally than nationally. Look, this town has had, we went through a World Series, and a lot of fans didn't really enjoy that at times because there was so much angst in the few years before that. There was always going to be a heartbreak in the playoffs, or something bad was going to happen after Jason Worth hits a home run. You're going to lose the next game. And people never really believed it. And then it gets to the end, and they win. And then I think people don't enjoy it as much as they should. I think the same thing happened with the Capitals. It was a lot of fun, but people kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it never did. This is only the start, but I think if you're denying yourself enjoyment for what this quarterback is and what this team is becoming, I think you're doing yourself as a sports fan, as a football fan in this town, you're doing yourself a disservice because this is for real. Can I bring something up before I go?
Of course.
I was out of the country last week in Montreal. Up in Canada.
Earl, baby.
International Earl.
International Earl. That's a good one. So I'm proud, and I was putting out stuff on social media. I had my Commanders shirt on, a beautiful hoodie, because that's all I own anyway. But to a person, first of all, it's not just here. They're sports fans. They see your Washington Commanders jersey, and they know what it is. And they talk about, the Commanders. But to a person, I'm not talking about some people. I'm not talking about most people. Every single person I engage with about them, first of all, hates the name. I mean, I don't want to keep going back to that. But internationally, they think it's dumb. And they want them to go back to what they were and the logo and all that stuff. We talk about that all the time, and we know probably it's not going to happen. But it's funny. But that's the thing. This is a different level of thing. They not only have a face of the franchise quarterback, they have now a face of the NFL type of player on this team. And sky's the limit. And 4 weeks, he's gotten better every week. I mean, this is a lot of fun. So, yeah, dream big, folks, because this is going to be a fun ride. And there's an opportunity this year even for them to go a long way. And here's the other point I brought up on social media today on X. Right now, Washington is the 3rd seed. I know it's only a month in. 3 plays 6, right? 6 is the Atlanta Falcons.
Kirko.
Could you imagine that?
Yes, I can.
Playoff opener, Kirk
incredible.
in D.C.
Yes, I
Oh,
can.
my goodness.
That would be a blast of a build-up. That would be fun.
It would be fun.
Shattered glass means it's your butt when Earl Forsey is on the blitz.
Thank you, Earl.
Thank you,
Good to
buddy.
be back. Good to be back to a winning town.
Yes, sir. We are back. We are back. We are getting Earl back. By the way, Earl Forsey on your Beltway Blitz. International Earl.
International Earl.
As we call
on
him.
all socials.
I wanted him to drop. He's like, there's a chance. There's a chance. Earl, you missed your op there. There's a gleam.
That felt like a golden there's a gleam chance.
There's a gleam, man. I was waiting for it. Earl's the guy that taught me about the Marty Schottenheimer quote, there's a gleam, man. And he used to play that on his show. I want to do 2 things. So first, I want to tell you, Danny, that Jaden Daniels is currently the biggest individual NFL award favorite on the board. Bigger lead right now than the favorite for the MVP, DPOY, OPOY, COY, D-Roy, and CPOY. No one who's a leader in their award category has a bigger gap on the number 2 odds getter than Jaden Daniels.
How about that?
That's pretty telling.
That is a big departure. I think he was 3rd or 4th on the board coming into the season.
There is something about the dual threat quarterback that just gets so much more love and attention than someone that just throws it. Like, even if you compare him to CJ Stroud, who had the amazing year last year, there's just more excitement or interest or love or hype with a dual threat for some reason. Then like CJ Stroud, everyone was like, this guy's awesome. But if you compare CJ Stroud and how people were talking about him a year ago at this time to Daniels right now, there's no
night and day.
comparison.
So you had to add up a few more weeks of going, hey, have we noticed what's going on in Houston? CJ Stroud's got this group playing blah, blah, blah.
And I know Daniels had a Monday night game, which I do think is a big part of it. I think if that Bengals game was 1 o'clock on a Sunday, maybe the national conversation is a little bit different. But I've always said this, right? Back to the Kirk Cousins conversations, the disrespect of guys like Goff and Derek Carr. Like, if you just stand there in the pocket and pick teams apart, no one really enjoys it that much. Unless you win. And then people are like, oh, that was good. But it's not that exciting. If you are an athlete and you run around and you do it in a cool way, like some kid playing Madden, you're everybody's favorite guy. The jerseys just fly off the shelves. There's something to that going on with Jaden Daniels, where just compare it to Stroud, who had or Dak even with the Cowboys. His rookie year was historical as well, kind of on par with what we're seeing, those two guys with Jaden Daniels. This is different.
Well, the significance is twofold as well. Like, when I'm picking a couple names, when Russell Wilson goes to a pretty good program and they do what they've done, and Ben Roethlisberger takes over in Pittsburgh and hands it off, it's like, okay, it's expected. These are good organizations that know what they're about. When one of the thing that gets stuck to the bottom of the toilet, you know what I mean? When one of the floaters emerges and actually starts playing good football,
that's disgusting.
You know, like the Houston Texans have been a joke. Now they're not. Now everyone thinks of them as good. They were worse off than Washington was, probably. Maybe that's a stretch. They were as bad as you could be. Washington is a punchline, and now they're not.
I think it's a social media thing, honestly, mostly. I think that, like, NFL Twitter, the operate from the pocket, pick people apart thrower doesn't play the same way as the fun guy who ran for 72 yards. And I think people take their cues from that largely. So I think that's a big part of it, frankly. But what I love about Daniels the last 2 weeks is it's throw first. That's my dream. I don't really have a whole lot of interest in a quarterback that wants to run first. I think there's a ceiling on that. You might win an MVP award, but I mean, it's really, really hard to thread the needle that way. But he is a passer who can run the last couple of weeks. That's what you could be salivating about. Do you know Devontae Adams wants to be traded by the Raiders?
I've heard that, yes.
Do you know that there are people all over the league, people are suggesting the Commanders should double-click on Devontae Adams? Want to get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Austin Eckler of the Commanders will be on the show in a half hour. Raiders star Davante Adams, considered to be one of the best wide receivers in the league, has informed his team, Danny, that he prefers to be traded, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, who says there's nothing imminent, but this is a situation to watch. This is one day after the head coach of the Raiders. Now, this is a really odd thing I'm about to say, so just track with me in 2024. The head coach of the Raiders liked an Instagram post suggesting that Davante Adams had played his final down with the team. That was a week after that same coach, Antonio Pierce, pretty new school guy, not in the way of thinking about football, because that's not the case at all. Is he a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a pterodactyl? Which dinosaur is he? But he's a new school guy in the way of using social media and his age, I suppose. He played recently. I covered him, in fact, when he was with the Redskins here. I interviewed him as a little kid. Awesome guy. Antonio Pierce, at the podium about a week ago, suggested, without naming him, that Davante Adams had made business decisions and some things would be changing. That was after their game 1 week ago. Since then, Adams had some injury and wasn't able to play. And so it looks like maybe he will not be playing for them again, and they're now shopping him and trying to trade him. Your reaction to that?
So a couple things. Adams went to the Raiders to be with his good buddy Derek Carr, who then got benched and dealt with and traded. And he's kind of not signed up for a rebuild. He's in his 30s. He doesn't really want to be part of whatever this is. Now, I would have raised my hand if I was advising him and said, that's what's going to happen. They're not going to be good for very long. You shouldn't go there. But, here we are.
He agitated his way out of Green Bay.
Yes.
Where they win all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And where they have won since he left.
Yep.
To go to a place where they never win, to play with a quarterback that is middling and was on the tail end of a contract that was pretty clearly not going to be renewed.
That's the summary, by the way. Perfect. So here we are. He's not thrilled, probably not happy. Last year, I think he was extra miserable as they were, just floundering, not very good. He couldn't get the ball and still ended up with a pretty damn good season, by the way, but not by his standards, not what we're used to seeing. In a year that Derek Carr got benched, he went for 1,500 yards and double-digit touchdowns. I mean, the guy is awesome. So I don't know that he still has his 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but he could still throw 96, if that makes sense. So he's still a productive player who's still good. It's just now you got to find the right situation or whatever. It doesn't seem to be in Las Vegas.
He got a 5-year, $140 million contract, by the way, to go to the Raiders.
Man.
An average salary of $28 million per year. They guaranteed him about $66 million.
And it really starts to kick in cap-wise next year. $44 million and then $45 million cap hits, respectively, in 25 and 26.
It does, but there's a potential out after this year in that contract. So he signed that 5-year deal. Cap numbers, as Danny just said, of $44 million the next couple of seasons. But if you wanted to, if you brought him in, say, this offseason, and then you didn't want to retain him with those cap numbers, you could get out of the deal at 3 years and $67 million, incurring $15.7 million in dead cap, which sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but it's better than paying a guy 2 years and $88 million. What I think is actually more likely would be if a team trades for him, you extend him, you lower the AAV pretty massively in the cap number by tacking on, say, 3 years. So it's a 5-year deal or something like that. But he is 32 years old right now. So you're giving him like a 5-year deal, and maybe the cap number then maxes out on the back end at 35 or 40, like 3-4 years down the road. So there's some financial ways to wiggle around this. I want to talk next hour about him as an option for Washington, because I don't think it's going to surprise anybody to hear with the way the Commanders have played early this season and their wide receiver room being led by Terry McLaurin, and then week to week, either Noah Brown or Olamide Zaccheaus, that they're actually being linked to him, not as a team that's interested or calling the Raiders, but by the people that cover the NFL saying, here's a team that makes a lot of sense. He's talked very publicly, positively about Jaden Daniels. This is a destination team because everybody loves Daniels. And everybody loves Dan Quinn's back where it's at. Davante Adams would want to come here, at least initially. He would pretend to be a good soldier until he didn't get the ball. Washington should be interested in Davante Adams. We can get into that next hour. I want to kick the tires on that a little bit. But yesterday on this show, Danny, it came to our attention that we needed to name the Commanders' offense. We don't have a name for this clinical, nearly flawless unit that has been the best in football over the last couple of weeks. So I want to open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. I want people to take to Twitter or Instagram at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. And I want you to send your suggestions for the nickname we're going to come up with today and use henceforth for this juggernaut of an offense that Cliff Kingsbury put together, run by Jaden Daniels. Because you know this, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
We love our nicknames of units in the NFL.
We like to do that.
Purple People Eaters, Steel Curtain.
No Name Defense.
Greatest Show on Turf. The Hogs.
Or the Greatest Show on Earth is another way you could put that.
Oh, that's
that
alliteration.
A good one? Yeah.
Very good at alliteration.
Alliteration, yeah.
The Fun Bunch, right? We need a nickname for this offense. So I will allow you to give us our first suggestion.
I brainstormed for a while, and I think there are no bad ideas when you brainstorm, but I found a way to come up with several.
Okay.
Nothing really hits me and grabs me. I don't feel like I've got it yet, but I want to get the ball rolling, okay? I wanted something that reflects what it is that's happening. Kind of playing on a little bit of a play of words, too, right? That's typically how nicknames happen. Smash and dash. And it's sort of like a smash and grab robbery, although we're not robbing anybody, but we're smashing you. Brian Robinson's going to thump. And then it's stuff on the outside, a little catch and run.
Isn't smash and dash an actual term for when you like break someone's car window, grab something out of it, and then run away?
That's a smash and grab, where there are a few of those reports written in the District of Columbia over the last few years.
Totally.
But again, I agree with all of you guys out there, and I disagree with all the people that are wrong. I'm on your side. I just want everyone to know I stand for the right thing and I'm against the thing that's bad.
Politically speaking, we're voting for the same people you
Yeah,
are.
like I think exactly what you think. So that's what I thought of. I don't know that I love that, but I think I like it. I think it's kind of a way to get the ball rolling. Smash and dash.
I think smash and dash is actually really good. I think it's too similar to smash and grab. Like when I hear, if someone just said smash and dash as I was walking through the hallway here, I would go, oh no.
What happened?
What'd they take?
Right.
You know, what'd you lose?
Mm-hmm.
So that one's tough. What else you got?
I have no punts. It's the no punt offense.
Ooh, the NPO.
Yeah. Because and you got the acronym. So I was going to go the no punt offense, the NPO, because everyone runs the RPO.
Yeah.
Everyone's RPOing all the time. So I've got the NPO, the no punt offense.
No punt offense is pretty good. Now, I can't take credit for this one that I'll pitch. This is a former producer at 106.7 The Fan.
Mm-hmm.
This will date him a little bit. He was involved in the Mike Wise show, but I keep in touch with our buddy Matty Emanuel.
Matty Ice.
And he texted me yesterday when I said we needed a nickname for the offense. And I actually thought this one's really good. The Thrill on the Hill.
Thrill on the Hill.
We're looking at Capitol Hill in D.C., right? Just another way of talking about D.C. The Thrill on the Hill. Pretty damn good. What do you think?
I like that one too.
Now,
I like that one too.
It's not alliteration, to be clear. That is rhyming, which is different than alliteration. But I think the Thrill on the Hill has some potential. So we've got Smash and Dash, Thrill on the Hill. I really like this one, but I'm afraid people will think it's negative or like picking fun. And it's not my intention. It's working. It's awesome. It's how the league works. But how about this one? You know the air raid, right?
Yeah.
How about the horizontal scramble raid?
It's a mouthful, but I see what you're doing. We're trying to quantify this thing.
The horizontal scramble raid. They throw the ball sideways.
What about the horizontal scramble?
I just
that
kind of like
sounds
the
sexual.
idea of air raid. Horizontal scramble is definitely something your buddy tried in Cleveland once.
Yeah.
You know, like he got in a little trouble with his girlfriend for doing that.
Yeah, he was in a horizontal scramble situation. Had to get a shot of penicillin.
The horizontal scramble raid. Too much or just right?
That one's a mouthful. Because I see exactly what you're trying to do, and it takes everything that we're doing and puts it into a nickname.
What are some nicknames of great offenses? The Greatest Show on Turf was one. Is it more of a defensive thing, generally?
Yeah, I think of usually defense, but like I think of Rex. When you think, I'll try one on you. When you think of the Rex Ryan teams where he's eating snacks, Mark Sanchez, etc., they played ground and pound. Right. That's so borrowing from wrestling, borrowing from UFC, etc. And you knew exactly what that offense was. They're there to thump you. This group is there to thump and do something else too.
Horizontal scramble raid.
Horizontal scramble.
Thump and dash.
I thought about thump and grind also.
Ooh.
But again,
thump and grind is pretty good.
Yeah.
Why are all of yours a lot like things that have nothing to do with football?
That's where my mind goes. So again, this was a brainstorming session. We're
You
just
gotta
all of a
play
sudden
like
stuff
some
is
random Usher, My Confessions or something, while the thump and grind works their way down the field. So here's what we got. I'm just thinking all time. Steel Curtain.
Defense.
Fearsome Foursome.
Defense.
Greatest Show on Turf.
Offense.
Purple People Eaters.
Defense.
Doomsday.
Defense.
The 70s Cowboys.
Yeah, Legion of Boom.
Monsters of the Midway. No Name Defense.
Mm-hmm. We have the Posse, the Triplets.
Orange Crush. The Hogs.
Yep.
The Posse.
Mm-hmm.
The Fun Bunch.
Mm-hmm.
New York Sack Exchange. It is mostly defense.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't stop us.
Nope.
What's your favorite so far?
I think NPO.
It's better than Thrill on the Hill.
Because nobody plays on the hill. They don't do anything on the hill. They're in Ashburn and then Northwest.
We're just calling them. It's just DC.
I know what it is. Yeah,
it's the DMV.
If they did anything in DC, I could see it. I like Throw on the Hill too.
The no punt offense.
The NPO.
The NPO took the field. Tressway punted twice. All right, let's go to Mike, who's in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mike?
What's up, fellas? So I'm driving, just picked up my little one from school, so I thought about a nickname for the offense. We're going to call him the Capital Punishment, because the way we be punishing defenses, we just taking over. So Capital Punishment, new nickname for the Commanders' defense.
I like it. Well, the problem is it is a defensive name, and the nickname for the defense already is Where Are You?
But that was the old Redskins defense nickname when they won the Super Bowl in 91.
Exactly. But it's punishment is defense, not offense, in my opinion. Like, if we were doing a topic because they'd given up 3 points and they'd forced all of the punts, there's been one scoring drive, maybe you could go convince me of capital punishment. This is the offense. This is a different thing altogether. 800-636-1067 is the number. Thump and grind, I'm going to throw out. I'm just going to say that one doesn't have legs. Although I do want to say, these are my confessions. Horizontal scramble rate, you're throwing that one
I got to
out?
throw it out. Even though I know it's the right thing,
It's
but I
great.
just can't say it.
It's so good, though. It describes what you're going to see.
It's exactly what it is, yeah.
Smash and dash?
Smash and dash. I like it. I still
Okay.
like that one.
We'll keep it. I feel like someone just broke the glass on my driver's side window. Thrill on the Hill, I'm keeping.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but I'm keeping it.
Don't you apologize to me.
But I know you're not happy about the whole DC thing.
I'm perfectly happy.
No, you don't like that they don't play in DC.
I don't love the fact that there's nothing in
What if they
DC.
went back to RFK Stadium?
Now you've got to throw on the hill.
Thrill on the Hill.
Throw on the hill.
800-636-1067. We need a name for an offense that never punts, moves the ball with ease, and that is coordinated by a very handsome bearded gentleman. G&D on the Fan. and Danny. Here are some of the names we've gotten on social at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. Michael says DC Express. Love that. Joe says the Command Crew. That's a no for me, dog.
Respectfully, thank you so much for listening and for your input. I hate that one.
We like you.
You're a wonderful dude.
I'm thinking of the movie. Was it Will Ferrell is like a dart in his neck? Old school.
Yes.
He's like,
that is awesome.
I like you, but you're crazy.
You're crazy.
I like you, but no, that's crazy. Jason says the Surgeon Generals. We're precise like surgeons. Meticulous.
Okay.
Don't hate that at all. BP says he's a sci-fi guy. How about Hyperdrive? Hyperdrive's kind of neat.
Hyperdrive.
Dynamic, Danbury, Daniels, and Kingsbury. That reminds me of the lady from what's the Netflix show where they Bridgerton. Lady Dansbury.
Lady Danbury.
Any file?
Yeah, I watched him.
Delta Force. New offense nickname is Air Raid. Can't do that. It's already a thing, and they don't really do the Air Raid thing. The Capital Offensive. Chuck and Thrive or Chuck and Dive. Someone has this one. Thump and Dump.
Thump and Dump?
Thump and Dump's pretty damn good.
Here's one. This is born from somebody on Twitter. I'm at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson. A variant of this, okay, like Loki season 2. What about college offense? In honor of the jackass from Cincinnati, talking a little yin yang.
That's Mr. Taylor Britt.
How about the college offense?
CTB, Cam Taylor Britt. That's great. My favorite 3 so far: Thrill on the Hill, Smash and Dash, Thump and Dump. And I'll get rid of Smash and Dash, and I'll say my top 2 are Thrill on the Hill and Thump and Dump. Where are you at?
NPO, because I like we use acronyms here. Government uses acronyms.
No
Everybody
fun
acronyms all the time. The NPO. Thrill on the Hill and Pump and Dump. I mean, no, wait. Thump and Dump.
Thump
and Dump is what I said.
I think Darius dumped that.
Yeah. Danny speaks, then dump. That's the name of the offense.
I'm pretty sure Darius dumped that one just.
By the way, that's a stock term. It's not the thing that you guys are thinking of.
That's certainly one use.
It is. That is what I meant it as.
I can think of another
It's
use.
where a value is. It's a crime. It's overinflated, and then people sell it for a profit. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Let's go to Kevin.
Ridiculous, both of you, all 3 of you, ganging up on me.
Kevin?
Hey boys, how about this? The Burgundy Blast, or how about the Soar and Score? I don't know. I do know this. I know the slogan. And that is, this offense cooks.
Hey, we're in the lab. We got the chef hats on. Soar and Score. Is that paying homage to the old Hail to the Redskins?
Could be.
Right?
Because it doesn't incorporate enough of the fact that Brian Robinson's going to hit you between the teeth.
Exactly.
75 times.
All right, I'm not adding any of those to the file. I like the very good, though. Very good suggestions. TJ and Fairfax, nickname for the offense.
We got the Big Red Dogs, Clifford's Big Red Dogs.
The Clifford bit.
Oh, I see. When I saw it in the call screen, I'm like, Big Red Dogs is terrible. But he's going with the Clifford for Cliffy Kingsbury. Dogs, DAWGS, I think, is what we're going. They've got dog in them. Let's go to Crash and Culpepper on G&D. What's up, Crash?
Yeah, I like Hyperdrive, but I'm going DMV Express instead of DC Express. DMV Express.
DMV Express. The idea, so that's the second express we've got. It's just a train. They're just moving down the tracks.
Yep.
You're not stopping.
It's not the local.
If you get in the way, they are running over you because they just, we don't punt. We don't go off the field on 3rd or 4th down. That's the end zone. We're headed that way.
I'm thinking of stuff has to do with Express, like something incorporating the toll road, because that's what takes you to Ashburn. It's very like DMV area that we already paid for the roads with taxes. We also have to pay again just to drive on the roads.
Oh, sure. Let's go to Callahan in Minnesota listening.
There he is.
On the Always Free Odyssey.
Sold so many brake pads.
Tommy boy, what's up?
What up, guys? Okay, I was walking in my truck from work. I was in a meeting. I threw the app on, and I heard you guys were talking about names. Came to my mind in a split second, Death Throw, because we have the most accurate freaking quarterback in the league right now.
Dude.
Death Throw is pretty great.
Death Throw is pretty good.
That's really good. Death Throw. It's not death by paper cut.
No.
It's death by throw.
Death Throw.
One after another. Yeah, like Death Row, the old...
Death Row DC?
Exactly. Death Throw. Death Row DC.
Remember that?
Silly.
Yeah.
Although, again, the same way I felt weird about the smash and dash, people are going to hear that and think death row.
Oh, I know what they're going to think. Yeah.
Death throw. I love it.
But that's really good, though.
It should be the answer. We just live in a time where you can't do anything fun.
Right.
Remember that. It can't be overly creative or overly fun.
So you have to imagine when you're thinking of names or being fun, somebody in 6 months reading a transcript. And then they called it death row. The number of homicides in America, like ruining everything. You always have to picture the unfun person reading the transcript later.
There's an unfun person waiting to ruin your time. On the lines right now, we've got the Steamroll Battalion, in or out?
Out. I like the idea, though. I know, because I know what they're going for.
Burgundy Berate.
Berate, like berating people or parading people?
I guess.
You're berating someone?
Burgundy Bruisers.
Something.
East Coast Offense.
Kind
of like that.
Oh, a little bit.
The DMV and the Burgundy Blender.
East Coast Offense.
So I think for a Twitter poll, I want to put Thrill on the Hill, Thump and Dump, No Punt Offense, and East Coast Offense on the poll. Should
I'll
we
agree.
include anything else?
Nope, do that.
Okay, good.
Do exactly that.
We'll run these by Austin Eckler and see what he likes. He's going to join the show coming up in a few minutes. If you guys want to ask Austin Eckler a question, you can hit us up at 800-636-1067. He said he would take some listener questions, so maybe we can work some of those in today as well. You're listening to The Fan.
today's game. He picked up 6. Jeremy McNichols turns the corner for a first down. McNichols powering inside the 5, down the sideline, and that's going to be a Washington touchdown. What a run from Jeremy McNichols.
The Commanders' offense cannot be stopped. Grant and Danny on the Fan, and we are fired up to welcome Austin Eckler back to the show and his normally Tuesday scheduled appointment right at 5 p.m. here to get trusted insight from trusted insiders as we do here on the Fan, thanks to our friends at IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin Eckler via IT Cadre on the hotline with us on Grant and Danny. Austin, it is great to talk to you again. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to be back on, boys. How we been?
Well,
Pretty damn good, dude.
We were nervous. No Austin Eckler. We thought everything was going to come screeching to a halt. But the boys survived a week, and Jeremy McNichols, you were right. You told us he could play. He'd be just fine. He went out and he balled in the next man up league. It went very well.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, and look, we got a lot of playmakers on the offense. So, yes, if I'm not there, we lose one of the players. But look, we got a lot more guys that are showing up and doing the thing. Obviously, Jaden's doing his thing. Terry looks good, coming alive. I'd love to see that too, and so on and so forth. So they took care of business, and I'm glad to be back with them now.
How are you feeling, buddy? And kind of what's the latest on you working your way back?
Yeah, I'm just continuing to complete the processes of concussion protocol. I'm working my way through. I'm feeling like myself. Hopefully you can tell a little bit, more with it today than our last conversation. And so that's all a good sign to getting back as hopefully this week.
That was the question. Do you think you're tracking toward the possibility of being able to play this weekend?
Absolutely tracking towards being able to play. And so that's a good sign, especially when you're talking about your head. Hey, you want to make sure everything is how it's supposed to be. It's not one of those like ankles where you can put some tape on it, like this is my brain I'm talking about. So want to make sure that everything is feeling normal and is, reacting normal and is where it's supposed to be. And things are definitely trending that direction.
Sounds very good. Austin Eckler here on Grant and Danny, weekly appointment with us. He'll be with us all season long, Tuesdays at 5:00 on the Fan. What was it like watching from home?
Oh man, I have so much anxiety when I'm not there, man. I feel like I'm a fan, where it's like you want him to do so well, but you're just so helpless. Like you can't do anything. I could just sit here screaming at the screen with my wife. Basically every commercial, I'd make us get up and do some stretches. Got to stay up. Let's keep moving, just to blow off some steam and then come back to it. But obviously, as they start to get a lead, it definitely helped me kind of come to a little relaxation a little bit from the couch at home. So that was my viewing experience.
Do you pick up stuff when you're, totally, as you said, removed from it, watching just like schlubs like Grant and I? Like, do you see something where you go, oh, I can't wait to do that when it comes to, when I'm back in action? Do you pick up stuff from watching the TV copy, or is it, it's all old hat?
I definitely pick up stuff, but it's not necessarily like that, but like I know what the plays are, right? Like I'm seeing different signals. Like I hear Jaden talking when they like show the audio from the field. And so I know like I have like the ultimate insight of knowing what's going on because I'm just part of the ecosystem, obviously. So that's kind of cool to know what's coming. Like I'm telling Mel, I'm like, oh, this is pass right here. This is the pass. Like, as if she even cared. I'm still telling her, oh, this is going to be run to the right, like things like that. So it's pretty cool to have that knowledge. Not cool to be at the sideline, but I guess I can still be in tune that way.
What was the most important part of that game? I always think of some of the old coaches and cliches about, you got to play every play like it's your last play, every play hard because you never know when the key play is going to happen. From your perspective, what was the most important part of that game that led Washington to eventually run away with it?
Yeah, I think it was a collective of small things. And it was really, I think, the lack of mistakes. Like the ball was getting to places, guys were in the right spots on the right timing. Obviously that comes down to play calling as well. And so making sure that, hey, we don't have to force anything. I know Jaden threw a pick, kind of, had Terry there, but it just seemed like it just carried away on him. But other than that, it was like really good, solid, fundamental football. And you were basically able to just chip your way. It wasn't a ton of huge plays, but really just, chipping your way down the field, staying on, converting on third downs, running the ball, a good mix of run, pass, Jaden moving with his feet as well. Like all of these small little things that don't seem very tough, but are tough in the NFL to stay consistent with, that we're really connecting with our team, and multiple players, not just a few, but really all over the place. And so really good team dominant win.
Going back and watching what you guys are doing, it's so amazing and complicated and fun in the running game. Just the different ways that Kingsbury's setting things up. Like on the opening drive, which was a lot of no huddle, 4 runs that are all different conceptual plays out of different formations, essentially. I'm wondering from a personnel standpoint, like running on and off the field or just getting aligned, is this any more complicated than offenses you've run in the past? Because that's not necessarily normal that you'd have like different formation families and then different concepts on 4 straight runs like that.
Oh yeah. I think what Cliff does a good job of, that I've never done anywhere else. I mean, we have so many walkthroughs that we have so many times to practice being in different positions. Hey, this is your details on this route, and you're going to probably do that in a walkthrough probably 15 times a week. And that's including practice as well. And so you have a lot of practice being in different spots. You get comfortable. Okay, this is my responsibility, even though, I saw B-Rob playing quarterback, we did an RB direct snap, or if I'm chipping on the edge, or I'm out wide, or I'm doing a motion, like we get really comfortable in running these plays that we have drawn up for the week, which allows us to go out there and play fast. And so now to the viewer, it's like, oh, look, they're all over the place. But for us, it's just we're running that one specific play that I've already repped 30 times this week,
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. So, Austin, as you work your way back, this is, obviously you're an NFL player. You're cut differently than most folks. But, like, if I, stub my toe, I'm ginger about it for, days at a time. And, I'm afraid to put weight on it. You've got to go out and get in a bunch of car wrecks, this coming Sunday against a bunch of guys that want to knock your head off. What's sort of that first thing where you are maybe tentative about coming back and then you go, okay, I'm good to go? What's that first marker where you're like, yep, I'm me again. I'm ready to rock?
I think, during practice, we try not to hit each other as much as we can. I mean, we want to save our bodies for the game just because it is so intense. And so you don't really get that full contact hit in practice. And so that's what I would say is that gets me ready to go, is that full contact hit, like that first pop in a game. And that's really if I'm injured or if I'm not injured coming back, like that first hit, is that kind of like a wake up, like it almost like jolts more adrenaline through your body. And I feel like you kind of like come alive in a sense, that like you feel rejuvenated in a kind of weird, twisted way. Like your body's like now alert to go and, have more car wrecks basically. So that's what I would say.
Austin Eckler did tell us a couple of weeks back that he's happy to take questions from you guys on the phone. So we can open up the phones for some questions today. We'll get a couple on the back end of the conversation here at 800-636-1067. Let Austin touch the people a little bit. 800-636-1067. You want to talk with one of Washington's best offensive players through the first quarter of their season on Grant and Danny. Are you aware? It seems like maybe because you stayed back and you've been around the area here the last few days, maybe you would have picked up on it. But the 3 straight wins is one thing to get people excited. I mean, you got to go back to 91, the last Super Bowl year, to find the last time this team in back-to-back weeks has done what it has offensively. People are really starting to get excited. Are you feeling that? Is that tangible within the building at all?
Yeah, man. It seems like this community has definitely gone through some tough times. And so it really feels good to be a part of, giving you guys some early success, because I'm seeing people making videos about, grown man, I'm about to start tearing up and talking about like, man, like we're back. Like, people in the comments are like, it finally feels like it's not just like a spurt of the moment, like we actually have a team. And so it's like, it's really cool to be a part of kind of the new era and the new feel of what we're doing here with Dan Quinn and our new ownership and the rest of this team. And so it's been awesome, man. It's been awesome to see, kind of revitalizing the community. Hey, more to come, because that's what we're about. You heard Dan Quinn. I heard him before, I jumped on this. The quote he was saying is like, we are in relentless pursuit to continue to be the best that we can. So the best is yet to come. We're just getting started, and more is on the way.
along those lines too, home game after a couple straight on the road. First time you guys have played at home since the Giants home opener when you broke a kick return for a touchdown that got called back to open the home slate. But a lot of us, that have been around for a while are just kind of curious to see what it looks like. I've heard from so many fans this week that are going to their first game at the stadium in 10 years that didn't want to give Dan Snyder money or, weren't happy about the name change or for whatever reason have stopped going to games, and all of a sudden maybe they're opting back in. What are you guys anticipating in terms of a home advantage maybe this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. The first game too. I mean, we were popping in there. It was loud. I don't know if it was because we had some good energy and we were, beating a division rival and going back and forth. But was definitely, appreciative of that crowd that was there. But I'm expecting this one to be, just as good, if not better for sure. Now that we're getting some momentum going, and in sports, it's an emotional roller coaster for the fans. And so when the time is right and things are going well, you definitely are going to pull people out of places where they've been hiding for a while because they haven't been excited or for whatever reason, like you were talking about, they didn't want to go and support. And so, hey, I think we're opening some new doors, and we're getting people excited about something. So guess what? You're going to get more input. And so, yeah, I'm expecting that place to be rocking. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Austin, kind of to your point, what's happening now is it's so much damn fun. It's so awesome, and you're an integral ingredient to it, kind of changing this culture, changing the perception, and changing kind of the way everybody, locally and around the league views Washington. So my question is, before you came here, like how aware were you of sort of that same perception that wasn't very positive? This wasn't a destination. This wasn't a place where feelings were very good. How cognizant of that were you, and how important was it to say, we're going to go change that?
Look, I had no idea. Okay. I kind of learned about the culture from guys that were here before me. And basically everything I said was like, look, I don't care what the hell was going on here before I got here, because this is now and this is new. And we got a whole new team, whole new staff, whole new players, whole new ownership. And like, we're a whole new face at this point. Like, so whatever you guys did in the past, that's all gone. Like most of those players are gone too, right? So this is a whole new refresh start. And I've been a part of, teams that we had a lot of talent and didn't come out, and there's expectations, and then the opposite, where, hey, you don't know what's going to happen, and you actually end up being, a solid team making a run. And so coming into this new culture was pretty awesome, actually, to be a part of a lot of new things, because we're all learning together. We have high expectations for ourselves, but really don't know how it's going to play out because we haven't played with each other yet. And so now to see all of this new stuff coming together, getting in a rhythm, right, a culture being set. And I've said this over and over again. If I would have wanted to be a head coach, I'd want to be like Dan Quinn, because I just love what he's about, all about that culture, all about the brotherhood. It makes it a super inviting place to play. And not only that, but a competitive place, and a place that you really are hungry to continue to get better for the guy next to you. And so when you put all those pieces together, man, I mean, it's a combination for good things. It doesn't guarantee wins, but it's definitely going to help.
Did you have a favorite play in terms of like design, execution, call, how it looked? Just watching the game at home, like the rest of us, that stands out to you looking back at the 42 points?
I actually wanted to say this. Like, make sure you watch our kickoff team. Like, our kickoff team is freaking relentless. Like, oh my God. Like, I would not want to go against our kickoff team. Like, those guys, oh, sheesh,
you're talking about coverage, right?
I'm talking about kickoff coverage.
Yeah,
like our coverage team there's some dogs out there, man. They are going to hunt, they're going to eat, and they are doing just that, man, because it is straight carnage.
It was hilarious.
So like that's something that doesn't get a lot of love, but definitely watch our kickoff team. And that was probably a curveball for y'all, but it's fun to watch because those guys are crazy.
It was a little Barry Zito breaking ball. My buddy sitting next to me, I think it was Sinnott. Somebody had a huge hit, big tackle. The whole sideline went crazy on a kickoff play, on a coverage play. And he's like, "Oh yeah, am I wrong, or do we always destroy people on kickoff returns?"
Bro, I'm telling you,
he's right.
It was wild to watch. I feel bad for their returner because they do not know what's about to happen, or they do and they can't stop it. Wow.
So far, it sounds like you are a big fan of the new kick return. I don't know why anyone wouldn't be. We're getting more returns. It seems like it's fun. It's opened up a little bit. I mean, you should be a big fan.
Yeah, leading the league in kick returns.
You ripped off a couple, but I mean,
we missed a couple out there. It's supposed to be safer, right? It's supposed to take some of the bigger collisions, out really for the frontline guys. Those are where less big collisions are happening, I guess. But for the returner, it's still full bore. Like, we're getting messed up if if the guy gets beat up front, you don't make someone miss. So still football, still dangerous play, still has some of that factor of, a traditional kickoff. But it's just different. And, when you change anything, it takes a while for people to get used to it. So I think that's just what we're experiencing right now with the new kickoff rules.
So earlier in the show, we were taking calls just a bit ago, trying to find a nickname for this offense, right? The greatest show on turf for the Rams. You guys don't punt. You're the best offense in the league right now. You need a nickname. So here are some that we came up with. We wanted to bounce off of you, and you tell us if you like any of these.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, we got the Thrill on the Hill, homage to Capitol Hill in D.C.
Ooh, okay.
Thump and Dump, which sounds inappropriate, but it's about the offense. Thump and Dump.
Wait, something dump?
No, Thump and Dump.
Oh, Thump and Dump. Okay, okay.
Yeah. We've got East Coast offense juxtaposed with West Coast offense. Okay. Run DMV. Run DMV.
Instead of DNC or
yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And then Danny, you had
the no punt offense, aka the NPO. Like playing off the RPO, except it's an NPO.
I think the first one was definitely the best option. What was that one again?
Thrill on the Hill.
Thrill on the Hill.
Thrill on the Hill is good.
I like
That's
it.
That's good.
So just so you know, on the polling, Run DMV is running away with
it.
Like 71% of votes.
I was going to say that, but I just didn't know if people were, know the reference or be a fan or, So I thought the Thrill on the Hill was a little bit more balanced of a name, but I could definitely see the Run DMV for sure.
Run DMV.
Yeah, all the old people my age are going, oh, I remember them, that one, and they're clicking on it.
Right.
Austin, so Cliff Kingsbury's had great offenses over the years, right? He's pelts on the wall, offenses have been good. He's never been known for like having an exceptional rush offense. It's been good, buoyed, I think, by some quarterbacks that are athletic. I was thinking about this morning. I think we're underrating having Anthony Lynn on this staff as the run game coordinator. I know you played for him, earlier on in your career. I feel like he's instrumental in kind of helping you guys make this run game balanced, sophisticated, powerful, and explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's two sides to, making the run game work. Well, really three, right? Having a great pass game absolutely helps. Having the offensive line and receivers that are willing to and able to, actually convert the runs that we're trying to make work. And then, having the running backs also do it as well. So from the physical side, we need to have those, which I'm loving the pieces that we brought in, the team that we put together, because we've definitely been meshing well. And then bring in, Coach Lynn, and he's a guru. And when it comes to the running game, he's been, really a specialist at that for the last 20 years. And bringing him in and helping him get what he's really good at. And what I really like about Coach Lynn is he puts specific players and people in the right space to do certain things that they're best at. Hey, what are we best at? Hey, are we against this team? We are strong going to the right, or we're strong with Austin, inside zone this game. And he's really thinking about the details of, hey, what are the probabilities based off of the players that we have and the capabilities that we have and our matchup that we're going to face. And so that's what he lives, breathes, and sleeps. And so, matching that with Cliff and what he's been doing with Jaden as well has been a match made in heaven for both sides.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny. All right, let's bring in Dante, who's in Waldorf, wants to say hi to Austin. Dante, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Austin, man. Hey, Godspeed to you, man. First thing, what's the vibe like in D.C. right now? In the locker room right now.
Ooh, good question. So everyone just got back yesterday, man, and winning solves a lot of the culture and I would say the feeling of, the drag of the season. And so when you're winning, you're on a run, like people are bouncing into the locker room, like smiles on faces. Like there's a sense of confidence. There's a sense of, hey, we have a mission. We got to keep going. Like we got to keep the pedal down. We have an expectation that is even higher now because of how we started. So I would say as far as vibes go, we're in a good zone. You don't want to ever get too high, too low, but we're in a zone where, hey, we want to maintain this and keep building on what we have.
Let's go to Chris, who's in Brandywine, wants to hop in with Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny's with us every Tuesday at 5 p.m. giving us trusted insight. He is our insider presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Hey, thanks. I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a Prince George's County teacher and looking forward to having my school apply for Austin's program that he has, a nonprofit program. But my question for him today is you've been as a veteran, you've been a part of many different teams and with San Diego or LA. And how is the energy and vibe compare to what you're experiencing now? Do you feel like there's something special going on here? Do you think it's run the course, or how do you feel about your experience so far?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. And if we can get weight room or some resources over to the school, definitely hit up our.
Can I ask before you answer the question? Because I honestly, you've told us so much about your ventures, with the app and different things you're doing. What is he referencing? I'm not familiar.
So I have the Austin Eckler Foundation, where we put resources back into communities that are in need. And so obviously that's very vast, but we've done things like washers and dryers, schooling supplies. Our main avenue is weight rooms for high schools or just schools in general,
Nice.
renovating those.
That's
so
fantastic.
There's a bunch of different resources that we've been putting back into the communities and looking to get more into the DC area, the DMV area here. So that's what he's referencing there.
That's awesome. And then specific to like the vibes with this team compared to the past, does it feel similar or unique?
Yeah, I think the vibes of the team is something that can be established early on, but the season 100% affects that because there's so much for stake when you're playing in the season, right? Like wins, losses, how the team's doing, how individuals are doing, how the leadership is doing. All of that has a little piece that's going to affect how the feeling of the team is, and on a personal level as well. If you're winning, it definitely helps. If you're losing, it doesn't, right? It just plays a lot on your mental, trying to figure out, a method to go forward. And so where we're at right now, what I think is really good as far as like coaching from Dan Quinn is you never want to get too high where you're like, hey, we're the best thing ever on turf. Like you guys are making nicknames for us and all this stuff. It's like, that's great. We'll let you guys have that fun. We got to still lock in on the mission. And that's continue to win games, continue to go, because the job's not done. We only played 4 games. Like everyone's excited. That's great. You guys be excited for us. We're excited too, but guess what? We still got work to do. And so as far as what I've been around, that's where we're at right now. It's still in that mode of, hey, let's continue to lock in. We can be excited, after, we get our job done at the end of the season. But right now it's continue to, take the compliments, take them as they are, but also understand that, hey, we still got a job to do, and they can flip in an instant. And so don't get too high, don't get too low.
You guys stay medium. We're going to do the go crazy thing at 3-1.
Yeah, we can be irresponsible.
We've been waiting since 2011 for 3-1. Hey,
we
Austin,
got to focus on winning games so you guys can keep going crazy.
Love it.
Awesome having you on the show, man. As always, glad you're feeling better.
Hear, hear.
And looking forward to seeing you on the field on Sunday. Thanks for the time.
Heck yeah, thanks, y'all. I appreciate the fans for the questions, too. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, buddy.
We'll do
Thank
more
you,
of it
Austin.
as we go forward. That's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny. Always tremendous. We're looking forward to that segment all football season long. It is presented by IT Cadre. Their trusted insight helps leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Devontae Adams wants out of Vegas. A lot of pundits are saying Washington would be a good landing spot. Is that something the Commanders should be considering? Next on The Fan.
I haven't talked to him. So I haven't, I don't know. I don't really know exactly what that was about. Obviously, I got, social media is a beast. So it's a lot of people out there that saw it and, wondering what's going on and people reaching out. And I haven't spoke to him. Honestly, it's hard to comment on. I'm sure you would imagine as such, but it's one of those situations where I just keep my head down and keep doing my thing and let the chips fall where they may as it pertains to that. But I haven't. There's been no communication with anybody from the team since that became a thing. But it's kind of just like the weekly "What's up with Tay" thing. It's always some sort of drama.
That was Davante Adams with Kay Adams on the Adams Show. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan.
They should do a podcast together, call it the Adams Family. You're welcome.
Adams and Adams. I think he's on her show every week. It's like their version of Rogers with McAfee. I don't know what they call it. I don't know if the fact that their last name is the same has anything to do with the title of the segment. Don't really know. Haven't seen it. But that audio is from that segment. And the reason we played it for you is because Davante Adams wants to be traded. That's the report from NFL Network today. He wants out. The Raiders, as we told you last hour, are upset with him. Antonio Pierce, the head coach of the Raiders, said, without naming him, that Davante Adams made business decisions in the game that they played against the Panthers when they lost and he had 4 catches for 40 yards a couple weeks ago. He didn't play against the Browns. He was injured, I guess, and so he was unavailable. But there was a post that he may have played his last down with the Raiders that the head coach of the team, Antonio Pierce, liked. That's what the question was about from Kay Adams that he was responding to there. Trouble in paradise, obviously. You'll remember he agitated, essentially, but forced his way off of the Green Bay Packers when Aaron Rodgers left. He went to the Raiders to play with Derek Carr, who's now in New Orleans. He's not happy there. Did you watch the Netflix show he was starring on?
I watched a lot of it. I haven't gotten to the part where he's as much of a problem as everybody seems to say he was.
Okay.
So I haven't got there yet.
It was like most of the season. Like I would say like
starting episode 2.5 or 3.
Like 3 through 8. So I hope you enjoyed the first episode. Shtick aside, he throughout the entire series of Netflix was not painted very well. I'm sure part of that is the editing process, but he was a gigantic pain in the butt to deal with, like an absolute problem for that coaching staff. He advocated for the benching of Jimmy Garoppolo. He had some influence and some power, but he wanted Josh McDaniels fired. He just seemed like a malcontent. Didn't come off very well. This is one of my favorite players in the league for a long, long time because I always thought he was kind of the anti-diva at wide receiver. And that clearly the last couple of years has just not been the case. He's not happy, understandably. A lot of people that aren't happy in their job aren't good soldiers, and it seems like he has not really fallen in line. But he's a 6-time Pro Bowler, a 3-time All-Pro, a fringe Hall of Famer, one of the best receivers of his era. And even last year, in a quote-unquote down year where they had bad quarterback play, he caught 100 passes for a 4th consecutive season, and he went for 1,100 yards. He has gone for 1,000 or more yards every single year but one since 2017. So I say all this, Danny, to ask you, with national analysts saying Washington's one of the teams that should be calling the Raiders about Adams, you're Mr. Go get a receiver, go get a receiver, go get a receiver. You broke records for how much you talked about that in the offseason. How quickly would you pick up the phone to call the Raiders about Davante Adams?
This would be more of a courtesy call, but I don't think this one makes a lot of sense for Washington. And I know that sounds crazy given the, as you said, my viewpoints and my rhetoric. That was before they averaged 40 points again in the last 2 weeks.
I was going to say, so this is a massive sea change for you because right before the season, you were desperate for them to trade for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, because to me, it was pretty simple. They had assets, they had salary cap space, they had draft picks available, and they chose to do very little at a dire position of need that directly affects their quarterback. I thought that was a huge unforced error. And I posted a video about this. I've said it all day yesterday. I'm saying it today. I'll say it as often as it comes up. I was wrong. I was 100% wrong. They don't need to go all in just yet on a guy that you're going to have to rework in terms of contract because his next 2 years are in the mid-40s in terms of salary cap hits, and that's just prohibitive. You'd have to rework a deal, and I'm not necessarily that excited to do that for a guy that'll be 33.
How much of your lack of interest in Davante Adams is his contract?
That's a big part of it. So meaning you have to restructure or, sign him to an extension. And now we're talking about doing that again for a guy that's about to be 33 years old.
Yeah, he's 32 and he's got a 5-year, $140 million contract. you could wiggle out of at the end of this year if you wanted to with 15.7 in dead money. And if you traded for him, I doubt you would take on all of that money. I would think the Raiders would have some type of penalty as well. So maybe it'd be a little bit less than that. But what would make more sense, because he's under contract, and if you're trading for Adams, it's not for this season. You would then give him an extension and spread out the massive cap hits over more years. If you did some void years on the back end, you could even lower the number more. But 44.1 is the cap hit each of the next 2 seasons, which is untenable. So you would have a multi-year extension. He'd have 4 or 5 years left, let's say, on the deal till his age 37 season, and he kicked the can down the road for a few years with a number 1 receiver. My interest in him is very, very low. I would say almost zero. The money is a very small part of it for me. Maybe that's the difference. Number 1, he's been a complete malcontent for the better part of a couple of years. I don't do that when I can avoid it. Number 2, I don't think they run an offense where a guy like Davante Adams is going to eat. I really don't believe that. Like, the whole point of his annoyance on Netflix was if I'm not a part of a great offense by catching a lot of passes, I'm not happy, essentially. And I'm paraphrasing, but the gist was, if we're never punting and scoring a lot and I never catch the ball, I can find a way to be okay. But I get paid to catch passes, and if you're not giving me a chance to, I don't like that very much. But like, this offense is about playing point guard. One week it's going to be Noah Brown. The other week it's going to be Olamide Zaccheaus. The beauty of having Terry McLaurin as your number 1 is that he never rocks the boat. When he's unhappy, he's just kind of quiet, and he's not as smiley. He's never going to say anything or bring a lot of attention negatively on himself or the team. And for 2 weeks, when the quarterback wasn't involving the receivers at all, Terry McLaurin didn't mind it. He just said, no problem. And then the week that he got to catch all the passes, he became a star again, and he was happy-go-lucky Terry. But I think bringing in an A-list wide receiver for this offense, the way they run the football a lot, throw the ball horizontally, the way Jaden Daniels operates, kind of toward the sidelines, not so much middle of the field, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I just don't see it as a big fit or even a necessity. And then you throw the money into the equation. I would say I have almost no interest.
The fit part is interesting. I think part of this, why they're doing it this way, is one part, it's the style, it's the offense, to your point, and and where their weapons are. It's Eckler, although he wasn't available this week, but it's Eckler, it's Ertz, it's underneath, it's quick hit stuff, et cetera. And that's what Kingsbury's going to major in. But when he had a true honest to God number 1 in DeAndre Hopkins, he went for 1,400 yards and I think 9 or 10 touchdowns. So, like, to me, Adams, I think, is still right now. I don't know what he's going to be in a year or 2 years or 3. Big receivers like that, I feel like they tend to, age like big running backs. I think a lot of times they go off a cliff. But if you're legit and awesome, I bet you they find looks for you. I think they're doing it this way partly out of necessity, partly because they want to the thump and grind, so to speak. They want to hand the ball off a bunch and soften defenses up that way and utilize all the skill sets. But I don't know.
On the hill?
You would think they want to do the thrill on the hill situation. I think if you've got a number 1 receiver, things look different, meaning you can get – that guy will get the ball because he's just open all the time.
Would you go after Davante Adams now that he is on the trade block, it sounds like? Yes or no? 800-636-1067. How interested should Washington be? How willing to trade picks, to take on big-time salary should they be? They've talked a lot about this coming year, meaning this offseason being when they're going to invest a lot of money. They got a lot of wiggle room, $100 million plus again to spend. Should they use some of that on a true number 1 receiver? At that point, McLaurin becomes a number 2, and your wide receiver room is outstanding. I say absolutely not. I'm against it pretty adamantly. You would say...
I would say no, but a softer no.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Taking you up to 6:30 tonight on The Fan. We're Grant and Danny. Before we get out of here, we are giving away tickets to see the Deftones in our final segment, so make sure you're listening. Also, got to pay homage to a couple of former greats in the sports world who passed away over the last day. One final chance for you to go vote right now. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Commanders Survivor is winding down. You've got to give a player immunity, and you've got to kick a player off the island. You can go vote at Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. We will cast our votes right now. Danny, who are you giving immunity to based on their performance this week? Your options include Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler didn't play, Terry McLaurin, Zach Ertz, Brandon Coleman, and Sam Cosmi on offense. On defense, Daron Payne, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Benjamin St. Juste, Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, and the lone specialist remaining is Austin Seibert.
I give it to Brian Robinson Jr. It went for over 100. I thought he was effective. Caught a couple passes as well, with some hidden yards in there. Thought he was really, really good, so I gave him immunity.
I will give Frankie Louvu immunity. He ripped the ball out for the second takeaway of the season when everyone had kind of quit on a play at the end of the game when no one was really going till the whistle. And that's not a knock as much as it's just reality as they were playing out the string in a blowout win. Not Louvu. He doesn't have that gear in his back pocket. I mean, he just does everything a million miles an hour. He's an Energizer bunny. He gets immunity. Tough week to kick somebody off the island. I mean, Eckler not playing could be at risk, I suppose, because almost everyone else played well. Who you kicking off?
This isn't fair. This stinks. I voted Quan Martin off. Not a lot of impact for the first part of the season. He's been fine, I think. There's nothing wrong with what Quan Martin did. I actually think he's playing decently well, but voted him off just because I think Eckler's done too much already, too many deposits, even though he missed this game. Thought about voting off Ertz, only 22 yards receiving, but hard to vote off anybody on offense that scored 1 million points again. So this one is not fair, but I voted Quan Martin.
Yeah, I also voted Quan Martin off, and my reasoning similarly was it was a fairly quiet performance. It's the worst side of the football, and I figured it should be somebody on defense after they scored 42 again, rolled with him. We will give you the verdict based on your votes for immunity and for who got voted off the island coming up in just a few minutes on G&D. The question for you guys, though, right now, should the Commanders look to acquire Davante Adams as he is on the trade block, a wide receiver one? They're an ascending team. They're 3-1, and they might be going from club that everyone thought needed a long rebuild to contender this year. Dave's in Woodbridge. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. So I'm definitely would be all in, but I know you'd have to rework his deal because he wants guaranteed money. But while I was on hold, I was thinking, what's the bigger need? I would make a call to Miami for Jalen Ramsey. If they lose another game or two, if we got a number one cornerback, that is way more important than either a 1A or 1B receiver. Because, Terry is great. I understand our other receivers are not amazing or anything like that. It's a committee. But wouldn't you feel better with a number one cornerback? Start reaching out to some of these other teams that are starting to, only with one win or no wins, and try to go after their number one.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean,
smart.
Corner's a bigger need. There's no doubt about it. Different conversation than the one we're having. I mean, if the question is, would I try to trade for help in the secondary? Yes. Should they consider trading for a superstar corner? Yes. But specific to the actual topic of the news of the day, Davante Adams is actually potentially going to be traded. It's not like see if the Dolphins would trade you this guy. No. I mean, Ian Rappaport an hour ago came out and said the Raiders are looking to trade Davante Adams. We know he's unhappy, and they're not happy with him. Should Washington consider that, yes or no? I'm an absolutely not on this. Danny's a softer no. Let's see about Justin in Alexandria. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, man.
Hey, yeah, so I would say do it, right? I think if this is the beginning of the season, you don't like that trade, similar to Ayuk, right? Because you're saying, it's not a rebuild, you're recalibrating. But I think now that they're in that win now mode, I think really Peters has some decisions to make, right? You get Adams, it's like, like the previous caller said, you really never can have too many receivers or corners. I mean, you think about the Eagles, right? They're down their 2 number one receivers. The NFL stands for not for long, but that also accounts for injuries, right? So it's a long season. I mean, you go get them just because you have the money, but I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on that.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you.
You can be like Justin and call us at 800-636-1067 here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. By the way, Justin's in Alexandria. Join us Friday out in Alexandria. We're broadcasting at Atlas Brew Works on Mandeville Lane. It's the new spot. They've got 15 taps, dozens of TVs. Pizza and wings are delicious. We'll be there all day Friday, 2 to 6:30, doing the show ahead of a weekend of football. What do you think of his call?
So, it's an interesting perspective talking about like the windows and chances you have to win, et cetera. I'm usually not a fan of sort of deviating from the plan unless something so remarkably exceptional happens. In other words, this to me is a slow build still, right? They're turning over from a bad roster, as evidenced by the number of players that are new. You have so many guys on one-year deals. They're trying to start to build something. And one of the tough things you can do is, look, we're here. We're ready to go. Smashing, and all of a sudden, not panic, but overestimate maybe where you are and give up future assets and ability to kind of build that title window. So I don't know that I'd be as all in to start trading away future things right now when I'm in a pretty good position. Just because I'm a little bit ahead of schedule doesn't mean that mid-season I'm going to give away every future asset.
I agree with most of that. The only thing I'd say is I would be urgent and I'd have an aggressiveness and I would be willing to act because the entire strength of a young quarterback is that you're not paying them. And you got to try to win on that rookie deal. So the quicker you align the roster the way you want to around that player, the better. There's no reason to wait until the second, the third, the fourth year of the player to start pushing the chips in. So we could do this slow roster build Ron Rivera style. If you think you got the quarterback and he's not making money yet, that's a godsend. Go get everybody else around him as fast as possible. So really, for me, a trade like that wouldn't be for this year. It'd be for next year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to win this year, but in year two of having the star player.
But now you got him, in other words, yeah.
I'm better off. I just don't want Adams specifically. That's not to say I'm not interested in a receiver. I'd have been more interested in Brandon Ayuk a few weeks ago when I said no to that, but I at least had interest. I wouldn't have hated it, but I didn't want to do it. This, to me, I would hate. I think it would be a bad decision. He is a veteran, older guy into his mid-30s who's had, quote-unquote, issues in 2 straight stops, who was a complete pain in the butt with the Raiders, who's got a crazy amount of money left on his contract. There's just a ton of reasons why I'd say no thank you. And now, seeing how they operate their offense, I don't think this is a Jaden Daniels feeds a receiver offense. I don't think you can keep Devontae Adams, who once touches healthy. Jaden Daniels is not a guy that's going to just force the ball to a wide receiver and is not the kind of passer, frankly, who's going to be going for 300 every single week. He's going to scramble. He's going to run. There's going to be weeks where he's 15 of 23 for 157 yards, and that's part of it. Like that. This is not Devontae Adams friendly, I don't think. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny? We'll give away those tickets in our final segment to see the Deftones. Plus, we'll get you an update on what has been a wild afternoon in playoff baseball right here on G&D. Times are looking up around the DMV for the local football outfit. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan, telling you that just like Washington's football team, you got to start planning for your future. The exclusive sponsor for our shows, the law firm Condori & Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them that we sent you, and you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. At the end of this segment, which is the end of our show, Deftones tickets going to be doled out on our phone line. So make sure you're listening at that time. We've also got to tell you later this segment who's getting sent home and who's getting immunity on Commanders Survivor, as it is Tuesday. Danny, Friday, we are out and about in Alexandria.
Should probably turn my mic on. Dude, that is going to be fun. We're hanging out at Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria, 2429 Mandeville Lane. Stop by and check out Atlas's 15 taps, dozens of TVs, plus delicious pizza and wings. Friday from 2 to 6:30. That's when our show is at the new Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria. For more info, visit thefandc.com.
Very, very excited for that. We'll get back to the phones in just a moment. People want to chime in on the possibility of Devontae Adams and the Commanders. Before we do that, two icons in their sports passed away yesterday. Wanted to just quickly, as a show, address both of those deaths. First, Dikembe Mutombo died, former Georgetown Hoya. Here's a quick story. When I think Dikembe Mutombo, the first thing that comes to mind for me, my father years ago was going to take me to a Wizards game.
Mm-hmm.
I was about 10 years old, probably. This would have been around 1999, if I had to guess. And I had the option of 3 or so different games to choose from. And I picked the Atlanta Hawks because Mutombo was going to be playing. He was one of the first ultra recognizable, beloved players that I remember from my childhood. I think, A, because he was so big and just recognizable, but had the deep voice and the big personality, and everybody loved him for some of the humanitarian work that he did as well. Obviously, the local DC ties made him even more of a legend around these parts with what he did at Georgetown. But I just remember as a kid, like it was Shaq, Dikembe Mutombo, Michael Jordan. Like that was the group. There were a few others, obviously. But that was one of the first games I ever went to as a fan as far as any sports game. And it was partially to see Dikembe Mutombo, to hear that he died of brain cancer, which I didn't even know he really
I didn't know
had.
he was sick, yeah.
That's just, it's awful. And it's just so sad.
The Georgetown time is truly incredible. He did not come to Georgetown to play basketball. I repeat, he did not come to Georgetown to play basketball. He came as a student. He didn't speak English and was a recipient of U.S. aid, which, it offers development to international communities, underserved areas, etc. He was a brilliant mind, brilliant student who came to Georgetown to go to school. And John Thompson caught a glimpse of him on campus, and of course, the rest is history. Convinced him to play with Alonzo Mourning, Big East Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, and an 18-year NBA career as one of the great defensive players of all time. But on the court, it's just a fraction of who this person was, as outgoing, gregarious, fun-loving, incredible personality. And I put his international and charity work, other-centered, up against anybody that's ever lived. I mean, an incredible. We don't have enough time in the rest of the show or the rest of the shows this week to chronicle all the different things that he did to help people off the court. But that was his passion. That was kind of his whole point. His whole persona was, I'm going to use this platform. I'm going to use what I've got to help people. Not any kind of agenda, not any kind of like message furthering. Just quite simply, I am here to help people. And that's what he did. Dedicated his life to it, man. Gone way too soon. That's really sad.
So many positive connotations with Dikembe Mutombo. Sadly, there are negative connotations about Pete Rose. Pete Rose also passed away yesterday, the hits king in Major League Baseball. One of those numbers, if you're a baseball fan, that is synonymous with the sport, right there with 2632. 2,632 straight games for Cal Ripken Jr., or what 2130 became 2131 was when he surpassed Lou Gehrig. For Pete Rose, it's 4,256. 4,256 hits. All-time leader in the hits category, more than Ty Cobb and Henry Aaron and Stan Musial and Tris Speaker, who round out the top five. Pete Rose is not in the Hall of Fame. Every other player who's eligible, who is listed in the top 23, other than A-Rod, who got busted for steroids a couple times over, is in the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose was given a lifetime ban from baseball and is not in the Hall of Fame because he bet on baseball when he was the manager of the Reds, obviously. He was a player, manager, and then he was a manager. Danny, the lifetime ban's over.
Yep.
I mean, I hate to be blunt about it, but his life has ended. I think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. Now, I also believe that all the steroid users should be in the Hall of Fame, so I want to make the point that this isn't just a Pete Rose point. I think it's a museum. I think we tell good stories and bad stories and positive stories and negative stories. Ty Cobb, nobody seems to have an issue with being in the Hall of Fame, who's number 2 on the all-time hits list with 4189, who is known, at least the stories that I've now since read long after he died posthumously, for being just a horrible person and a racist and, beating people up in wheelchairs. And there's all kinds of crazy stories about Ty Cobb. I believe Pete Rose, no longer living now, should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame as the lifetime ban lasted his lifetime. I don't know what you think about that, but rest in peace to the all-time hits king, Pete Rose. Thoughts with his family. Another terrible loss for the sports world yesterday.
Yeah, this is such a complicated thing. There's so many people that reflexively hear his name and just, the first thing that comes to mind is, he's a cheat, he's a crook, he bet on baseball, etc. I certainly don't condone it. It's a mistake. He's admitted as much. It's a mistake. People say you admitted it way too late when he put up this fight for all these years, and then maybe when he needed money, he put it in his memoir or whatever. So I have a very simple view of the Hall of Fame, maybe even simpler than yours. Did baseball at the time say a person was eligible to play Major League Baseball? If the answer is yes, proceed to step 2. Did that player put up Hall of Fame worthy numbers and contributions to baseball during that time? If the answer is yes, proceed to step 3. That person goes to the Hall of Fame. So that includes all the people that we've decided after the fact probably did steroids or maybe did or probably didn't, but they maybe did this kind of personal or performance enhancement, but maybe not the other kind that we don't care about as much. It includes what Pete Rose did as manager. What he did was wrong. I'm not saying it was right. As a baseball player, Pete Rose put up Hall of Fame stats. I thought he should have been in before. I thought they should have finally said, let's stop all this nonsense and put the hit king in the Hall of Fame. But there's a reason to me that we got here. You can't talk about Pete Rose without talking about the Black Sox scandal in 1919. To me, what happened was that darkened, that was a cloud over baseball. That was such an extreme thing. And fixing games and gambling and how kind of closely tied it was to baseball for so many years that they were trying to separate it, that they still, the ghosts of that, even 80 years later, almost when this, when Rose and the gambling stuff kind of finally came out, they basically said, we can't ever go back on this. We have to be the most hard line of hard lines ever possible. And I think that really resonated, and they kind of, sort of stuck to their guns. And it's such an astounding sort of way to prove that no, baseball, it's above. We're the most, we have so much integrity. We have more than anyone else. Look at what we're doing here. And everybody kind of had to inherit that as Giamatti gave way to other commissioners over the years. And Manfred, of course, denied Pete Rose's appeal that he made. I think it was in 2022. So to me, this is one of those things where he'll never get to see it, unfortunately, as someone that has now passed away. But I'm with you. He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I think people can relate even more now with, betting being synonymous and basically intertwined and ubiquitous in sports again and legal just about everywhere. We've seen the league step up and really punish players very severely when they find out that anyone's betting on premises, even if it's on other sports, because they know that intrinsic with the success and the future of these games is the understanding that the games are not being thrown at worst, or even just affected negatively, maybe to say it more accurately. But I think that there's evidence to suggest that he never bet against his team. Like, he never actively tried to lose on purpose because as the manager, he had bet on the other team.
I mean,
this is not like the dude who coached at Alabama and put a bunch of money against his team when his pitcher was going to be out.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, I don't even really care about the specifics. The fact is, he was banned forever. They didn't want him involved in the game. They didn't want him to be coaching, managing, playing, doing anything else. He didn't. He sat it out. He literally, the rest of his life, had to pay for his mistake. He's no longer here. I think it is time to put him in the museum that is the Hall of Fame. You and I went to the Cincinnati Reds team museum When we were in Cincinnati with our buddies Kandori and Murad, they got us tickets. We walked through the museum. We saw an exhibit with every base hit from Pete Rose. I mean, he was all over their museum. It was not cheapened because they included him.
Yep.
It was not. By the way, you know what happened when we were walking around? Me and one of the guys started talking about how he bet on baseball. And then, did he bet against his team? We're starting to Google and look up different things about Pete Rose. That's the point of a museum, by the way. Like, we weren't worse for that experience because they included him. But I do think it is time. But same day, by the way, Dikembe Mutombo, Pete Rose, just brutal. It seems like that always happens.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like one person that you really either, in the case of Mutombo, loved, watched, whatever, another person you studied along the way, like passes. And then in the span of a week, it's like 4, 5, 6 key deaths. Just crazy how it just piles up like that.
For sure. It's, all these things, it happens all the time. I mean, celebrities or people that you have been part of your life, at least tangentially or from far away, that you've watched age and, tragically are gone too soon. But it's, it marks the time, right? Where, I met Pete Rose a couple different times. We did an interview with him when he spoke about Bryce Harper and those comments kind of made the rounds.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Where was that Super Bowl?
Arizona. We spoke with him.
So I guess
right?
I met him 2 times because he was doing I want to say it was like a book show or something. He was always at these autograph shows, book shows and stuff, because he would make a couple bucks here and there.
Yeah, you needed to kind of, walk around money. I mean, I remember
met him at something like that many, many years ago in Vegas.
I met him at another sort of sporting event kind of thing, and within 5 minutes, he's grabbing a pretend bat and talking about hitting and what he sees from different guys. Like, he's just a junkie for that sort of stuff, So I don't know, man. It's a bummer. My least favorite group of people, like non-criminal division, are Hall of Fame baseball voters. These are the same group of people that 12% of which kept like Mickey Mantle off the ballot.
Well, that's a bold I mean, a lot of those people are on our show all the time who are your buddies. I mean, it's just, those are just sports writers.
Right. I can't stand them. When this high horse,
guests of our show,
these specific people that keep, that didn't vote for Joe DiMaggio or Babe Ruth on initial ballots, or leave them blank, or have this weird, we're the gatekeepers of this thing, even though nobody appointed you that. They just decide we're higher and mightier than everybody else.
I'll have to remember to say to bring that up next time we have any baseball writer on the Beltway Blitz.
Well, if you were the guy that said I don't know, Willie Mays didn't belong in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot, then I think you're a jerk. So I'll, if we find someone that did that, I'm happy to tell them so.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Davante Adams is on the trade block. The report today from NFL Network was he is asked to be traded. He prefers to be traded. Sounds like the Raiders are willing to accommodate him just based on how the last week has trended. It does not seem like they're very happy with him. There's no report that anything's imminent or that they're going to be able to find a partner because he's got a lot of money left on that deal. But we were asking if you guys would be interested on a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being trade for him this second, 0 being I don't care if they gave him to me for a bag of footballs. Where are you on Davante Adams?
3, and it's probably a soft 3. It's probably like 2 and change.
Than I even thought.
Yeah. I mean, again, the offense is humming.
This last 8 days has really changed your whole world.
They have a good offense. I thought it'd be terrible. I thought they'd be missing playmakers.
I'd go 1. I just want nothing to do with Davante Adams at this point. Let's go to Darren in D.C. Hey, Darren.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
I think I'm gonna go with a no on the Davante trade. And now I know Davante is a very good player. He's proven that with his stats and numbers. But we're going back to the same old story and song and dance when if you pick him up, we're going back to the same thing that we actually just escaped from the old regime, picking up old players from free agency or off the trade block and think they're going to do something, which history tells us that when those players come to the team, 9 times out of 10, they don't do much. So I think if you continue to go, if we got away from that, the continuity that we have right now is good. I think we just leave it alone unless something else go down. Then otherwise, let's just keep everything as is.
That's a great point. I mean, in fairness, I'll say number 1 that just because previous regimes have gone and gotten veterans and it blew up in their face doesn't mean this team should not go and get any veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Veterans, that is adding talent, trading, free agency, either way, bringing in accomplished players is not a pejorative. That's not a negative thing. That's a positive thing. It just so happens they didn't pick the right guys here. This group has proven so far, free agency in the draft class number 1, things going pretty swimmingly, that they might be able to pick players at a higher rate. But I do like his idea of, look, the locker room is in a really good place. They got this brotherhood shtick. that Dan Quinn likes to yell about, going where everybody's buying in on each other. You see them jumping up and down, happy for each other on the sideline. They don't necessarily need to rock the boat with another personality, and in this case, a personality who has been a malcontent. Let's go to Dean in Leonardtown on the Fan. Hey, Dean.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, team?
No, it'd be absolute zero for Devontae Adams. Like the other guy said, in our past, if we didn't learn from Albert Haynesworth or any of those other players, I'm glad that Josh Harris is letting Adam Peters do the thinking. Our offense is playing, running on all full cylinders, and we are playing absolutely fantastic. We need to focus on our defense. We need a cornerback right now, and I really wish that Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen would start playing. They've been playing the whole time they've been here, and now for some reason they are not performing right now. I can't figure it out, but our defense really needs to step it up. But our cornerbacks are we need work on that, and that's where our money needs to go. On a second note, I heard you say something about Dikembe Mutombo. I met him at a Bullets game when they still had the Capitol Center up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting under the goalpost when he was there to get an award one night, and I happened to be sitting with some friends. And I looked over, he was sitting in the same row as me, and I just notioned to my buddy, I could not believe how big the guy was.
Oh, it's crazy.
Sitting in a
First time you see him in person, I don't know how to describe it otherwise. Like, you're just like, humans aren't
He's
supposed
7'2".
to be that.
He's 7'2". He's built like Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, the arms that were so long. He was 7'2".
Wild. I was 10. I went to see him, and I remember standing there, not far, same as him, it sounds like behind the basket. It was Wizards Hawks in the late 90s, and just my mouth agape. Like, just seeing a human being that big, I'd never seen anything like it before.
Going to Georgetown games, man, was something at that point.
I bet it used to be a blast. My Georgetown experiences are very different.
A little bit less than that.
You go see like Paul White and Isaac Copeland at Capital One Arena lose games and nobody shows up, and there's a couple thousand people in the arena. Very, very different than what you're referencing.
Yeah. When you had Morning and Mutombo.
National championship caliber basketball. Allen and Payne have been quiet for the most part through 4 weeks. This past week, though, they both had a sack. They combined for 1.5 sacks. I thought it was their best week as pass rushers. So hopefully that they'll trend up. Let's go to Nelson in the district on G&D. Hey, Nelson.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
I'd say no to the Devontae Adams trade because on the show Receivers, he just talked about how like the fans were miserable and the city wasn't great. So why would you want to bring him here where he's just going to be unhappy?
Are you talking about when he joned on DC?
Yeah.
That was on he was on some show like
Hot Ones?
I don't know if they played it on Receiver, but it was like
exactly.
Hot Ones, like
Hot Ones. Yeah, it was just they were like, what fan base annoys you, or what city is overrated?
It was like the fans were miserable.
Exactly. He joned on the Commanders. Well, his tune is changing because the other day when he was asked to single some players out who he liked, he mentioned Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, dude.
I wouldn't care about anything like that. Like, with all due respect to Devontae Adams, I don't know if he's ever been here, if he knows anything about this area. He talked about like the area around the stadium that you'll never be there other than on Sunday between 1 and 4, dude. It doesn't matter.
That's right. It's not that important.
None of us are there between, Monday through Saturday or, January to August. So it doesn't matter what you think. That's not DC, by the way. I don't think he knows that. I don't think he knows what he doesn't know. But what I know is he's been a giant pain in the butt and someone I'm just not that interested in trying to appease. X number of targets, X number of catches, kick rocks. I'm surprised with how many people said no, although it is indicative maybe of the fact that right now people are feeling pretty good about what they're seeing and they don't want to rock the boat.
Because what I thought was going to happen is they were going to struggle to throw the ball, really struggle to score points, and be in such dire need of a playmaker. So if you'd asked me this question a month ago, I'd have been like, yeah, deal with the headache. Somebody come here to help Jaden Daniels. Well, Jaden Daniels is being helped plenty. So again, mea culpa. I was wrong then. I was wrong after week 1. And I am raising my hand that they had a much better vision and design for this thing than I ever could have fathomed. So yeah, they saw it and I didn't see it.
It's been a couple games. I mean, you might still get to have your moment.
Look, I'll tell you this: I didn't think they had that in them at any point this year. They
That's
are
fine.
so much better than I thought they'd be. I thought this we'd be coming in here going, they are in such need of somebody to help as a pass catcher, and they don't need that right now.
I'm just saying it's been 8 days. That's all. I mean, they're a quarter way through the season. A lot of football still to go. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning tickets to see Deftones North American Tour. Congrats to you. The North American Tour, April 6th at Cap One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. It is Tuesday. Before we say goodbye, it is time for Commander Survivor. Last week, John Allen got sent home. Let's see who is joining him in packing their bags this week.
All right. And so to get booted off this weekend, it was a very, very close race, but it is number 94, Deron Payne. He has been booted off the island.
Both D tackles gone in a matter of weeks. And by the way, D Payne had his first sack of the season.
The times they are a-changing.
I mean, people are salty,
dude,
with the two big D tackles.
Did I pop Darius with the Bob Dylan bit?
It's not bad. I don't think Darius reacted to that in any way.
Darius was smiling at something. I thought it was me.
I think he's smiling to the fact that Allen and Payne are gone.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, they've been our finalists for the last 3 years.
Okay.
They're both gone.
So now Joe wasn't me.
Yeah,
that's good to know.
No sold the bit.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you. Good to know. I just caught him smiling. I thought maybe it was because I said something.
Last week, Jaden Daniels got immunity. Who got immunity this week?
This week, it looks like it will be Brian Robinson, his second in 3 weeks. I think Brian Robinson and Jaden Daniels are just going to pass this back and forth.
Starting to feel that way. That's the old ground and scramble connection.
Mm-hmm.
That's the run DMV.
That's the run DMV. Thank you.
Big fan of the run DMV. So B-Rob, immune. He is on to next week. He will be alive for the Baltimore Ravens and Commander Survivor. Someone's getting sent home after the Browns game. He doesn't have to worry about that. Tomorrow, we will spin all around the NFC East. We'll blitz the division. If you missed any part of today's show, including our interview with Austin Eckler, he tells us he should be good to go against the Browns. Grab that, thefandc.com. Luke McCaffrey was great on the show yesterday. That's available at grantanddanny.com as well. Caps tickets at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Make sure you're locked in. Linnell's got overtime coming your way next.
Thank you for coming.